Once you join the charan, Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji won't leave you. They'll find you and save you. You might have to go through negativity because you left it or you've broken it. But that Amrit is there. It's gone in. It goes in once the kirpa is there. If we run, we'll have to face that negativity, but they'll still find us and save us. That's how great the Guru is. You can be an ant and you can climb up that mountain as an ant. That'll take a long time and you might get lost. And you might go in a circle thinking you're going up. And you might start coming down thinking you're going up. And you might not ever get there. That's deeds with desires, different deceiving techniques. You do this, you get to go to there. You do this, you get there. You don't need to be a rightful person. You convert one person, you get to. So all that's that level. When you come and you get blessed with Khandedi Pahol, you're like a bird. Bird flies to the top. It's quick, it's direct, there's no faffing about, it's there. That's the difference between Sikhi and following this path than anything else. महाराज को ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਸ਼ਰਨ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਲੇਖ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਮਿਟ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ they go from negative to positive. That's the importance of taking on a perfect guru. They protect us everywhere in this world, in the afterworld, eternity. We are saved for eternity. They said to Paidan Singh, keep your case. Paidan Singh said, what's the point? Maharaj touched him and they showed the nark and they said, look, narkanchi jere case apa kesan to kad lanne. Guruji will find a way to save it. And that's why we in Gurbani we say Gur Prasad. Or Guru di kirpa naal sab kuch hunda ya. We just have to listen, believe and follow their teachings. The right hand is with the khanda, thumb on the top, and that is able to push back and forth like this. Now the back and forth of the khanda is representing when you push out the organ, negativity, demerit is being pushed away. And when you come back in, that's prem coming in with the two sharp edges back and forth. The prem is coming in. So prem is being developed in the Gursikh and their demerits are being pushed out, pushed away. Don't lose faith, don't lose strength. Some flowers, you pour the water once and they blossom and bloom very quickly. Some you need to keep nurturing and watering. So don't feel down if there's small things that are not happening how you wanted them to happen. You're in. The key Gursikh that taught me, who took me under their wing, let's say, did seva with Sant Jarnail Singh, with Sant Kartar Singh, one with Sant Gurbachan Singh, generations of the Damdama Taksal, who then did seva with Sant Sundar Singh, and you can keep going back all the way through Baba Deep Singh Ji into Satguru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji.
Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji ki Fateh. So welcome back to another episode of the BOS TV podcast series. Today is a very special episode where we've got Giani Sukhraj Singh Ji back on the podcast. It's been 2 years since Giani Ji's been on. The last podcast was covering the life of Baba Thakur Singh Ji, but also the topic was connect with your Guru, right? Taking the Sikhya that Giani Ji gained from the Gurumukhs around them and their own experiences going through their own life, how they came into Sikhi from a young age as well. Today's podcast is very special because about 7-8 years ago, this video is coming out in 2026, we released a video going through the Amrit Sanchar ceremony, speaking about the before, the during and the after. It was about a 20-minute, half-an-hour video, and it was done by myself. It was decent. It did a decent job, Guru Kirpa. The Sangat took a lot away from it, but we always knew that it was just the very basics in terms of the topic, but we wanted to go into more details. I want to speak about it in, like I just said, in much more detail, and that's why we have Giani Ji here today, because Giani Ji's been doing this seva, Giani Sukhraj Singh Ji, for over 2 decades. If I remember correctly, it was 26 years Giani Ji mentioned to me. That's been, right, since you've been...
Vaheguru Ji ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Fateh. Yeah, 26 years since Guru Sahib Ji blessed me partaking in Amrit Sanchar seva. 26 years. I think it was the year 2000.
Hanji.
Just over 26 years. I think it was... February, March time when I started, so we're just after that now, isn't it? So just over 26 years.
Hanji, so who better to have on the podcast, Guru's Kirpa, to be able to speak to us about this in much more detail. And the Sangat have sent in their questions as well, so we have a lot to go through. I anticipate this is going to be a very long podcast, but just a few disclaimers, before we start this podcast, in terms of we're not here today just to list rules to the Sangat. It's more about the beauty. We're here to speak about the beauty of, the Amrit Sanchar, the idea of, Tana Mana Tana, to sacrifice everything to Guru Sahib Ji, and also speak about the struggles and the reality of living the life of a Khalsa, living the life of Amritdhari Sikh in the 21st century as well, right? And we'll also speak about, certain differences that may come up in different Amrit Sanchars, but as we've always done within E13 basis of Sikhi, as Giani Ji does as well, we always focus on the 95, the 99% that unites all the Panth, because that is the main essence, right, that we take away from all the Sikh that we gain. And I apologize also at the start because I'll be asking a lot of questions, Giani Ji, as well, and I'll be asking for a lot of clarifications, or I'll try to avoid any assumptions, as I'm trying to sit here today as somebody who has no idea about the Amrit Sanchar, no idea about, certain things. So apologies in advance if I ask you a lot of questions throughout the podcast. And like I said, with Giani Ji, been doing this seva for over 2 decades. You can watch that video, Connect with Your Guru, where we speak about Giani Ji coming into Sikhi, going to India as well, staying with many Gurmukhs, Ustads, gaining a lot of Sikhi from them, coming back to the UK, doing Prachar, mainly in English, something that wasn't available, over 20 years ago. Other types of seva, and then doing Amrit Sanchar seva as well, and seeing many thousands of souls be blessed to walk this path of the Guru's path as well. So, Giani Ji.
I just want to, again, we're going to be talking a lot about Amrit Sanchar, Rehat, and obviously I'm going to coming from how I've been taught and what we share. You say 26 years, but there's many Gursikhs out there that have done Amrit Sanchar seva for a lot longer and are high level Gursikhs with more quality than me. I'm just going to share what I've learned over the years. Sometimes the number of years doesn't necessarily make the person. It's the quality of the person that makes it. So with my demerits, I'll try and share whatever I can over the last 26 years, and particularly, as you mentioned, the Rehat Maryada, which is not necessary, which is essentially some rules, isn't it, that we have to follow. But we do those out of love, and we develop that love. As Guruji has given us these rules or this discipline. Sometimes it's hard in English to have the right translation, because the translation in English might sort of mean something else to each and every one of us. But give us this discipline to become one with Waheguru on that journey. And as we expand more, and as you ask some questions, I know the Sangat have been interacting as well, we'll try and sort of open that up so we can all reflect on how we can all come closer to our Guru, essentially. So 26 years doesn't necessarily mean I have all the answers, but let's see where we go in this discussion. Guru di kirpa naal.
Hanji Giani Ji, and to be fair, even with that 26 years, you've probably been asked a lot of questions, or probably every question that somebody could ask, right?
Yeah, we obviously, when you're in the seva, you're just one of the Panj. There's no hierarchy in those Panj Singhs. Nobody's better than anybody else. We all look upon each other, the different Singhs that I've been lucky enough to do seva with. We all look upon each other as better than even us, and we use that to motivate us. Obviously, Sri Guru, Satguru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji said that within those Panj Singh, they reside. So we just feel blessed that they are there in that situation, and where our body is being used in that scenario for them to initiate Gursikhs and bless them with Khandidi Pahal. So we take that as a blessing upon us. And then whatever information is shared with us, that has to be confidential, even to the extent that if you come with your husband and wife, how we've been taught, like I say, with different Amrit Sanchar Samagams and different Jathebandis, there may be some differences today. And I'm not here to disrespect anybody else or whatever their way is, but obviously I have a belief, and not in an egotistical way, but in a respectful way, that this belief or this way is correct. And one of those teachings is that we don't share anything with anybody apart from the 5 that are there in that instance. Even if a husband and wife come to the Amrit Sanchar, the husband doesn't share his what he wants to say in front of his wife, and vice versa, because in Sikhi, karmi apo apani, everybody comes with their own karm, and so everybody has to have the opportunity to, when they come, let's say if they're sharing something, that they can share in confidence, even from their close ones. If they then decide, or it's decided that they should, that's a separate, but in the initial sense, they come by themselves. So when you say, is there any questions? Because there's so much responsibility, and we don't want to come out of the Amrit Sanchar, and we're not allowed to talk about that with other people. We're not allowed to grow on. Obviously, we get a sense of what's going on in the Sangat, but essentially what we all do, I know many Gursikhs between us, even myself. So when I first started this, to share a little bit of my experience all those years ago, obviously Gursikhs come to an Amrit Sanchar when they're doing Pesh, and we're going to talk a little bit about that later on. I mean, I've got this iPad here. Normally I go free flow, as you know, but there's, that I can go off on a tangent, and to keep me in line with all those questions.
You got some structure.
You've got some structure. So I'm happy to keep this just to keep me in line and rather going too far ahead. All those years ago, when somebody started sharing, when you share those things, you realize it's a big responsibility to hold that information about somebody else. And some of those things can be negative, and we're not there to judge. We have to have compassion, because Satguru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji had compassion. They bless anybody who comes to their sanctuary. There's Pankti and Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji that we know if somebody comes to the sanctuary of the Guru, they embrace them, whether that is a sinner, a patit, whether that is a saint. So whoever comes, we have to have the mindset of having compassion. It's a big thing for somebody to come up and share their beliefs have done wrong. So very early on, so this is what I'm coming back to, is very early on, I did beinti to Guruji that I don't hold all that information, because there's a lot of information that you have to carry, a lot of baggage that you carry. So I generally and genuinely forget, through Guruji's kirpa, most things after an Amrit Sanchar. I don't even remember who's been. I don't necessarily remember, unless they start reminding me, if they speak to me afterwards, which happens more so now than it did in the early days. I don't recall those sorts of things. And in terms of any questions or themes, the themes of an Amrit Sanchar are the Rehat, the discipline, the Bujjar Kurehit, what we do and what we don't do. And all questions and discussions are usually the practical way. And looking at your structure, I think, and what the Sangat have been asking, I think it's going to cover most of those things.
Definitely, Giani Ji. And before we get to the structure, there's one question that came to mind, sorry, and I didn't write it down. We mentioned this on the previous podcast, but if you can just briefly remind us, how are you blessed to do this seva? Again, how did that come about, just briefly? So Sangat, no, we said 26 years ago, but how did the opportunity present itself?
So I, obviously, without going over the whole podcast, I got lucky due to experiences I had. My family was not into Sikhi or Amrit. We came from a normal, if you will, cultural Punjabi family background. There was no Sikhi Rehat. So those that know my father, he had cut hair. He would partake in alcohol. We would eat meat in the house and those kinds of things. Just a normal cultural family from Punjab that most people go through day in and day. I got lucky when I went to university that I met Gursikhs, and through Gursikhs I got close to Sikhi. I got close to Sikhi, and through the different camps, and Boss Camp was a big, and the Boss Sikhi weeks was a big thing in those days when I was at university. I got blessed with taking Amrit. When I took Amrit, I realized that there's a lot of viewpoints out there which I didn't know when I was coming in, and that confused me a lot. I ended up doing my teacher training. I don't think I mentioned this on the last one, because again, I kind of go off on a tangent and I start going down another theme. It didn't come into my mind. I spent a year in living in Kettering, and there was a Gurdwara, one Gurdwara in Kettering, because I went to Cambridge University to do my teacher training, and there was no Gurdwara at that time in Cambridge, and I'd just taken Amrit the year before, and so I moved to Kettering. I was placed in a school around there, and I used to essentially just live at the Gurdwara. And there was a Granthi Singh, their name was Giani Mohan Singh. I actually learned how to do Maharaji Seva there because I wanted to get close to our Guru, because I just felt that's the key here, is you gotta, if you come on this path, you want to get close to your Guru. And that was a way where I got to learn how to do Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji Seva, Prakash, Sukhasan. And then from there, I went to Punjab. To learn how to speak to my Guru. So doing the Seva without necessarily knowing how to speak to your Guru, how to read Gurbani correctly, how to understand it. And I went to Damdama, which is in a place called Mehta or Mehta Chowk. Chowk is a crossroads. So that's the just outside the village of Mehta, which is in the district of Amritsar. It's not too far from Amritsar. I stayed there and learned how to read Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji correctly, learned some understanding of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And while I was there, I was blessed and asked to be part of the Panj Piare. There's Amrit Sanchar that happens there every week, and then other key days in a month as well. But every Sunday there's an Amrit Sanchar there, and sort of like I said, I think it was February, March of the year 2000. I think it was March actually, not February. I think it was March, because I think it was after Hola Mahalla, and Hola Mahalla is usually in March. So it was after Hola Mahalla I was blessed with the Seva, and that's when I started really. And so I was asked, and that's how I started the Seva. And then from there, when I came back to England, there was another Gursikh who stayed at Damdama, Mehta there, that Jatha. and their name is Baldeep Singh. They're famed across all of England for the first person really to really push Gurbani di Santhya across the country. Like Gurbani Santhya happens, don't get me wrong, it happened before, but in a sort of big way and the importance of Gurbani, they were the sort of key catalyst, I think, for that teaching and that vidya. So all respect goes to them, and they've done that seva kind of within themselves, not necessarily being on, becoming famous or being speakers or come sitting on podcasts. They just carry on constantly, daily doing that seva, and they continue to do that. And from there, they'd done Panj Piare seva there as well before myself. They were leaving as I was joining, so there was a spot available, if you will, and then I was kind of asked, and then we just carried on from here. And then Baba Thakur Singh, as you know, they used to come to this country. They would do Prachar, and there was Amrit Sanchar here. And then the first year they came after I had been there and come back, there was an Amrit Sanchar here that I was asked to log in with Singhs from Punjab as well. And then from there, Baldeep Singh and myself, through Babaji's sort of guidance and the blessings of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, we started Amrit Sanchar Seva here, and that's just continued around this country. And we've been abroad as well to do Amrit Sanchar Seva as well. So wherever Maharaj blesses us with Seva, we try and go. But there are many Gursikhs who I've met from different Jathebandis that do Amrit Sanchar Seva. So it's not just about myself, not just about us, but it's an important part of Sikhi, I believe, to take Amrit, to be initiated into the Khalsa Panth, to take on Sikhi, to formalize our journey, and then use that to sort of move on. So that's basically it. So even in answering your question, I've kind of gone in a roundabout way because there's a context to everything. And so it's important to understand that context.
Yeah, thank you, Giani Ji, and thank you for sharing that. I just felt it was important for the Sangha to just get an idea, just the background to Giani Ji's experience in doing this seva for so many years.
And just on that, because I think everybody has to understand that the Panj Piare, we should see them not necessarily as those people. We should see them as the Guru and have faith in that system, that Guruji always protects their Sikh. Always. Guruji will always protect their Gursikh. Guruji will always give their Gursikh a chance. Guruji will always bless them and save them. And so when we're in the Amrit Sanchar, or we find it daunting or any sort of situation, we have to try and take that kind of stress aside, or anxiety, because Guruji is so great. They are the form of the Almighty, Sadhguru Sahib Ji, and so therefore they've set up this system for us to be liberated from the birth and death life cycles.
Thank you, Giani Ji. And before we speak about the Amrit Sanchar specifically, again, just to go in one more detour, and then we'll get to the actual topic today. The Amrit Sanchar is a part of 5 different ceremonies that we have, that we say traditionally Sikhs would go through, right? The Panj Sanskaar, we may call that as well. Can you just tell us what are the Panj Sanskaar, and just briefly discuss the other ones outside of the Amrit Sanskaar?
So we have 5 Sanskaar, Panj 5 Sanskaar, or ceremonies or rites of passage through a journey of a Sikh's life. The first one is called Janam Sanskaar. And when a Sikh is born, essentially, there is a ceremony to be initiated in this Sikhi way. It's called Amritdhari Gurti. Amrit meaning that immortal nectar, and Gurti basically a blessing. Because taking Khandidi Pahal or taking Amrit, as we're going to talk today, one has to be of an age who can keep that discipline. And obviously a baby cannot keep that discipline themselves. But then how are they a Sikh? Are they not a Sikh? Are they not on this path until they take Amrit? So Guruji has set up a system where when a baby is born, they are blessed with Amritdhari Gurti. And what that is it's a small sarbalo bata is taken. You put 5 pattase, you put some water, and you have your sarbalo karpan. So Khandidi Pahal is about a khanda with obviously a larger bata and patase. Amritdhari Gurti is a smaller bata because it's just for the baby and the baby's mother, and then potentially the father sometimes takes it. And your sarbalo karpan, which can be around a foot, 9 inches, a smaller one. And what happens is there has to be a Tiyar Par Tiyar Singh. It's just one Singh. It could be the father of the child if they're a Tiyar Par Tiyar Singh. Tiyar Par Tiyar, we can talk about that a little bit later on. Basically, somebody who keeps their Rehat, keeps the discipline of Gursikhi, and is able to log in Panj Piare Seva. Not necessarily means that they have to log in it, but they're able to. That's what Tiyar Par Tiyar means. And the first thing that the child consumes is this Amritdhari Gurti. So even before they take milk. And so it's done where the child is born. So in this country, you can go to the hospital. I know many Singhs do that. They go to the hospital. They have everything prepped up. They'll do ardas. Then they'll start fairing the karpan in the bata. So when we hold the khanda, your thumb goes on the top.
Yeah.
So in the same way you hold the karpan, the bata will be potentially in this hand, and you go back and forward. And there's 5 patase in that bata, and you read a Japji Sahib that part. So you'll do ardas for agya to begin. Then you start doing the Japji Sahib that part. By the time you finish the Japji Sahib that part, you say Fateh, you do ardas. While you do ardas, you still continue going back and forth. And then once you've done the ardas, you take the karpan, and from the nok, the tip of the karpan, as you lift it, Amrit will be collected. And then you go over the baby's mouth and you drop in at least 5 droplets into the baby's mouth. This is for a male or female baby. So ardas, prepare, ardas again, then 5 droplets. And then the rest of that is meant for the mother. But it can't be wasted. So if there's quite a lot in there and the mother can't drink it all, then the father can drink it first, potentially. But it's meant for the mother. Definitely has to take it. So she gets that energy back, and she's blessed as well. She's gone through a massive sort of process of giving birth there. And it's about bringing everything back. And in that way, that child is protected from birth. Like we do that Shabad Tati Wow na lagai par Brahm Saranai Chaugird Hamare Ramakar Dukh Lagai na pai. So no tati va, that's what they say in Punjabi, and no negativity can touch that child because you're protected from birth. And that's the first sanskar. The other half of that sanskar is, then when we go to the Gurdwara for the first time, we do Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji's darshan with the child. You do ardas, you have deg, kadaha prasadi deg. You take a hukamnama, the first letter of the hukamnama, the child is named. And then obviously deg is distributed. And if possible, at that same day, a sahaj part is done that the child and the child's mother and father listen to. So you're being initiated into Sikhi. You're getting the chance to listen to your guru, because it's a full sahaj part, is all our guru speaking. And you get that blessing. So that's Janam Sanskaar.
Just a few questions like Giani Ji. First one is, practically, if somebody can't do the Gurti straight away, as in like sometimes complications.
Yeah, because complications, that's right.
Could they do it afterwards, or does it have to do this?
I think the best is obviously straight away.
Yes.
Because that's the first thing that goes into the child's mouth. However, I've been asked by families over the years, and due to complications, as you say, the Gurti couldn't be done straight away. But that doesn't necessarily mean you don't do it. You still should try and do it. You still get that blessing, and you try and do it as soon as possible if there are complications. The best is straight away, don't get me wrong, but it's something that we should do, because then that protection comes onto that child, and then they're protected all the way through until they're ready to take Amrit Khande Di Pahol.
And if
that's called Amritdhari Gurti, and it's done with a karpan. So there's a slight difference, and it's only one Japji Sahib that part rather than the 5 banis that we'll talk about in a bit.
Sataji. And for those who may not be at the art, but at the art Singhs, in that case, you can't do the seva. So what would they do? Would they go to a Granthi Singh, just find another Gursikh?
Yeah, you could find a Granthi Singh, you can find a Gursikh in your town. It doesn't matter if, like, this is my belief. If a child is going to come into a Sikh family, and let's say the father is somebody who cuts their hair, they're obviously not Amritdhari, then are they? That father's not going to be able to make it. But if they want their child protected, they can still give this. There are some things that the Tyar Gursikh might say that this is going to be a child of Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. You might cut your hair, but then don't cut the hair of this child. You might take intoxicants or eat meat, but that child shouldn't do that. Put a kada on the child, so you start preparing that child with their physical form, which we call our bana, the 5 Ks, Panj Kakkar, and then the spiritual Binu part, Sanona, all of those things, and get them ready for this next sanskar. So I believe it's important to any Gursikh. It's a way of affirming yourself and taking that protection that we are on the path of Sikhi. Because Sikhi is a journey, isn't it? Anybody can say, Apa Sikh Khan. Sikh literally means disciple. So a disciple, you could be a very good disciple, or you could be a disciple that makes a lot of mistakes. But if we firmly believe we're a disciple, then why don't we take that sanctuary and be protected So that's my belief of that. And so Sikh is a disciple, and as long as we're on the journey and we're yearning and we're trying to change and we're developing, we do sangat, then at some point in our journey, we can be blessed with everything. But there's no point in missing out on things just because we don't think, we don't necessarily follow the discipline that Guruji asks us to, so we stop our child, or another scenario, if that makes sense.
Perfect. Thank you, Giani Ji. And that, I think people will take a lot away from that as well. And the last, just other things Giani Ji mentioned in terms of the things that the Patasi and so on we'll speak about later on.
Yeah, that's right.
And even things like about, can you bring your kids up in Sikhi if you're not following Sikhi yourself? Those are questions that came later on.
So that's the first sanskar. I'll quickly go through the others. Then the second sanskar is Vidya sanskar. That's about knowledge. So we don't hold our children from learning. So they go to school. They can learn worldly knowledge, but they should also learn Gurmat knowledge. Gurmat, that's learning about our rich history from the times of the 10 Gurus and Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, from the times of the Guru Khalsa, the Gursikh Sangat, saints, males, females, Shaheed, Singaniya. We should learn about all our history. We should also learn the 35 Gurmukhi Akkar, basically the 35 Penti Akkar. We learn the alphabet, the Gurmukhi alphabet, Maharni, learn how to do Path, learn Shastra Vidya. That's Vidya Sanskar. That's the second ceremony. So, and the second rite of passage, if you will, as part of a journey. The third one is Amrit Sanskar, what we're talking about today. Satguru Bajjo Gur Nahi Koi, Nigure Ka Hai Nao Bura. That's a pankti by Sri Guru Amar Das Sahib Ji and Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. So they're saying is that we have to affirm ourselves to the Guru. So although we're Sikh and we're disciples and we're learning on this path, over the years, many people and many backgrounds, many writers in different books, historical texts, and the different, they call that a Amritdhari Sikh. Different people have different views of what a Amritdhari means. I'm not going to get involved in that, but just anybody who's on the journey, at some point they should take Amrit. We're going to come back to that in a second, isn't it, about the importance of that. That's the third one. The fourth one is Ananda Sanskar, that's marriage. And sometimes it happens that you get married first and then you take Amrit. But in the order of rite of passage, it should Amrit you should do first in reality, but it can happen, it goes the other way around, which is fine as well. That's Ananda Sanskar, that's been marriage, and we have teachings. Kanya deva Sikh ko leve nek shadam soi mera Sikh hai panche gur ke tam. It's important to remember and mention that, because a Sikh should get married to another Sikh. That's ordained by Guruji. A Sikh should marry a Sikh. So if somebody comes from a different faith background, they should initiate themselves into Sikhi. And a reason why I shared that, we shouldn't give daj or dowry, or we shouldn't take dowry. That's important. Guruji taught us about those cultural norms, if you will, that happen in the world. We in Sikhi, we're not here for that. That's the fourth one. And then the fifth one is called Antam Sanskar. The Antam means end, time of death. Sabna marana aya vishoda sabnaha. So everybody and every being that comes onto this earth, even this earth itself, even this creation itself, anything that comes into being will come to an end. And then there's certain rites of passage and certain things that we have to do at the end in terms of our sanskar, the type of part we do. We have to do a surge part or an akhand part for that person. We read Bani. There's a certain way we do their cremation. The cremation ceremony was set up, was shown to us by Sri Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji, in fact. The first Guru, we know Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji were alop. Alop means they just left. And we know the Sakhi of the flowers at Kartarpur Sahib. There's, some people from those who'd come into Sikhi from the Islamic background, they said, we want to bury because we bury. Those who came from the Hindu background, they said, we want to cremate. And Guruji, they put flowers there, and both flowers bloomed, and Guruji had gone. And the blooming was that everybody is accepted into Sikhi. That's not saying that both religions are right or we're a confusion of other religions. No, Sikhi is distinct, it's unique, it's separate, it's detached, it's got its own thinking, it's got its own way. It doesn't take the good bits. A lot of people say that as well as a misconception. They take the good bits from here and they've made a new religion.
Best of both.
Sikhi is the truth. Aad sach jugad sach happy sach nanak hosi bhi sach. And within the truth, there will be aspects that are already in this world. But in the second Guru's time, Sri Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji, they set up this, that Sikh had to be cremated. And then over the years, we know the different Gurus were cremated. And that system of cremation, how that goes, what are the parts to do, what's the katha to do. I'm not going to go into that today. Maybe that's for another day. But that's the fifth. That's the fifth sanskar, and that completes the rite of passage of somebody in this world, and the protection from start to end, and the blessings from start to end in this world, in this creation.
Thank you, Giani Ji, for sharing that. And maybe one day, Good Kirpa, we can do a whole podcast in the other sanskar as well. So just before we carry on with this section, just to tell you what's going to happen in the podcast today, we've got this kind of the context behind the podcast, speaking about some of the other Sikh topics that link to the Amrit Sanchar. And then after this section, we're going to go over to what happens before Amrit Sanchar. So how can you prepare yourself physically, mentally, common questions. Then we'll go through during the Amrit Sanchar. And luckily today, Giani Ji has very kindly bought some of the items that we use on the day of the Amrit Sanchar as well.
I don't normally keep them.
Yeah.
I don't keep any of the items. I used to many years ago, but another Gursikh takes that seva. And I asked him to bring them. He brought them this morning. He brought them this morning just to show, as you requested, could we see some of those and discuss some of those and what's the meaning behind those, and we'll do that a little bit later on.
Hanji, thank you for doing that, Ji. So they're just in the corner of the room, so we'll bring them in the show later on. So we'll go through what happens during the Amrit Sanchar, again, what to expect on the day as well, and then after Amrit Sanchar as well, because that's something that's definitely missed a lot, I feel personally, in terms of the prachar on taking Amrit, Amrit Shako, and then Amrit Shak, what happens afterwards, right? People kind of left, unless you're affiliated or you've got some Sangat around you, some people could feel quite lost afterwards. And then the final section is a Q&A, as you guys have kindly sent in your questions as well. So bringing it to just before taking Amrit section, Giani Ji, you mentioned a pankti by Guru Amardas Ji, the Satguru Bajo Guru Nahi Koi. Can you speak to us about this idea of Amrit, Naam and a Satguru, and why is it so important? Why do we need to take Amrit, or why do we need Naam, or why do we need a Satguru? Why is it so important?
So there's a lot of context to this. So if I kind of go off in different places, just please bring me back. And that's why I'm looking down here just to make sure I stay on what you want me to talk about today. But I mean, even before that, why? One of the reasons you could ask that question is because there are other religions and faiths and practices before the coming of Satguru Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji. So why is all of this happening? So even before the Amrit Sanchar ceremony, why Sikhi, why the 10 Gurus, why Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, it can go further back. And I'm sure you guys have done podcasts and other Gursikhs have done prachar over the years to talk about the different reasons of why. But briefly, if we say there's the Almighty, Akaal, I'm going to say some words in English again today. They don't necessarily, I hope they do justice. They may not do justice, so I apologize in the forefront. We say Vaheguru is Sarabakala Samrat, all powerful. So we use the word Almighty, but we also know other faiths and religions use Almighty. So I'm not trying to make a connotation. So we believe in the formless Nirankar, Almighty Vaheguru. We call them Vaheguru. There are other names to describe them as well. Some of those names connect with other faiths and religions. I'm using the term a religion, but as I go through this today, I hope you understand Sikhi technically is not a religion. It's a way of life. It's a part of life. And that's why those sanskars, those passages of life is about life. And Vaheguru is Almighty. They are the creator. They are Nirankar. They are formless. And they create this expanse. In this expanse, we have this earth, sometimes called Mother Earth. In Gurbani and different faiths, they call it Matalok. Mother Earth is created. Within that, the species of the 8.4 million lives come into it. Guru Sahib Ji create this expanse in one go. Everything they do is perfect. So whatever I'm going to talk about today can be referenced in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. That's important to say. I'm not going to give you the panktis for each point. I'm not here to try and reel off loads of panktis or from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. But I'm sure if people ask, we can sort of find some of these things. And a lot of the teachings also are oral in Sikhi. I just want to say that as well at the outset. Some of the teachings and some of the methods are oral because history was always written by the ruler in any part of the world. And we have only had small times of rule, if we call that rule. The time of Banda Singh Bahadur is called a rule, a time of Raj. The time of Maharaja Ranjit Singh is called a rule, a time of Raj. There are one or two, at the time of our Gurus, we could say was a time of Raj. But around and amongst that, we've been oppressed a lot ourselves, let alone other communities have been oppressed. And so I'm going to be what I'm speaking from is historical references, the key reference is Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and Gurbani of the Gurus, their Rehat, where they've sent Hukamnamme, speaking with different Rehats, historical texts. And I just want to say again, before I go into your question, in terms of what we're going to talk about today, there are different viewpoints. And if you think of a Venn diagram, you guys know me, I'm a trained maths teacher. So in a Venn diagram, there's a core in the middle. What I'm sharing today is the core, because everybody who speaks will speak from their own point of view. And some of that may not be the mainstream, it may be a little bit different. But the core is generally the same. And the core is what I'm going to be talking about today. And anything that we reference, anything that's a historical, particularly history, because history is written by a person, they've just put it down on a book. We're doing a podcast today, you know. So if this was written in a book at this point in time, this could become a reference point. But it's just a different form of a reference, but it's somebody's opinion, somebody sharing their knowledge. So everything has to be compared to what our Guru says. And currently our Guru is Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. They are the Satguru. They are supreme. And in Gurbani it talks about Kasavati. In English, people use the word litmus test. Litmus and Kasavati are not the same thing, but they'll understand to test what's right and what's wrong. Litmus is acid, neutral, alkali. Kasavati was like a black stone that they would rub gold and silver on, and depending on what goes onto that stone, it's called a touchstone as well. In English, they would decide how pure the gold is. So as long as everything we talk about is in line with our Guru's teachings, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, then that's more authentic than other things. And so we'll pick up on some of those things. So the reason why I'm saying that now is because I'm going to be just talking about the world before. Guru Sahib Ji creates. In the creation, they set up the ages. We know Guru, and this comes all in Gurbani, Satyug, Treta, Dwapara, and now we're in Kaljug. Through those times, different deities or demigods have been, or we say Devi Devte, have come to this world. Different avatars is another term that's used. Avatars, an avatar just means a manifestation. So you could have a pure manifestation, actual manifestation, or a manifestation of parts. So avatar in Gurbani can be used in multiple contexts. It could mean a complete avatar. It could mean just an avatar of a certain aspect. So all these things happened. And over time, in this world, because it's an illusion, I mean, there's a school of thought, people say, well, it's illusion, then it's all false, then why are we doing anything? So you can take, and that's what actually happened. Some of those older texts from the previous ages get confused in their own teachings, because they think if this is illusion, then it's all illusion, then that means this is false, and people got lost. So that started happening. Then we had prophets. Prophets is somebody who brings a prophecy. They call them pekambers, pekam leanda, and a prophecy is like something that's going to happen in the future. You had fortune tellers, you had astrologists, you have different people. And the saints of the world, those who really want to connect with Waheguru, were not finding peace, if I give that word. Peace can mean many things, but let's say internal, eternal peace. They were not finding it. And there was a lot of paap in the world as we move through into Kaljug. And Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji say, Kal Kati Raje Ka Sai Taram Pank Kar Uddareya. So that means in Kaljug is like the knife or a machete, if you will. And the Raje, the rulers, are the butchers. And Taram, faith, I don't want to use the word religion. Taram, faith in the Almighty, belief in the Almighty, is like taken some wings and flown away. Kuda Mavas Sach Chandrama, Dise Nahi Keh Chadeya. So Kud, falseness, is like Amavas when it's no moon. You can't see anything because everything is false now in this world. Kud Firehe Pardan Velalo. Falseness is prevalent. That's the majority. And Sach is like the full moon, truthfulness, and that can't be seen anymore. It's not seen because it's dark. It's no moon now. So in all that time, those prophets, those deities, through their own faith religions, when you research them, they fell to those 5 thieves: lust, greed, anger, attachment, and ego. Some were really spiritual, but at certain points in their lives, they fell to one of those 5 thieves. The majority of them fell actually to lust. And you can find Sakhi. I'm not going to go into those, and I'm not trying to disrespect any of those, but majority of them fell to lust. They fell to anger. they had different prowesses, so they might have had spiritual powers. They might have showed some of those. There's some examples we hear from other religions that these miracles happened, but they fell to either ego, lust, anger, greed, and all that system came up. And then the saints of the world were not finding that peace, so they called out. They called out to the Almighty, and then again from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, Solah kala sampurna phalaya, anat kala hoy thakur chadaya. So if a deity or an avatar or a prophet had these different prowesses, they had all the power, or they deemed to have all the power, but they failed. And like I said, their own scriptures, their own historical texts described situations where they failed or they fell to lust, in fact, majority of them. Then Anatakala, infinite, powerful. Anatakala hoy Thakur, the master lord, hoy chadya. The master had to come themselves. So it's like if you're in a battlefield and the soldiers are all dying, and if once the soldiers are dead, a true warrior, a true general doesn't retreat. They step in the battlefield, and then they're victorious. And then what happened? Kalataran Guru Nanak Aya. Satguru Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji came to save in this age of Kaljug, to save their creation, because that was the ardas that was done. And then Waheguru listens to the ardas of his saints, and then Waheguru came themselves. Waheguru came themselves and set up the system. They started with Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, and then they lived in their own rules, so they didn't live forever. The system was gonna need more than one human lifetime. So Jot Oha Jugat Sai Sahakaya Fer Palatiya. The Jot was the same. Jugat, the Trika, the teachings were the same. All that changed. Sahakaya, Kaya means body, Fer Palati, they changed their body. Sri Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji. And then it went through all the way to Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, because they didn't want to change their rules, and Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji was going to live for 500 years or 300 years. They continued in that way. The rules that they'd set up for creation. And in the times before Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, as part of that, Charna Amrit Sikha Pelaya. Bhai Gurdas Sahib Ji says this, that they used to bless their Sikh, their disciples, with Charna Amrit. Charna Amrit basically meant they'd wash their feet, their blessed feet, their charan. And this was a Sikhya, it's a practice that ustads would use as well to their shigirds. And this was the ceremony of you are their disciple, and they'd wash their feet first, and then they'd save off their feet, and then the Charana Amrit, that was the nectar that their Sikh, their Gursikh drank. They became Sikh. They would follow a discipline. As we talk about some of this Khalsa discipline, I'll link it back to the times of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji to show that a lot of these disciplines come from those times. And that just carried through. And then there came a time, we know in our Sikh history, that everybody started to say, I'm the Guru, I'm the Guru. And the system was set up in a way, even from the time of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, Sabad Guru Sorutotone Chela, that the Shabad is going to be the Guru. And Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, we know, after all of this, they give the Gurta Gaddi. They first give the Gurta Gaddi to the Khalsa, which brings all this together. The 5 Gursikhs, the Guru Khalsa. And they also then, at the end, at Hajur Sahib, they give the Gurta Gaddi to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Sab Sikhon ko hukam hai Guru manyo Granth. So they put the 5 Gursikhs, the 5 Panj Singh Sahiban in their Hajuri, and 1 Granthi Singh, and they do 3 Parkarme Matha Tek to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. So Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is the everlasting Guru. Satguru mera sada sada na ave na jai. Oh abnasi purkh hai sab meh rahe samai. Our Satguru never comes and goes. They're eternal. They permeate throughout all creation. So Satguru is Waheguru, because and Bhai Nandalal Ji got these teachings that Guruji has 3 forms: Nirgun, Sargun, Te Gur Sabad. So Nirgun, the formless, the Sargun is the 10 Gurus, and the Guru Khalsa, and the Shabad is Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. They're the forms of Waheguru. They're the forms of Waheguru. So in Sikhi, we don't believe in idol worship, but we believe in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And why we do those things? Because we also know at the time of Sri Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji, they took on Miri and Piri. So where we had spiritual Piri, they took on Miri royalty. So our Guru is treated like a royal. They are a royal. They are the King of Kings. Maharajan ke Maharaja. Ape aap gareeb niwaja, that they bless the gareebs, the poor, the meek. And so that's why we do a chaur sahib, we have a canopy, chavar shatar takhte malik. So I'm saying all of this to set up that our Guru is royal, they're the King of Kings. Bani Guru, Guru hai Bani, which Bani Amrit Sare. So Bani and Guru are the same. They are the same, and the Guru is the Bani. There are panktiyan where Akaal Purkh Waheguru is the same as the Gurbani. Ratna Ratna Padarat, Bahut Sagar Parya Ram. Bani Gurbani Lage Tin Hat Chadya Ram. Gurbani Lage Tin Hat Chadya Nirmolak Ratan Sarira. And then further on, Guru Sahib Ji explained that there is no difference between Waheguru and the Guru. That Waheguru and Guru are the same. I'll find the pankti and I'll repeat it, because obviously while I'm talking, some of these pankti are coming in, and obviously I don't want to make a mistake by saying something wrong. Gur Govind, Govind Guru hai, Nanak Ped na pai. That's the end of that Shabad. So they're saying that the treasure is in Gurbani. And then at the end is Gur, our Guru, who is now Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Govind basically translated to the protector of their creation, Waheguru. Govind Guru hai, Nanak Ped na pai. There's no difference. And there's other panktiyan that say that the Guru is the same as Waheguru. They're a different form. Guruji gave the Gurta Gaddi to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And so when it came to the time of Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, to link back to your question, Guruji knows Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, they're going to give the Gurta Gaddi to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And they are going to then, that Charan Amrit is not going to work, because where's the Charan of the Shabad? The Shabad itself is the Charan. Chit Charan Naam, as we read in Jab Sahib. Naam is the Charan. But then how are we going to wash? It doesn't make sense, is it? Physically, practically, to then drink. So they set up a system, which they'd already given the Gurta Gaddi also, their form, they passed their form, their physical form, into the Panj Piare. They did that when they took the heads of the Panj Piare. So then in 1699, that's the Isvi, Anno Domini year, it was 1756, Bikrami, the calendar that was used in them days. They called all the Gursikh Sangat to Anandapur Sahib. A month or so before, or a few months before, or a year before that, let's go a year before that, there was a Pandit called Keso Das, I think his name was, and he said, I'll give you Shakti, Guruji, you're having these battles with the Mughals, I'll give you some Shakti, let's do some puja of the deity Durga. She's a demigod, Durga. And what happened was, Guruji played along with that. Guruji goes, okay, let's go. So they went up to a place above Anandapur Sahib. It's called Naina Devi. It's another peak. And he said, I need to do a havan. And a havan is type of worship with fire. It's worshipping fire. And he said, I'll make Durga Pargat. I'll make her manifest here. And then we'll ask her to help us in these battles, and you'll be victorious. So Guruji played along with all of this. They played along with it, and they gave him money, do the havan, because he didn't have no money. They gave him kyo, ghee, butter, and he set up this havan. And he kept going, and she never came. And every so often, they say that Guruji went up. So about a year or so after, they go up. They spent a lot of money in those times to continue this non-stop. And he got a bit worried. He thinks, and Maharaj goes, she's not going to come. He goes, no, we have to make a sacrifice. We have to make a sacrifice. And we need to make a sacrifice of a pure soul. And he said, well, why don't we make a sacrifice of Sahibzada Baba Ajit Singh? They're the eldest Sahibzade. And he's pure. But Guruji goes, Guruji's playing along with this. He says, but he can't be pure, because you're calling us warriors. Warriors are in battle, they kill. So, but you're a Brahmin. You're a Pandit. There's nobody more pure than you. Why don't you sacrifice yourself? And then this will happen. And he goes, he got a bit worried at that point. So he goes, let me just go. I just need to go to I just need to go down the mountain cliff a little bit. I might need to just do a shnan or go to the toilet. He sort of makes some excuse, and he's kind of walking down. And Guruji started laughing, and obviously the Khalsa forge, there's no Amrit Sanchar yet, but Guruji is already setting up for the Khalsa. And they, with their karpan, they flicked the fire where it was going. And when you flick a fire, you get sparks. He looks as he's going down, he thinks sparks, so she's coming. Then he believes she's coming. Then he went back up. And Guruji goes, no, she's not coming. Guruji flicked it all and said, nay. He said, if you want to Pargat Chandi, because that's what she was called, that power of Shakti, Guruji picked up their karpan and said, this is Chandi, this is the power. This is the power that wins us a battle, the Shastra. And we know Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji said that you try all of the means and then it's right to pick up a Shastra, and they were fighting against oppression of the time by the Mughal Empire at the time, isn't it? And they said, this is our Shakti, this is our Chandi. And the Khalsa is who brings this power, who wields this power. And the Shabad, the Khalsa Memma Shabad, इन्हीं की कृपा के सजे हम हैं नहीं मोह से गरीब करोड़ परे. Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji is given the Memma of the Khalsa before the Khalsa is Pargat officially, if that makes sense. So they explain that the power is going to be in the Khalsa. They do the seva of the Khalsa. They give money, kapda to the Khalsa there at the point. And the Pandit goes, why are you giving it to me? And he's crying, and the Khalsa Memma describes all of that occurrence, that Shabad. And then a few months after that, Guruji then called all the Sangat. The Sangat would always already come up to Anandapur Sahib, or the Khalsa Sangat would come together on Vaisakhi and Diwali. That was a practice started by Sri Guru Amardas Sahib Ji.
Okay.
The Nishan Sahib, we know, the first Nishan Sahib was white, and then Sri Guru Hargobind Sahib Ji changed it to Kesari. Kesari is that sort of fire-like colour, red fire-like colour. That's why it's called Kesari. You must have heard that. Kesar. Or Besantar is fire. It's that fire-like colour. That's Kesari. Sri Guru Hargobind Sahib Ji had a Kesari Nishan Sahib. And then, so everybody would come to that key point. And so the Sangat was going to come. Guruji then, in 1699, on that day, they had a Karpan. And it was Nangi. It was out of its Mian, and they said, I need a head. We know that Pyare Pai Daya Singh, on the third call, they stand up, they come. Guruji takes them. Now, again, here, there are different accounts, but the mainstream account is they take them into a tent and they take their head. They take their head, but they don't show everybody that they've took their head. And they come out with the sword, and the sword is full of blood. Here, some of those who create misdemeanors say Maharaj had bakre or sheep or different things, but there's no historical reference point of where they got the sheep from, how all of this happened. Somebody would have leaked that out, because Guruji is saying, I want another head. And why would they lie? They're saying they're asking for a head of a Sikh. But then why are they going to then do a false act inside a tent with sheep or an animal and then bring a bloodied karpan? It doesn't. It brings falseness to our Guru, essentially. Then you would have just done sheep in the. They've done everything in the open. Why would they do that? So they take the head. And we know from Gurbani, Satgur Mera Mar Jeevala. They can bring back life. Even Guruji's children brought back, like Baba Talaraji, we know. So it's not a big thing, essentially, for them not to be able to take the head and bring them back. And then they take the second head by Dharam Singh Ji, by Himmat Singh Ji, by Mohkam Singh Ji, by Sahib Singh Ji. They put the heads, they prepare Amrit, themselves. They have that Siri Sahib with them, they have a Khanda with them. And we're going to talk about all of those things that they do. The original Khanda is still in Anandapur Sahib. They show us that in Anandapur Sahib because the Bata was quite large there. So the Khanda is more of the longer ones. These days in your Amrit Sanchaar, you'll have a smaller one. I'll talk to a little bit about that because the Bata are smaller essentially. And they create Khande di Pahal. The Patasya brought by Pyar Nal, we say Bibi Jito or Bibi Ajit Kaur, one of our Matawa. That was to bring Mithyas in the Amrit. Because what started happening when you create Amrit, and when we talk about it and you move the Khanda back and forth, you can get splashes because there's Patasya in there. So it's not mixing. Like you mix a dal sabji or something, it's back and forth, and it's done. And that biras of Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji starts coming through the things, and you can get splashes. And as the sakhiyan go, as the splashes were coming out, because it was a large bata, it was a big karpan, splashes are coming out, and then birds are flying, licking, and off they're going, and they're fighting with each other, and they're taking on eagles and falcons and all of these kinds of things. And so to bring that Mithyas and Nimrata, Gursikhs got scared. Be Maharaj, the sir vad rahe. They went to do a shikayat to Mata Gujri Ji, and then they came, Mitha Paya, Panj Piare were read. Again, we'll talk about that a little bit more in depth of how that works when we've got the samagri, and we'll explain that at that point. I think it's probably best to do it there. And then Maharaj gave the Amrit, Bol Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, brought them back to life. They were already adorned in the Kesari Bana, and then Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji asked for Amrit at that point. And a Kavi, a poet, has described it like this, that the Panj Piare say to Sri Guru Gobind Singh, we've just given our head. So again, it doesn't make sense that they'll be lying then, won't they?
Yeah.
If they say, we've just given our head, you just took our head, what are you going to sacrifice? And a poet says, Pehla pita kataya, ab bete kataunga, Guru Nanak ka baag khoon jigar se filaunga. What that means is that first I sacrificed my father. We know Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji sent to Delhi. They were the ones who were asked, weren't they, Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, and they said, there's no one greater than you to save, to become the chadar of creation, Srishti di chadar. They saved Hindustan, Hind di chadar, but they also Srisht, the chadar of all creation. And ab bete kataunga, and now I'll sacrifice my children. So they're kind of already foreseeing what they're going to do. Chare sahibzade. Sarbans Varna. Sarbans means every particle that belongs to you, family, friends, assets, everything is sacrificed. That's why they're known as Sarbans Dani. They gave everything for the Khalsa. And Guru Nanak ka Baag, they're saying that the Baag, the garden of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, I'm going to make that flourish and blossom khoon jigar se, through my blood and sweat. So they promised that at that point. And they promise it, and then they're given Amrit. And then after them, historical accounts tell us that obviously Panj Piare, the Panj Mukte took Amrit. Panj Mukte, their names are given as well, I think by Deva Singh, and some others are mentioned in that. And then the Sahibzade took Amrit, the Matama took Amrit, Mata Gujri Ji to Mata Gujar Kaur, Mata Ajito Ji to Bibi Ajit Kaur, Mata Sundar Kaur. Even though Mata Sahib Kaur is blessed as the mother of the Khalsa a year or so later, she's there in the Sangat and she takes Amrit, Mata Sahib Kaur. And the proof of this, when they did the seva of Keskar Sahib, so this all happened at Keskar Sahib, one of our Takhts, which is Anandpur Sahib, where Guruji was at the time. Guruji, when the Kar Seva happened in the mid-1900s, when the structure we see now, the Seva happened, they found plates with everybody's names who took Amrit. And the Matava's names are on those plates with Kaur. And that's why when a Bibi takes Amrit, they're named Kaur, and a Singh is a Singh. And they say there was, some people say that, some historical texts say there's about 7, 8, 9,000 people there. But actually there was nearly 100,000 people there. 100. It was tenfold, because those accounts were from the Mughals to say in Neki Si, but in fact there was the whole of the Sikh population had turned up there. So thousands and tens of thousands took Amrit. Some did run away when they saw the heads getting taken off, and that was that occurrence of Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji. So there they give the Guruship to the Panj Piare. Later on at Chamkaur Sahib, they give the Kalgi to the Panj Gursikh, Gurta Gadi, they give the Guru Khalsa, Khalsa Guru, they affirm it there. And then when they give Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji the Gurta Gadi, there again they affirm the Panj Guru Khalsa stood in the Hajuri. So, and then later on, when, I think this is important, isn't it? This is important, is when they're at Damdama Sahib and the Matama come back from Delhi after the Sahibzade Shi, they say, where the Sahibzade, Maharaj goes, these are our children. In putran ke sis par var diye sut char moe to kya ajivat lakh hajar. The Khalsa are the children. The Khalsa are your children. When Mata Sahib Kaur and Mata Sundar Kaur came back, because Bibi Ajit Kaur had left in Anandpur Sahib. She'd left a few years early. She left the world. And Panth vasai meh ujra man chao kanera, that the Panth, this path, this way of life, vase, these Gursikhs vase, because as we move on, it's understanding the importance of Amrit, that this is the way, this is our family, this is our community, and this is who I'm sacrificing everything of, so they can ultimately be liberated of the 8.4 million birth and death life cycle. So Sadhguru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji set up this way, and from there this formalization occurred. Now we do know that there are Sikh who have not initiated into the Amrit ceremony, and some who are. And sometimes there's always those questions, are we a Sikh, are we not a Sikh, who's a Khalsa, who's not a Khalsa? So Khalsa is a term used when you take Amrit, but you're also a Sikh at the time. A Sikh means disciple, Khalsa who's initiated into the Khalsa Panth. Anybody who takes Amrit is initiated into the Khalsa Panth on that pathway, because this Amrit is there's a couple of other things I think that I want to just say. You need a perfect guru. to be able to do this. Satguru, I've used that term, isn't it? Satguru. Satguru, you need a perfect guru. Sat means somebody who's indestructible, somebody who's true in the past, present, and future. Guru is somebody who's an enlightener, taking us from a place of no knowledge to divine knowledge, the brightness of divine knowledge, who can break us free from the birth and death life cycle. So, aise gur ko bala bala jaiye aap mukt mohe tare. So we have to be able to go to a guru, a Satguru, a perfect guru, who's not only one with Vaheguru themselves, and in our Guru's case, they are Vaheguru, they form manifestations of Vaheguru themselves, but also who can bless us. So there might be spiritualists, saints in this world that are one with Vaheguru, but they might not be able to save somebody else. They might tell somebody a pathway, walk down that path, but they might not be there themselves. I know that's the way you have to walk. I might not have been down that path. So we need perfection. Humanity needs perfection to be saved. So perfection came in the form of Vaheguru themselves, and this is the system. So from your question, I think I've moved into some of the other areas, isn't it? Yeah. That from perfection is everybody. And Guruji says for a Gursikh, Rahni rahe soi Sikh mera, O Sahib main uska chera. So Sikh and Khalsa can be intertwined, because Maharaj is saying, Rahni rahe, those who stay in this Rehat, this Rahni, this discipline, they are a true Sikh of mine. Pritham rahati hai jaan, Khande ki pahal shake. So the first discipline is to take Khande Bate da Amrit. They also state that, so a Sikh can be a Khalsa, Khalsa is a Sikh. There's no distinguish there once you're initiated. Now in terms of this path, do we need Amrit to be saved? There's a Sakhi of Bhai Shamir Singh, because he took Amrit. Yeah. And Bhai Shamir Ji, when before they took Amrit, were from Dina Kangar. So after Guru Ji goes to Chamaukar Sahib, they go to a place of Dina Kangar before they go to Damdama Sahib. And they go to Dina Kangar, and that's where they write the Jafarnama. And then they sent Bhai Daya Singh, Bhai Taram Singh to Aurangabad to give it to Aurangzeb. And the Gursikhs there are Guruji's doing Guruji's seva. And Bhai Shamir Ji is from Dina Kangar. And he asks for Amrit. And what's the need of it? Guruji goes, Janam maran de gede katte jande, the birth and death life cycle. And what happens is, so after that Amrit Sanchar in 1699, the next historical Amrit Sanchar is in Damdama Sahib. That Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji do. And this Bhai Shamir Ji, and then Bhai Dalla as well, I'm going to just talk a little bit about. And when they take Amrit, Bhai Shamir Ji becomes Shamir Singh. On that night, he has a dream, and he's born 150 times and he dies 150 times. And he goes the next day and he's really kind of kabraya hoya. I don't know how we say that in English. He's a bit, forlorn, maybe a little bit scared, but not scared, but he's not happy. Yeah. And Maharaj goes, you're not happy what's going on. Ajni khush ho gaya. And he goes, I had a dream. And Maharaj goes, I told you, the Janam maran de kede katte jande. If you didn't take Amrit, you'd have to go through those lives. It's happened all the way through in one dream. And he goes, look, being born and dying is so difficult just once, and I've been through it 150 times. He says, Guruji's laughing and saying, look, that's what you'd have had to go through, because Guruji cuts those. Bhai Dalla Ji, he was an Amritdhari. When Guruji go to Damdama Sahib, Bhai Dalla Ji goes, bless me with a place in Sachkhand. Maharaj goes, I can't give you it. You have to take Amrit to be liberated. If you want that, worldly blessings anybody and everybody can get. But if you want liberation from the birth and death life cycle, then this is the way, this is the initiation. This is the initiation, the being born again, taking this way. There are different ways it's described. And by Dalla Ji, when they took by Dal Singh, they became, Maharaj goes, they asked for a pidi jinni jaga. Pidi is just a small stool, isn't it? Maharaj goes, you can't even have that. Maharaj goes, forget pidi, now you can bring all your family, because jinni naam te aaya gaye masagat Akaal nanak te mukhujle keti shuti naal. So you can take many with you in your sangat once you've been saved, because they follow the path, they get initiated, and then they manage to go there again. In other faiths, other religions, they believe in different forms of God. They believe God sat in a heaven. We believe there's a creation of heavens and hells, but they're not our aim. Mukti for us is not about one of those 4 levels. I don't want to go, I mean, it's quite a deep philosophy, but like a paradise or a heaven, that's not an aim for us, and in other faiths and practices, only certain people can go into those paradises or heavens, or Shiva Loka, Brahma Loka, the different, what they're called. In some, only males can go. In some of those, only certain castes can go. females have got no chance. Really, if you look at those texts, I'm not going to name them here. You can go find them yourself. You can't get there if you're a female. Their own texts say that. They might say different now, but their texts say the women can't get there. In Sikhi, chaho jugga ka hun nibeda. The 4 ages, hun nibeda ya. It's now, this is the time to sort everything out. Nar manukha no ek nidana. Nar, males, manukha, in a language that Guruji's used in that Bani, means females. No ek nidana. They have access to the same treasure. That's the treasure of Naam, the treasure of Amrit. Now, one might argue and say, manukha doesn't mean female. It means, manukha means human.
Humans, yeah.
But in a language that Maharaj used, I think it means female. Then they might say, well, why is Maharaj mixing a different language in the same pankti? If we read Jap Sahib, forget the same pankti. Namastast. Maharaj mixes 2 languages in one word. Never mind one sentence. Namast comes from Sanskrit and Ast comes from Persian. That's how great Maharaj's Bani is. Wherever they see the flow of the Bani and the greatness, they mix it together. But always, we also got to remember, Jaisi mein aave khasam ki Bani, taisada kare Giani Vela. Just how Vaheguru's ordained, how they brought, that's how the Gyan is being given to us. Because this is the only Bani. I know in English, I've used the word scriptures. They're not scriptures. This is our Guru. This is Bani. Turki Bani aayi, ten sagali chintaptai. Gurbani is our Satguru. And in their presence, we are blessed. So through Amrit is that initiation. It's a rebirth. You were born again. I'm just looking to some of the questions you've got here. Because you've got, is it a ceremony? Is it an oath? Is it an army? What is this? So males and females, young and old, as long as you can keep the discipline that you're going to be given, that we're going to talk a little bit about, Amrit is for you, because it's your way to liberation, just like Bhai Shamir Singh. And then Bhai Shamir Singh is one of those things in the 48 Singhs at Damdama Sahib, where Guruji then I talked about Damdama Duksal, they start that there, where Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is complete. They're one of those 48 Singhs, Bhai Shamir Singh. And they stayed with the Guru. So just on that Sakhi of the Amrit, so Guruji in history, there's one Amrit Sanchar we know in Vaisakhi. There's one at Damdama Sahib. And in Damdama Sahib, when there were so many Gursikhs that took Amrit there, I think it was in 5 figures again, came to take Amrit. There was so much Sangat that when Guruji created the Bhatta of Amrit, then there's a Gurdwara behind Takht Sri Damdama Sahib, one of our Takhts. One of the 5 Takhts, again, we'll talk a little bit about. It's a Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji Asthan. There's a Sarovar there. Guruji shakad the Amrit from that Sarovar. There was so much Sangat from that Sarovar. And then the 3rd time historically is at Hajur Sahib, when Banda Singh Bahadur, Madhu Das Bairagi comes. And when we do Hajur Sahib Yatra, we go to the Asthan Langar Sahib. One of our Takht Sach Khand Sri Hajur Sahib is a bit further away, but Langar Sahib, where generally people go to eat Langar, Baba Nidan Singh da Langar, they say, don't they? Behind there's an Asthan called Nagina Ghat. It's on the riverbanks of the Godavari, just before we walk towards Banda Ghat. Nagina Ghat is where Guruji used to do their divans. The Langar is where the Langar was. And next to there's a Shawnee where the horses were tied. And further down is where Banda Ghat is, where Banda Singh Bahadur was brought. And in that Nagina Ghat Asthan is where they did Katha of the Shahidi of the Sahibzade. And then Banda Singh Bahadur said, I'm ready for Amrit. I think there's about around 5,000, give or take, Marathis of that area that took Amrit as well at that time. And so this Maryada, this discipline, Guruji said 3 times. But an important point to note is that when those 2 Amrit Sanchars happened, Guruji didn't prepare Amrit by themselves like they did at Anandapur Sahib. They were one of the Panj Piare. Because they've set the system of Panj Piare, so they were one of the Panj Piare. It was Panj Piare who prepared the Amrit. At Damdama Sahib and at Hajur Sahib. And they're the historical accounts of when Amrit was prepared by Guruji themselves. Obviously, there's other accounts of others in the future. But they're some of the accounts. Anybody can take Amrit, male or female, young or old, as long as they can keep the discipline. It's not, although we have a Khalsa army, in some aspects, we're all part of the army. We all have to stand up to oppression. We do know that we say Guru ki Fauj to Nihang Singhs, and there's a Nihang Singh order in their dalas. They try to live in the way that Guruji set out for them, or the way they lived in those days. We all try to live in the way Guruji set out for us, but they live in the way that they did in those days in the dalas, moving up from place to place, and they still do that now. They still do that now, but essentially anybody can take Amrit. So they're the Guru ki Fauj, that's what they say. But as we always say, if we're Fauj, we have to stand up for oppression. We have to stand up against oppression, rather, not for oppression, stand up against oppression. We have to protect the meek, because that's what Guruji said for everybody. Guruji said that to everybody, that we have to do that. But if you specifically are have that mindset, then we should be doing that. There's so many atrocities that happened. We should be the forefront of those. And so it's important, just as we go into the Rehat, Jo Hamri ban Rehat so rakhe, Gurbani ras nit utachakhe, Mehta ka sab raho sahaik. Guruji is their sahaik, they protect them, they help them. Dukh kales bigan sabakaik. They take away all our dukh kales, whoever keeps Rehat. So when you take Amrit, you're initiated. It's a rebirth. You reborn, you have a Taramada Pita, Taramada Mata, we'll go into that in a bit. But at the same time, it's a beginning, because when you rebirth, everything begins. And part of that journey from that stage then is to be strong in that discipline. Because it's that discipline. Rehat pyari mujhko Sikh pyara nahe. Sikh pyara nahe mam rehat pyari ahe. It's the discipline that then becomes important. But we've got to find the balance that while we're commencing the discipline, we don't then start taking on those 5 thieves of being angry, being lustful, because the discipline is supposed to help us decrease those rather than increase those. So that's where the discipline comes important. That's basically it. I think if there's anything else that I missed in your questions, if you just pull in there.
You pretty much covered everything, Giani Ji. Thank you for doing that. Just a few questions that come out of that. So you mentioned like Janam the Bahul from Guru Nanak Dev Ji's time. So this idea of Amritdhari, that we all Amrit Shak, that people say, right? This isn't something that started in 1699. This is something that's been around since Guru Nanak Dev Ji's time, right?
Yeah, definitely, because they gave. I mean, if I go on that now, when we talk about case, Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji told Bhai Mardana Ji's mother to keep his case. She had sons before him, and they were all dying, and she named him Marjana. Or she said Marjana to him. And Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji said, "Ide case rakhla, dokha is case, ek kadi nahi marda, mardana." In other words, he'll be immortal. Because baad fir Sikh si Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji da, the most prominent, one of the most prominent out of that, so case utthon challe agge they say further. So discipline is very important. Rehat bina ne Sikh akhai, rehat bina dar chota khai. So these are rehat name panktiyan that are shared, that bring this commonality of Guruji. Then when they from Dina Kangar, they're in the Malwa region, they go to certain houses and they're emphasizing, and then one of the houses they go to is in the family lineage of Sri Guru Amardas Sahib Ji and Sri Guru Angad Dev Sahib Ji. I can't remember which way around it was, I'm forgetting that now, but it was the family lineage of one of our previous gurus. And they said, we don't need to take Amrit. We're family of the Guru. And Guruji goes, no, thonu hi Amrit chakna paina. And ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ family ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੱਚਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਦਾ ਹੋਇਆ. The family finished. And then did Benti Maharaj goes, you hankar of your family, teri family kolli naas ho, is going to go. Then ਫਿਰ Amrit chake, ਫਿਰ ਬੱਚੇ ਹੋਏ. ਫਿਰ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਦੁਬਾਰੇ ਚੱਲਿਆ. So Guruji didn't eat or anything from those people's houses. Now, why I'm saying this now, this is not to put people off and say, but these Amritdharis must be all egotistical. They don't touch anything. They don't mix with people who are not Amritdhari. But Guruji at that point is emphasizing the greatness and the importance of this. You got to understand that. They're our savior. They're emphasizing the importance of Amrit as this pathway to becoming saved. Just like I mentioned, the Bhai Shamir saying those 150 lives. You know, Guruji, when we take Guruji on, another very quickly, I'm trying to give that importance that this is a way through, this is a right. So Salahuddin, he was Bahadur Shah's Wazir, I think his name was. He goes, is Gurbani right? Why is everybody bowing to you? What does the Satguru do? What does the Satguru do? And Maharaj brought their seal, in those days it was like a ring. They put the seal, they showed him the seal. It's written backwards, isn't it? Because when you stamp it, it goes forwards. Maharaj go, jere ithe Guru de sharan aunde a, jere mathe de lekh hunde a, oh mit jande a. They go from negative to positive. That's the importance of taking on a perfect Guru. That's the importance. So when we take on the perfect Guru and follow their discipline, they protect us everywhere. In this world, in the afterworld, eternity. We are saved for eternity. Bhai Dan Singh, they said to Bhai Dan Singh, keep your case. Bhai Dan Singh said, what's the point? Maharaj touched him with the Teer, I think it was Bhai Dan Singh. And they showed the nark and they said, look, narkan ch jede case, apa kesan to kad lenne. Even if we do a misdemeanor, Guruji will find a way to save us. We might have to go through some of that punishment or whatever, but they'll find a way to save us. They'll always protect. Jera Guru ka Sikh hunda hai. And that's why we, in Gurbani, we say Gur Prasad. Guru di kirpa naal sab kuch hunda hai. We just have to listen, believe and follow their teachings. And part of that is this. I don't know if I've done it justice, because nobody can sing the Mehma, the greatness of Waheguru and the justice of all these things. But it's also important, it's very important that this is a rite of passage, and we should always aim as through our life that we're going to go through this rite of passage, because this is the key that's going to unlock eternity and oneness with Akaal Purkh Waheguru. So not only are we saints, we're soldiers, not only are we soldiers, we're saints. We are the Khalsa army, but we're also saints as well. So we have to bring those qualities of saints, and this is the way to become like that. This is the way to become like that.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And you gave a lot of context, even to the aspect of it wasn't just something in 1699 that took place. There's multiple accounts of people being blessed with Amrit before 1699, during Guru Nanak Dev Ji's time. Even I think Pandit Lal Chand Ji, they were blessed by Guru Harkishan Sahib Ji with Amrit, and then later on by Daswe Pasha Ji, Pandit Lal Singh Ji.
That's right.
To become Shaheed in Chamkaur Sahib.
And then Kirpa, one of the Kashmiri Pandits we know who came, Unhone bhi Amrit Sakha liya si. They're fighting in those battles as well. Kirpa Ram, he becomes Kirpa, Singh, or Singh Saj gaya siga. So anybody and everybody that came into the sanctuary, Guruji, jinnah de karaman, jinnah de bakshish hoi, they took on the Khande di Pahol, and they moved on from there.
And even just that clarification, because I've heard people say that, if you're blessed with Amrit, or Amrit is only for those people that want to join the army, like you say, Akaal Purkh ki Fauj. But it's not just that. That's just one aspect of it. There's many ways to look at.
Look, once we all take Amrit, we're in that forge. Yeah. We're in that forge. And it's important, if you're in the forge, you have to do what is right ordained for the forge. We can't be oppressed. We have to save the meek. So if we become egotistical, say we are the forge, then what is the forge doing? Then somebody like us then, let's say if we're the normal people of the world, they should be protecting us. They should be helping us. Then they should be protecting everybody in creation. And it's important, when you take Amrit, you become Guru Wala. And Khalsa Mero Roop Hai Khas. You adorn the form of your Guru. Whoever you worship, you become their form. And going back to that point, this Amrit, Surnar Munjan Amrit Khojde, so Amrit Gurte Paya. The Devi Devte, the deities were searching for this Amrit, immortality, through the previous ages. They never found it. We've got this immortality through our Guru. We get this immortality through our Guru. Those of us who, that Sakhi that I shared about, the Naina Devi Sakhi, and we talked about the puja of Durga. Now, all respect, she's a deity. She brings certain things, and the deities come and support Guruji when he commands it. He doesn't need to go to get the power from anywhere, because they're the creator. So any energy, any Shakti, whichever way you look at it, if it's an energy, if it's a deity, if it's a prophet even, Guruji doesn't need to go anywhere to call for them. They can command them to come because they're around Guruji's charan. As Waheguru is complete. They're beyond the creation of heaven, hell and this world. They're beyond that. I mean, there's a Pankti, Bhagat Ji's Bani, Maha Mai ki puja kare, nar se nar hoye avtare. So if you do puja of Durga, you become a form of Durga in the next life. And tu kahiyate hi aad pavani mukt ki bariya kaha shapani. But you can't give mukti. You might be able to help or do, but you can't give mukti. So when we worship, we have to worship we're worshipping Waheguru through Gurbani, because this is going to give us that mukti, that liberation from the birth and death life cycle. It's not going to, We're not worshipping different energies, different Shaktiyan, different prophets, different rulers, different guides, different not perfect, imperfect gurus. We're worshipping Akaal Purkh Vaheguru, Puja Akaal ki. And we do that Sabad, Parcha Shabad ka, Didar Khalsa ka. That's what we're doing. That we do worship of Akaal Purkh Vaheguru because it's through Vaheguru that we're going to become Vaheguru-like and we're going to be liberated from the birth and death life cycle. So there's many different ways, there's many different religions, but the way to true liberation, because they will all still have to come back in the birth and death life cycle. The way to true liberation is through this initiation. And we should all be aiming for that at some point.
Right. And last question before we move on to the actual initiation ceremony, because you mentioned it quite a few times. So feel free to just give a brief answer, Ji. Why Amrit? As in, you mentioned this, Chirasivak June, the cycle, breaking the cycle. What happens if somebody's watching this thinking, you know what, I don't actually mind, this life. I don't mind the pleasures. Why Amrit in that case?
Because as Bhai Shamir Singh described, he realized how bad going through those life cycle was. And it's about eternal bliss. Now, a person like that might not be into any kind of spiritual or faithful practice, and you might not be able to help those people because to them, they might want to enjoy this world. I mean, this links a lot to our karma and our deeds, isn't it? And we might enjoy worldly positivity here in this life as a human form. But that's due to our karma, our good deeds that we've done. We're spending it essentially on these materialistic assets. But there might come a point when we spent what we've got. So there's only negative or debts to pay. In the next time, it might not be enjoying this world, as you put it in the question. It might be the deep pits of hell on this earth or in those hells. It might be committing, it might be all sorts of, types of labor, and we don't want to do that kind of thing. So this is an opportunity. Gur seva te bhagat kamai. We've got the human form. We're lucky that we got the opportunity to do the seva of Gur Seva, Te Bhagat Kamai, the worship of the Almighty, the Prema Bhakti, the worship of the seva of the perfect Guru. We got this opportunity. And what's that? Ayo Sonan Padan Ko Bani. We came here to listen and focus on Gurbani. That's the way to liberation. It's like, people will have heard this analogy many times. Those who go to university, and there's an exam at the end. If you're part of that university, if you're admitted in, you get the certificate, you get the degree certificate. You could do the same course, but never go to that. You never be admitted into that university. You won't get the certificate. You might have the knowledge, but the knowledge is worthless and baseless. Yeah. Because you won't get the certificate. You won't be able to put that in your CV to move on somewhere. In the same way, so you have to go through this to get the dakla, they say. You get the initiated, you get the admission, and then from the admission, it's the starting point to work through. Because that's it, when we say it's a new birth, that means it's a start, isn't it? Because a birth is a start of one's life. So this is a start of that new life. What you've done before, though, is not wasted. It's not wasted. It's just maybe you can't access that. Yeah. It's in a trust fund. So any seva part a non-Amritdhari does, it's not wasted. It's there. Yeah. But it's not necessarily accessible. It goes in a trust fund. When you enter, then you access all of that. So it's not wasted what you do if you're not Amritdhari. So you have to still keep doing all of these things. But it's accessible and you enjoy the bliss in the post. Some people say, I get anand, I get bliss. But they're not permanent bliss. Because in a path of spirituality, you need somebody who's going to take all the obstacles away. Yeah. And that's what Guruji does.
There's even a Sakya thing where I think it all equates to zero. And then the Guru comes and has the one.
That's right.
In the front, so
exactly. So it multiplies constantly.
Well, that was such a fantastic answer, because a lot of times we are living in the present. If I'm in a jokingly way thinking about my friends, that may think that, look, I'm just going to enjoy my life. But it's like there's no guarantee of what's going to happen in the future, is what you're saying, right? Or the guarantee in the next life. And with the Guru, there's a guarantee, right? We do what we need to do, what the Guru's told us to do, and then they'll take care of us, basically.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, these breaths that we're taking now, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji teaches that the breath that comes out or goes in is not guaranteed to go the other way. Yeah. So we take a breath in, it's not guaranteed to come back out, and vice versa. So it's one of those things, if we become a Guru wale, they make a promise, a pledge if you will. It's not a transactional relationship as well. I don't want this sound to sound like you do this, you do this, we give you this. It's not like that. It's all about a journey of love. Jao to prem khelan ka chao, ser tar tali gali meri aao. It's a game of love. It's a path of love. It's a path of devotion. But in that devotion, if we think of, and if we use an analogy of the world, and we have an analogy of a husband and wife, or somebody two beings that are truly in love with them, they do everything for each other, don't they?
Yeah.
Like they go out their way for each other. They build a relationship. They get to know each other. They want to spend as much time as possible with each other. They'll go out their way to help each other. It's just they know their kind of the things that get them stressed, so they'll avoid doing those things. You see, that's natural in life, isn't it? But that's the relationship you have with your guru. They'll do exactly all of those things in the same way. So that's a good way of like kind of relating is what's Guruji going to do? Well, they're going to do those things. Because ultimately, when it comes to the time of judgment or the time of the end, or they're the only ones that's going to be there all the way through. The worldly ones that still help each other, like Sangat, they won't be there. They can't be in every place. Guruji is in every place. That's why we put our faith in Guruji and we move from there.
Thank you for that, Giani Ji. And I think we've given a lot of context to just the introduction when it comes to the Amrit Sanchar. Now moving to section 2, before taking Amrit and the preparation for that, there's 2 sections to this part. There's one focusing on the one who's looking to take Amrit. If I'm correct, they're known as Abalaki. If that's
that's right, Abalaki. That's the terminology used.
So we'll speak about those. So for the people that watch this podcast mainly, and then I thought it'd also be nice to speak a little bit about the organizers, i.e. the Panj Piare, who is there on the day, who's organizing what, and so on. So if we just start with the Abalakis in the beginning, how can somebody prepare themselves for an Amrit Sanchar? So, if you talk about like routines beforehand, whether that's physically preparing yourself by wearing the Panj Kakkar, waking up Amrit Vela, doing your part, learning Gurumukhi, and then there's the mental side as well. So, what are your tips or, advice to people?
Yeah, I mean, the ideal scenario is we learn about this discipline beforehand. We learn about the discipline, we understand what it is, and we start put it into our lives, so we're able to sort of work with it. We're able to do with it. There's pros and cons with that. There is one con with that, you can get so used to it that you think I'm fine.
That happens a lot.
And it does happen a lot, doesn't it? You get comfortable in that. And then you're stuck about how do I move on from this? Because you're constantly practicing. But it's a good way to do it. It's a good way to do it. Not to say that those who haven't practiced can't come onto the path. So learn your Panj Baniya, do Gurbani di Santhya, so you can recite the Bani. I know a lot of people in the modern day listen to a lot of tapes of Bani. That sometimes that's good in one way, but it's better if you can read the part, because then you more concentrate, because more of our senses are focused. If I'm just listening, it's just my ears. If I'm reading, I'm sat down, my hands are not fidgeting, I'm looking, I'm hearing, I'm speaking. More senses mean your mind is more focused. So it's best if we can learn that, wear the kakkar, how am I going to... So these are little practical things. How do I sleep with a kirpan? Does it stab into me? These are things that people think about, or parents say, kirpan tangilya kar, we can't take it off, we have to be able to sleep. I mean, doing a bath with a kashera, washing a kashera, all of those little things, it's good to practice those. Understand, you go into Sangat, you practice those. That's the sort of the best routine, I would say.
Even putting a kirpan in your head at the start when you're doing Ishnan. The first time I was blessed with Amrit, because I started with my kakkar on the day of my Amrit Sanchar, and the next morning when I went to do Ishnan, I spent 10 minutes trying to figure out
how to do it,
how to put tie the gata on my head and stuff.
So if you practice, that's better, isn't it?
Yes.
Because you might make a mistake and then you're going to feel really depressed. Let's say if somebody makes a mistake on the first or second day after taking Amrit, isn't it? Then it really hits somebody. What's happened here? You get anxiety, you get depression. You think you've done something wrong. You think end of the world. You don't really want to be like that, because you want to have enjoyed the experience and enjoyed moving on. So you want to try and practice as much as that as possible. And it's much better now. There's a lot of Sangat out there that help each other, that work. And obviously these kind of prachar camps, different things, it helps people understand and prepare, where maybe 10, 20, 30 years ago, it was much harder. You wouldn't know what to do. There was no access to, what you do if this happens, what you do if that happens. So it's really good to practice, if you're reading Bart for the first time, it could, like Jabsa might take you like 2 hours. How long does it take you to do your Nitnem? You might have to go work or school. So you should practice that to get into your routine.
Yeah.
If you can wake up Amrit Vela, that's really good as well. You know, it just gets you into a better routine before you go on the day. And that's really what you want to be. How you prepare in terms of the Rehat, that's how you want to prepare, I think.
And then moving away from those things in terms of the Kakkar and reading Gurbani, which again you've given really good pointers in terms of doing that beforehand. What about more about the mental prep? So for example, like if you're living in a household where, you know, it's a mixed household. You've got Mas, you've got Sharab. What would you say to somebody who's preparing to take Amrit? How are they going to deal with that?
So if you're desperate to take Amrit, then you think, like, I can't do it until everybody else does it. But then you've got the quandary of the other side, the breath we've just talked about. Yeah. So I want to take it. I'll never advocate anybody leaving home or doing those kinds of things. Yeah. We're always, like I said, we're always taught, this is how we were taught to pass on, is you got to bring everybody along. They're your parents. Let's say your parents drink or eat meat. You know, I think people who know me, but I don't know if they know this widely, but there used to be meat in my house when I took Amrit. You know, I told you about my father and stuff. So I had separate cupboards, fridge shelves. That's what people do now.
Dishes as well.
Dishes. Yeah. You know, you just separate, but you have to do that in conjunction with your family. Yeah. And you have to bring them on board. You don't want to turn out argumentative in all of this. Yeah. Your parents, I mean, I was lucky my parents accepted what I wanted. There are no parents that argue and say, what's the point of this or what's the point of that? I would never advocate breaking up from your parents. They brought us into this world and we have to try and take them along. We have to do our best to take them along with us. There are situations where people have to separate themselves to keep the love, but we should never argue with them. Yeah. You always, the best fight against a family, if I put it in the terms of a fight, is with love. They're more likely to take it on board. And it's about, look, this is what I've chosen. I could have been in a club. Yep. I could have been high on drugs. I could have been doing this, that, the other. I'm safe. I'm here. I'm with you. You know, find out what their issues are with it all. You know, what's the reason behind it, and break that down. And I think that's important to prepare the family as well in terms of what you want to do. Sometimes they're just worried you're going to break it, and they don't want you to commit the sin of breaking it. And you should be able to keep it, and just say, no, that's why I've been doing this. That's why I've been doing that. All of those things. And like I said, with the kashera, it's important. How do you change your kashera? Yep. You know, those little things that you don't want to do anything wrong. So, and then you might need your mum to help, because you might not have never washed clothes like with soap on the bottom of your bath floor, wiping your kashera down, and you might want to put it in a machine. And it might be that your laundry, your mum says, well, I can't play the machine every day because it's just the cost of living. I'm just thinking practical things that I want to share. I'm sure this goes through people's minds. And they say, we're only going to do it once a week. Well, if they're going to do it once a week, then you need at least 7 kashere. Or you might have go out to the gym and you need to bath. So you need to build so you got to think of these things, because if you only end up 2 kashere and your mum goes, I can't wash every day, you need a new kashera, then what are you going to do? You're in a situation. So you got to sort of think about these things, if that makes sense, isn't it?
100%.
And bring them in and be prepared and bring them into the discussion of how that's going to work, like how the food's going to be cooked. If, you know, could you make mine after? Could you make mine first? You know, or I'll cook myself. It's, you have to sort of, because you don't want to dilute. You don't want to dilute anything. There's an important thing to remember. I'll say it now, but it's coming to my head now. But it's something I say is, when you grow a flower, some flowers you pour the water once and they blossom and bloom very quickly. Some you need to keep nurturing and watering. So don't feel down if there's small things that are not happening how you wanted them to happen. You're in. That's the most important thing. And you just have to go through those stages to get to the place where you're going to get to the place that you want to be.
That's amazing, Giani Ji. I think even the point about just doing it with love is so important, because even in my family, there was a bit of, at the start, it was a bit difficult, but I think my dad seemed, because I was at university at the same time, seeing that I was working hard at my university, I was staying consistent, that they started to have that respect for me, that actually, you know what, he isn't just messing around, he's taking it seriously. But I stayed respectful, you know, I didn't fight back. But if I was giving my point back, as out in love and not being disrespectful, unfortunately, you see in today's world, sometimes kids, you know, talk back in a rude way, and then parents end up coming up to us, saying that you've done this to my child and so on.
That's right. We never advocate for that. And like you've just given a good example there. Your parents might have some aspirations. I want him to study this and get this job.
Mm.
So at the same time, fulfill those. I'm not saying, man, you can fulfill your parents' aspirations whilst also fulfilling your guru's aspirations for you, if that makes sense.
100%. Like you said, they use the word discipline so many times. This should almost make you more disciplined in your worldly life as well,
That's
your worldly endeavors that you're doing. And I thought this was a nice question as well. What would you say to somebody that they should do the evening before the Amrit Sanchar? So the next day is the Amrit Sanchar, it's the night beforehand. What would be any advice that you give to him on the night beforehand?
The night before, somebody takes Amrit, obviously they want to get up, get everything ready, do their nitnem as if they're in, isn't it? They might not be able to. Don't worry if you haven't, but you better do it the next day. But because you just might be overwhelmed, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you don't do something the day before that you're going to start doing the next day, don't get depressed over it.
That's amazing.
Our qawm is about chaddi kala, isn't it? There's so much that we always get down over things. But we've got to always stay focused. I'll tell you what, somebody who gave the night before I took Amrit, I'm going to tell you what they said to me. There was one Gursikh who gave me this piece of advice. And I wasn't even here in Leeds, where I live. It was in the Midlands somewhere. The Amrit Sanchar, even when I took the Amrit, I just went to the first Amrit Sanchar that was on the poster because I didn't want to, I didn't want any kind of I was just ready to go. I didn't want to wait another 3 weeks. So that's the one, I'm going there. Guru di kirpa naal. And it was another thing just in the Sangat. He goes, yo, you taking Amrit tomorrow? And I go, yeah. He said, when you're there, it's going to be Guruji there. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is going to be there. And in the Panj Piare, you have Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. So at that point, whatever's in your mind, you're coming onto their path. They'll give you whatever you ask for. So he said that to me. So then you start thinking, give you whatever you ask for. You know what, when you're new, like I said, from my background, I'm thinking, what do I ask for then? Am I going to ask for a job? Do I need to pass my studies? I need to get my degree. What do I want to ask for? And he says, but don't ask for anything worldly. He says, just ask for naam. Just keep saying, Bhi mainu naam di daat de diyo. That's what he said to me. That's what he said to me. I felt really blessed at that point. I fixed into that person as teaching. And Guru di Kirpanal, that's all that remained in my head through that whole Amrit Sanchar. That's all that remained because he just gave me that. So that's why I was saying sometimes practicing too much. I did practice as well, to be fair. I practiced, build up to it. I started learning part. I mentioned jobs, so that actually took me a long time to do. So you have to kind of work out how you're going to fit it all in. But kind of, it came to a culmination at that point rather than I was doing everything for months. If that makes sense, because doing everything can give you a bit of an ego trip as well.
That's true.
That I'm already there without actually being there. So everything for me, I was lucky that it culminated. And when he said that to me the night before, that's all I thought about. Just save me. It was all about Guruji, you've blessed me. Thank you. It was all of that shukrana. You've blessed me. Now just take me forever. Naam bakshio. This is whatever I'm meant to. I don't know what I'm meant to be asking for. Naam is that. If that's just give me what you. It was that kind of mindset. And my mind didn't waver into family, worldly, or anything like that. So that was the best advice. I always think now, I've never met that Singh again. Very shortly after that, people who know me might think it's somebody else, but it was a Singh that probably a couple of 2 or 3 months after that, that was the last time I saw that Singh. I'd never seen him again in my life. But he said that to me. He said that to me.
I get a sense of innocence from that as well in terms of what to ask for from the Amrit Sanchar. Obviously, just to give the disclaimer as well, like things probably not to do is if it's the night before and you're from a different lifestyle, maybe don't have that final glossy.
I don't think that's appropriate, is it? Because then you're kind of testing, you're playing with your guru, then aren't you?
Yeah.
It's being clever, isn't it? Let's go to, like you say, let's go to a pub or something. Or
like KFC or McDonald's or something.
Yeah.
And this is a bit more sensitive, but I think it's still something important to talk about. Even things like laser or bleaching, like people may before they take males, not just speaking about females. I know Singhs that have done this as well, where they may go and actually shape everything up beforehand. So when they keep their case, it comes in a certain style. Like if it was done beforehand and you didn't know you're gonna take Amrit one day, like years ago, that's different to if you're planning to take Amrit and you're taking conscious steps to make it easier.
So the thing is here is obviously in the sort of technical sense.
Yeah.
If it's done before you take Amrit, that's going to get wiped.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the technical side.
Yeah.
But when you use the word, if you make conscious steps to, let's say, deceive,
Yes.
that means you have that quality in you.
Yeah.
That quality can rise up in you post taking Amrit as well then,
Right, Guru. Right.
at any time. And there could come a test where something comes up and then you do something. Obviously, those who get into seva, nam, and that quality that negative characteristic might leave them because you develop qualities of Gursikhi. But certainly early on, it's still within you to be able to be a deceiver. Then you might start deceiving on different things, not as extreme as that.
Yeah.
But then that's not good for your jivan.
100%.
So trying to stay innocent, and once you've made the decision to, let's say, stop eating meat, for instance, then you shouldn't start eating it again. Once you've made a decision, I don't drink alcohol, then you shouldn't just like a day before. Once you make those decisions, you should be genuine. Then you're more likely to take the blessings. You're more likely to stay genuine and authentic as you move through your Sikhi, your jivan of Sikhi, essentially. So I think that's important. In terms of, like I said, in terms of lasering, there's also a deeper question is why they do all of that. That's people's norm, people's judgment, isn't it? And I think that's a duty for all of us, whether we're male or female, in our culture, of our Sikhi culture, that we shouldn't discriminate against Bibiyan who have facial hair or Singhs who have, like you mentioned, Singhs is the first time I've heard of that.
Yeah.
We shouldn't discriminate. So we should celebrate the discipline of Gursikhi. That's the most important thing, because these are all our wider family, aren't they? And it's a type of bullying. It's a type of, isolating. It's a type of negativity, brings on depression, anxiety. And like I said, we're a Chardi Kala Qaum. We're not about negativity. So I think there's a duty for all of us to stay positive for everybody. But we should avoid those things that are sort of not in the discipline and the one last time thing, if that makes sense.
100%. Thank you so much for sharing that. I took a lot away from that as well in terms of just different types of Sikhya. And just moving on to before coming to the Gurdwara Sahib, but again, feel free to check anything else. If you just look at the points from where it says Panj Kakkar, can you just speak a bit more about that as well, please, in terms of how should somebody come dressed physically? So we've got the Panj Kakkar. I find this very interesting that obviously sometimes people don't come to the Amrit Sanchar with their Panj Kakkar. They expected it, but that might not be practical. If you're a bit funny, if you're like with a bigger Singh, then the kasheri might be small.
100%.
Yeah, probably happens. So.
Yeah.
Panj Kakkar, Kamar Kasa. Is that compulsory Kamar Kasa?
So Kamar Kasa, some Rehat may talk about a Kamar Kasa.
Yeah.
But there's a time when Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji took the Kamar Kasa off.
Yeah.
So I suppose if you're in one way of thinking you want to bring a Kamar Kasa, that's fine. If you don't, that's fine also. If you've got the Panj Kakkar, it's really good. If you don't have the Panj Kakkar, most Amrit Sanchars, they provide them. They provide them. It's best if you bring your own, like you say, practically, because you're not always going to get, and they might have run out of them because you might be the last person and somebody's already took all the Sarbalo, Kade or something and the ones that did not fit you, and then it gets sort of, so it's always try and get source everything first if you can, and if not, there should be some there.
And clothes, does it have to be a chola or could it be like a...
You can wear clothes. So what happens is, for Singhs, they have to take if they're wearing bottoms, trousers, whatever, pajame, they have to take them off. So a Singh takes the Amrit with their kashera showing. So imagine you got a t-shirt on, your kashera, will be fully showing. Depending on how high you tie it, it could be inappropriate. So it's always good to wear a kurta type thing, at least. Chola is obviously better. That is sort of covering the sort of top layer of your kashera, essentially. Because for Singhs, for males, they have to take all of that off. So, and they have to wear the kirpan on top.
Yes.
We have to take, if you wear a watch, you have to take your watches off.
Jewelry.
Jewelry is not allowed, essentially. I mean, some places they may say it's fine. In our Sadiwar, there's a pankti is that if you wear mundre and necklaces, mundri and necklaces, those bodies that wear them they're into dust. Those things are not going to go with us. So it's about the jewelry we're getting is the jewelry of Naam is what we're getting, and our Bana is what we're going to wear, the 5 Kakkar. So jewelry is definitely a no. So take them off before you come.
Even something as simple as a wedding ring as well.
Wedding ring, yeah. I mean, wedding ring, I don't want to disrespect. I know a lot of Sikh, potentially Amritdharis wear wedding rings, but the wedding ring ceremony comes from a pagan practice. It's not a Sikhi practice. So you bring in practice from other faiths into Sikhi. So So this is the calm, like I said, this is the calm Rianda.
Yeah.
There's going to be people who disagree with this, and I'm not trying to offend anybody.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to judge anybody. Like I was saying at the start, the Panj Piare, although they make a judgment, internally they're not judging people negatively. Let's say, hey, that's a bad person, that's a good person. We don't judge like, we're not supposed to do that. We'll get more negativity on us if we come from a place like that. It's a pure place of neutrality. No judgment. The judgment is made on the action, not on the person. That's a distinguishing, but that's how we were taught.
Interesting.
Well, you know, you asked me about Panj Piare, that's how we taught. So when new things come through, that's how we teach things. There's no judgment on the person. The judgment is on the action. And so therefore, for this Jivan, there's no jewelry, there's no link to this materialistic world. It's about breaking from the material and only having love for Waheguru's assets. For Singhs, the dadi has to be open.
Yeah.
The dadi has to be open, it cannot be tied. There's no colour, henna. I know some women who are newly married, they wear chuda. That's what it's called, isn't it? Ours is sarbalo kada. You know, so all of that comes off. When we've done the lama with our husband, we don't need the nishaniya that the Khalsa, the Gursikh. The Singhini is the nishani. She's wedded in union with her husband in the sanctuary of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and we're in union as being one with Waheguru. That's the point of the lava, isn't it? We don't need nishaniya to prove those things. They came from different practices. They come from different cultures. So it's assimilating those cultures into Sikhi, which is not really there. You have to have done Kesi Shnan. So that's something, not the night before, but the morning of, you have to do Kesi Shnan before you come.
What's the Kesi Shnan?
So basically washing your hair.
Okay.
You have to wash your hair on that morning, of not the night before, on that morning that you take Amrit.
So whole body and hair.
Whole body and hair. And that's why practice is important, because then where you're going to tie everything.
Yeah.
You know? So when you do Kesi Shnan, you have to, your karpan, you tie it around your waist, you take the star off. That's when your case and nange. Your kanga is there. What do you do with the kanga? Some people put like threads through it. It's called a dori, but you can't drill a hole. You have to do it around the teeth of the kanga. You can't have a kanga with a hole in it or things on it, essentially. It's got to be complete. And then you can tie it on your gatra. If you can't tie it on your gatra like that with the dand, the teeth of the comb of the kanga, you can just squeeze it like that. That's what people put it, and it sticks there like that. And then your hair's open. You wash your hair. But then when you do your body wash, you have to cover your head. The head can only stay uncovered when you do the hair wash, when you comb, and when you put Amrit in it. You can't uncover your head. The rest of the body gets washed. When you change with your head covered, even though it's wet, you obviously tie a towel or a dastar or patka or something. The head has to be covered. And then you do the body wash. Then you change your kasha. And when you're doing the body wash, you don't want your karpan because you can get rusty. So then you put obviously you put your kanga back, juda, tie the star, then you tie your karpan up here. Then you do the body wash. So it can be a little bit complicated. You need to get into a routine of that procedure, isn't it?
Then it's quite easy once you've got the routine.
Once you got the routine, then it's easy, isn't it?
And once you've done Kesi Shnan, can you go to the toilet afterwards?
So you can't go for you go for like a peshab or urine toilet. You can't go for a big toilet, as they say.
You'd have to do Kesi Shnan.
Then you have to do Kesi Shnan again.
So make sure you go before you do Kesi Shnan.
So make sure, that's right. That's important. So not if you've got any studs, take them out. They're not to be worn. For Singhs have to wear a dastar. Singhs, a male can't come with a pataka, for instance. Male has to wear, even if it's a child and he wants to take Amrit, they have to come with a dastar. Juda has to be on the top, it can't be at the back. For a Singh, the Juda has to be on the top. Bibiyan, if they wear a dastar, it's very chardikala for them to wear a dastar. Historically, we hear that Mata Ganga Ji wore a dastar, Mai Pa Goji wore a dastar, Mai Mata Pa Kaur. But other Bibiyan didn't wear dastar. They just had the head covered. Basically. So if it's with a patka or a chunni, but it should be from the matha, and if their juda is at the back, it's got to cover their juda. Their kanga will go in the juda as well. The kanga's got to be in the juda, can't be in the pocket. It's got to fix into the juda, the dand into the juda like that. Same for the bibi, same for the male. Don't keep it hanging during the day. You can have two kange, one hanging, one in your pocket, one up there. But the one has to always be connected into your case.
And with that,
good to have clean clothes, fresh clothes. You know, you don't want to have been out clothes that you went to the toilet with, clothes that you're out in town where people have been smoking. So that's basically essentially
so
you
even that
ready.
Sorry about the clothes. So if you're gonna go for number 2, you can't wear those same clothes from the number 2 to Amrit Sanchar.
Yeah, fresh clothes.
Discard everything, fresh clothes.
Everything fresh clothes. I mean, even the things, let's say this, some of these disciplines come and learn in Sangat. The star that we wear, the bigger the star, Singhs don't go to, or Singhs or Singhani who wear the star, or the chunni or the patke, they wear a different one.
Yes.
They don't wear that one because this one, they're going to go to Maharaj's Hajuri afterwards as well. They do their nitnem with it, they're going to Matha Tek, so they don't take the one they wear into the big toilet, essentially. Neither do Bibiyan, neither do Singhs. They don't take their chunni off. That chunni, then they're going to touch, aren't they?
Yeah.
So it's been to the toilet. So, and clothes, they'll wear different clothes. So people do that. That's not a ritualistic thing.
Yeah.
That's not one of these things that can be described in that way. That's just a respectful thing because those clothes then we take near Maharaj, don't we?
Yeah.
And it's about the respect to Maharaj rather than the other way around, that we're doing a kind of ritualistic karmakand type of deed, that we're just thinking about purity on the outside, not purity on the inside. Some people talk like that, don't they? That Sikh is about purity on the inside, not on the outside. And it's true, thousands of baths doesn't make us pure.
Yeah.
We know that, don't we? But it's about respect. It's about cleanliness. It's about hygiene. That's why we do these things.
Hanji. And like you said many times, discipline as well is a form of discipline.
That's right.
And
because discipline, I'll tell you what I mean, you keep emphasizing it, and maybe I'm doing less so, but you're right, because what all this discipline does, it helps us control our mind.
Hanji.
Because man jeeta hai jagdeet, it's about controlling your mind, isn't it? Keeping this discipline, sleeping with your karpan, taking your shirt off one letter. There's spiritual reasons why we do it. There's the hukam of Guruji why we do it. But there's also, we do these things to control our mind. Because the mind might not want to do this.
Yeah.
We're doing it. It helps us defeat our mind. It's just an extra aspect.
And just the practicality of the start as well, Ji, because later on when somebody's blessed with Amrit, they're going to pour the Amrit into their dasam dwar. So how would somebody, does it matter how to tie the star?
So it's probably better to tie you the star that you can open up the top to access your case, because Amrit goes in the case, the top of your head. So things we have to wear two dastar as well.
Yeah,
that's a discipline. You have a shoti dastar and you have a vaddi dastar.
Okay.
So when you come to the Amrit Sanchar, that you have to be able to take the top, this bit out.
Yeah.
And be able to access and then do the same with the shoti dastar to get to the case. For a bibi who wear a patka, they can just lift the patka up a little bit like that and then pull it back down and then the chunni's forward. So if you've got a bunga in your dastar and you've got multiple layers and you tie it as a damala that ties in different ways, it's harder to access.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure you can access your case, because what you don't want to be doing Amrit Sanchar is completely taking your dastar off and then your head is completely uncovered.
Hanji.
You want to keep it covered with just access point. That's probably the most respectful way to do it. Obviously, if it's your discipline and you want to keep your damalla, uche damalla, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a Sikhi aspect, isn't it? Be uche damalle and those things. You got to try and find a way that you can access inside, because what you don't want to do is undo everything. Case fir khillar jaan, khalare jaan. That's disrespectfully Guruji's hujuri.
So just keeping as practical as possible, so the Sangha know beforehand, take these things into account as well. And something that's not on here, Giani Ji, but I know some people have asked about this. What about people that have tattoos? If they come to Amrit Sanchar and they got tattoos from their past, the previous actions, what do the Panj Piare say to them on that?
Well, you can't take a tattoo off, can you? It's too late then, isn't it? You can't take a tattoo off before you come to the Amrit Sanchar. Some people cover up the tattoo. Khas karke, if you got Gurbani, some people have Akaal here, don't they?
Very common on like Punjabis, loads.
But then those hands, where do they go? We wipe ourselves after going to the toilet.
Yeah.
It's disrespectful to have that bani there. So therefore, we shouldn't have it really. But if you end up having it, it's probably better before you take Amrit to. What they do is, some people I know that have done this previously, not that I directed them, but I know what they've done is they go back to a tattooist before they take Amrit and they get it changed to a flower or something. Okay. So they add extra lines and it changes to something else.
Yeah.
So then it's not Gurbani. But very simple or not, so it's like standing out everywhere. But if you've got it, you've got it. There's nothing you can do, because after you take Amrit, you can't go then back, because then you're defacing your Rome. And then you can't go again. It's only before, if you did something to try and sort that out, essentially.
Thank you, Giani Ji. And the last question on this section is that because this podcast isn't just for people that are looking to take Amrit. Somebody could already take an Amrit and be watching this podcast and thinking, oh no, I forgot to do that. For example, oh no, I did a case session on and I went to the toilet afterwards and my Panj Piare didn't say nothing to me. What would you say to those people that are watching this podcast and they feel like in this section,
They didn't do all of those things.
They didn't do all those things. So they bought a plastic kanga instead of a wooden kanga.
But it's too late then, isn't it?
Yeah.
They've been blessed with Amrit. I'm sure the Panj Piare would have told them and they would have given them, "Bhi utthe lakkad da kanga hona chahiye." I know, like I say, we try and check, we just double check, we repeat, over communicate, say the same things over and over again. Even when they come up to the Bata, Panj Kakkar, have you got the on? Is your kanga there? Is that? And there have been cases where people have forgotten. They don't do it on purpose. And again, remember, we're at a place here, there's no judgment. You judge the action, you don't judge the person. And it's about compassion. It's hard enough for somebody to step on the Guru's path and then live out that life. So everything is done with love. Everything is done with love. So we just have to try and get everything back to normal. Everything back to normal and up to speed as soon as we can thereafter.
So would you say to that person that maybe they have to come back to Amrit Sanchar?
If they realise very straight away that the kanga, they've replaced it, then they don't. But if they've kept a plastic one for 5 years, then maybe just go to the Panj Piare and say, "Look, I didn't realise this, or I didn't understand. I've had a plastic. It's not, because technically it's not a kanga then, is it?" It's technically not a kanga. It's just a comb or something else, isn't it? It's like a kanga, but it's not a kanga because a kanga is defined as wooden, no holes in it, complete. Nothing attached to it in terms of like studded into it. That's a kanga. So it's not a kanga then. So then therefore you might want to come back. But again, you won't get judged as a person. Just the deed will be, action will be judged. And then it's whatever the Panj Piare say at that point.
What about like Kesi Shnan and stuff as well?
Kesi Shnan is a little bit different, isn't it? You can, if you feel if it's causing you, remember anything that causes you an issue, a headache or stress, just go back. Personally, it's done. The Amrit's already gone in. It's not going to come out now, is it?
I even like the fact that I feel like sometimes we kind of look at going to Panj Piare, if you could take Amrit, but afterwards, if you're in trouble. You get me? Like the people only look at it in that way. Like we don't usually see going to Panj Piare as a
positive. Yeah, it's always seen as negative always,
negative, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that's not the case.
Not the way, like I said, like I said at the start, look, there's an oral tradition in Sikhi, and then and a lot of what we're going to talk about, the Amrit Sanchar, it's not necessarily all written down, what you do, how you do it. It's written in manuscripts that have been passed down, but it's not necessarily written as the guide to an Amrit Sanchar poti. There's no poti, there's no guide, is there? You're doing this podcast, you've asked me for a while, haven't you? A few years, you've asked me, Chalo, we're doing it. Some people might think, why are you showing all of this? Why are you saying all of this? I think a lot of people know now what happened, so I think the time is right to do this. There was a time when nobody knew, you don't want to, there's not that there's a secret in there because people who are in there see it all, but so it's just we're doing this to give people an understanding of what's going on, to try and bring that sort of threshold closer. It's not a them and us thing. We're all on the journey, isn't it? But it's about bringing everybody together. So if some things are done that they weren't done, then you just have to go. Like I said, that it's an oral tradition that's come through, and what I'm saying to you is the way we have, it's a loving ceremony, and Guruji loves his devotees, and we have been blessed to play the role or be in the role of the form of Guruji, because we're one hissa, 1/5. So we have to play the role how he plays it, how he wants it to be played. I can't play the role how I want to play it. Does that make sense? That's how we've been taught. That's how I was taught when I first went 26 years ago by the Gursikhs. So the Gursikhs, the key Gursikh that taught me, who took me under their wing, let's say, did seva with Sant Jarnail Singh, with Sant Kartar Singh, one with Sant Gurbachan Singh. So generations of the Damdama Akaal, who then did seva with Sant Sundar Singh, and you can keep going back. You all go all the way back, all the way through Baba Deep Singh Ji into Satguru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. I mean, just when you mentioned Baba Deep Singh, Amrit Sanchar, after Guruji's times, I'm probably going off a tangent here now a little bit, but after Guruji's times, there was a period where Amrit Sanchars used to happen only at the Takhts. Because there's not many people would, the Mughals were oppressing people in the villages, the Mughals sometimes, and the sometimes where the Singhs were in the jungles, there might be Amrit Sanchars. There might not be, because those in the jungles were already Amritdhari. So there'd always be a few that are around. So some of our practices may have, some of these cultural practices, I'll use that term without being might have come in those times. And some practices have just developed over time. And in those days, that's where it was. And then over time, but there is some historical accounts. I heard somebody was telling me that even Baba Deep Singh at Damdama Sahib, used to give Amrit afterwards as part of the Panj Piare, because Damdama Sahib became a centre of Gursikhi. And it was from there, because the Singhs were in the jungles of Rajasthan, they would come through Damdama Sahib, do Ardas. We know by Sukha Singh and Matha Singh, when they take Masar Rangars, they go through Damdama Sahib, Ardas utte karde ya. Baba Deep Singh Ji themselves going up there to free Harmandir Sahib when they fight with their head in their hand. So Damdama Sahib is a centre. So Baba Deep Singh weren't necessarily not in different places. Utte Takhtan te Amrit Sikhande rahe, and then even outside of that, jithe jande se. So it doesn't necessarily come, Amrit then doesn't then go into one jathebandi. Like some people say it's only this jathebandi. So Amrit went into different places. Then over time, when the British ruled over Punjab, a lot of Gursikhs moved down south into Hajur Sahib area. Some of those that were in the Khalsa Forge, as you say, and then some were in Punjab. And then Amrit Sanchars in the period where the whole wider country was trying to rid itself of the British rule, British colony, then ਉਦੋਂ ਵੀ Amrit Sanchar ਸਮਾਗਮ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਉਦੋਂ ਫਿਰ ਗੁਰਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਨੇ Amrit Sanchar ਸਮਾਗਮ ਕੀਤੇ and that's where I came with Sant Sundar Singh as an example, but others did. Sant Atar Singh Mastwane Ale, they had Jathe of Panj Piare. Sant Sundar Singh used to lag themselves. Once they did over 10,000, 5 figures of people taking Amrit in one day. Well, it wasn't one day, it went over a couple of days because there was that many Abalakis. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying this in an ego way. What I'm saying is the people who took me under their wing have learned from, and it's gone back, and that teaching goes back to Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. And so that's what I'm going to be trying to share here. And then the teaching in terms of what our mindset is, we have to be loving. There's no way where if somebody's committed a sin, we tie them up and start beating them up. Akali Fulla Singh, they said that to Maharaja Ranjit Singh. Tied him to a tree. They said that was a tanakha or lagi si, hasn't it? But there's a specific difference to an Amrit Sanchar and when you're called to Akaal Tak Sahib to be Pesh. When you get called to Akaal Tak Sahib to be Pesh, that's in front of the Sangat.
Okay.
That's a different scenario to when you're going to be Pesh out of your own choice. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
An Amrit Sanchar is when you go to be Pesh out of your own choice. At Tak Sahib, you get called there. Because maybe you've done something and you haven't been Pesh and you're carrying on doing it and it's a negative impact on the Sangat, then you get called. Or you do something that you shouldn't have done, disrespect or whatever it is. So we've been taught whoever comes, it's hard enough as it is to make the choice, whether you're coming for the first time or whether you're coming to a manga mafi over something.
Yeah.
So whoever comes, it's all love and devotion. Yes, you sometimes get asked hard questions. You have to ask the hard questions because Guruji's discipline is Khaneo tikhi walloho niki. You know, it's sharper than a double-edged sword. It's thinner than smaller than a piece of hair. It's so you get asked challenging questions, but it's all done from a loving mindset. And we, Guru di kirpa naal aj tak and agge vaste you don't judge the person. Judge the action and move from there. So if somebody wants to come, that's fine. But some things, is what it is, isn't it? The Kanga one, potentially I would probably go if it was me. So I'm reflecting myself when you're asking me that question.
Yeah.
I would probably go. The one that you didn't do Kesi Snan or you'd been to the toilet, and everything is fine. I wouldn't rush to go. But if you needed to go, I'd bring it up at that point.
Yeah. Right. Thank you so much, Giani Ji. And that links us to now this part, which is somebody actually going to the Amrit Sanchar. What can a Sikh Ablaki expect when they enter the Amrit Sanchar? So I've come, where is the Amrit Sanchar? Is it in the Gurdwara?
So it's Amrit Sanchar is in the Gurdwara. It has to be in the Hajuri of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. It's usually closed. Some Amrit Sanchars do them open. Okay. But it's usually closed. It's supposed to be closed.
No random Sangat can come and say inside.
Yeah, because in that ceremony, we use the word ceremony, isn't it? In the Amrit Sanchar Samagam, what's happening is Amrit is going to be prepared. Amrit is going to be prepared and it's going to be given to the Abalakis. And then Naam is going to be passed on to the Abalakis. You can only get that Naam from your Guru in that Sanchar Samagam. If you don't take part in the ceremony, you're just watching, that Naam is also happening to you, that you haven't promised or you haven't initiated yourself. So therefore nobody else can come. So it's a closed. Amritdharis can go in and out with the argue of the Peredar and the Panj Piare. I'm sure we're going to talk a little bit about who's there and who's not. But you'll come in. There might be a Peredar on the door. They'll ask you, because it's like over communication, checking everything. It's not about somebody being scared. You know, Khalsa, Guru de Sikh are always, you know, when you see them, you can see them in get scared from them.
Yeah.
Light. You know, when you're a child or when you're coming into Sikhi, you know, or you can see them in a exciting and a pride feeling. It's a Guru ka Sikh, look at this, you know. But when you come to Amrit Sanchar Samagam, it can be seen as a daunting situation.
Yeah.
So whatever they're asking you can feel daunting, but they're not being daunting. They're just checking, challenging, questioning, making sure the right person, because you don't want a wrong person coming in, do you?
Yeah.
So you have to get challenged. So then you'll come in and you'll sit down, and you'll sit down and you'll just wait. The things that you're going to talk about what the organizers do, but we'll go to that in a minute. You've got some of the questions first, haven't you?
So someone comes to the Gurdwara. I appreciate different Gurdwara can be set up, live differently, but they would come to the room, which I'm guessing in this case would be at the Darbar Sahib. They go to the door and there'll be the Peredar standing at the door. That's almost like, is that like a register? Did they just come inside? Or?
So in Punjab, a register would be done.
Okay.
A register would be done that who took Amrit on which date, name, pinned, and all of those things. I've seen in this country it's less so.
Okay.
They don't do much of a register here, but that proves the fact that somebody's taken Amrit.
Yes.
In this country, it's a little bit different. Or Western countries, I will say.
Yeah.
There's less register collection. But in Punjab, they take a register. There's a part of that everybody should give the hissa to the deg that's being made. That is a Pratan kind of maryada.
Hissas in they should put some money towards it?
Money towards it, to whoever's made it, whoever's brought it. Not for them to take away and put in their pocket. Golak chipa though is what I'm saying.
Hanji.
Because it's different here. There you can bring the rust for the deg, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here you might bring the rust, it'll get used in the Gurdwara, not because the deg has to be pre-made and stuff like that. So tusi golak maya thodi ji pao to give your hissa of what's being prepared.
That's interesting. So don't come to Amrit Sanchar empty-handed. Come with some petas or
some
money.
Peta, that's right. That's right. And just do it at the Gurdwara that you're going to take Amrit.
Yes.
You don't have to give the Panj Piare anything. Panj Piare don't expect anything. Or the Panj Piare sings, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Who are doing that seva, they don't expect anything. We certainly don't. We don't ask for anything.
But it's a nice gesture, you could say,
that's,
from the Sangat.
That's the Sangat's call. I don't even say it's a nice gesture. It's just, there's no expectation. There's no expectation.
Who will greet them then? So is it a Peredars?
So it's Peredar, or sometimes the Peredar's getting stuff ready, so you'll just go and find out which hall, go in and sit down, Matha Tek and sit down. If you're hungry, go have something to eat.
Yeah.
It could be a few hours there at least. If there's Kirtan, go in another hall, go listen, do some Sangat, do some Seva. It's only going to help. Or sit quietly in the hall where the Amrit Sanchar is and inside, just do those beintiyan to Guruji for spiritual, the Atmic progression, Naam di Asisa, and all of those kinds of things.
What will be the first questions that they are asked in this Amrit Sanchar when they come in at the door?
They might ask if you got your Kakkar. If you haven't, here are some Kakkar. Let's get your Kakkar set up. Have you done cases? Those things that we've just talked about essentially. They'll ask about the Kakkar. Are you complete with the Kakkar? They'll ask have you done Kesi Shnan? And then they'll obviously ask how they are. Have you eaten? And all those things at times.
What about other questions like, is anybody forcing you to be here? Would you do
so the Panj Piare usually do that. The Peredar could ask that as well.
Yeah.
But the Panj Piare would ask that question as well. Because those questions are going to be asked by the Panj Piare as well.
Hanji.
They're just like pre-questions to just get you set up so it's not doing it
like wasting time, but
or then you come to the Panj Piare, I forgot this, and then you have to go out and come back, so it just keeps that experience all pure, if you will, if that's the right way. So that's us there. And so the questions that Panj Piare asks, the Peredar will ask those kind of questions. We'll cover them when we get to that phase.
That's fine. And just getting on to that point then, so who is there at the Amrit Sanchar? Who are the most formal people?
So the formal
compulsory people that have to be
people
there?
are going to be the Panj Piare.
Okay.
There's going to be a Granthi Singh. There's going to be a Peredar, and there'll be a Degiya Singh.
Okay.
The very minimum, for instance, there'll be Panj Piare and one Granthi Singh.
Okay.
Because sometimes the Gurdwara provides a Peredar, sometimes somebody else provides the Degiya. So that you need the minimum 6, but usually you'll find a Degiya and a Peredar, and they're also like Sevadars for the Panj Piare and the Granthi Singh. Sevadars, what I mean by that, they're not their Gadwais or anything like that. They'll run errands, or they can get more, or the Sangats come more. We need some, you wash our hands, hat the juta, I've touched something and I have to touch the bata now and I have to keep it pure or hygienic. Can you just wash my hands? So they help in those kinds of things. The Peredar make sure the filter's the right people, and the Degiya kind of helps keep the seva of the whole process going.
And you've already mentioned it earlier, and of course, it has to be, Guru Granth Sahib Ji has to be Prakash in person.
Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji has to be Prakash in person. We know Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji's Ek Oankar to 18 10 20. Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is there. In their Hajuri is a Granthi Singh. The Singhs, I don't know if we're going to talk about them now, isn't it? I suppose that comes a little bit later. You got a few of the questions about what they have to be like, what they're at, how does that work? And then obviously you got the Peredar, they'll have a Karpan, they'll be holding a Karpan, and then you'll have the Panj Piare Singhs. But in the initial sense, when Sangat arrive, they might be getting ready. They might be managing the batte.
Okay.
They might be getting the stuff ready for the Amrit Sanchar. So you just have to come in and out and you'll see them.
Well, actually, to be fair, it makes sense to go for that stuff now, Giani Ji. So then it follows the chronological order to people listening. So it might sound like silly questions, so forgive me for asking. But first of all, with Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, why does Guru Granth Sahib Ji have to be present at the Amrit Sanchar?
So Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji has to be present because they're our Guru, isn't it? We talked about that already, haven't we? They're our. So Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji gave the Gurta Gaddi to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji as the Shabad Saroop, and the Guru Khalsa Panj Piare as this human form. So the human form will practice the human action. The Shabad form will give the Shabad blessings. So those are the two forms that are present. They have to be there. Even in 1699, there was an Uttara of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Now Gurta Gaddi was not given to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji's Bani wasn't necessarily added. But the Uttara of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, historical references say that Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji's Uttara was there. Uttara means if another form of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was there. Handwritten form of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was there. So they were there in 1699 and they were there at the subsequent Amrit Sanchars that Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji did with as being in one of the Panj Piare.
Perfect. And why 5 Gursikhs? Why can't it be 4, 6, 7? What does 5 represent and why do we have Panj Gursikh for Panj Piare?
I mean, in the simplest form, that's what, when Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji asked for a head, they asked 5 times. They asked for a head. They didn't ask for a male or female. They didn't ask for a child or an older person. They didn't ask for a specific caste. We realized that those 5 that stood up were from different backgrounds, different social classes, castes from the old days. Obviously, we don't believe in that because it's all broken when we come here. We'll talk about that in a second. But they all came from different backgrounds, different places. They didn't necessarily know each other. And they just stood up. And Guruji asked 5 times. Then the Sakhi also goes, Other Sikhs, Sada bhi sir le lo. We're ready now because they realize something's happening here now. We'll all get up. Maharaj goes, Nahi, that's it. And then they say there's a Sakhi about Panj Mukte. Then 5 others got up and Maharaj goes, you cannot Panj Piare now, but we'll call you Panj Mukte. And so Panj Piare are just 5. Guruji just asked for 5. I mean, we can all speculate why there's 5. If we're discussing, there's an odd number, But I just want to make it clear that when Panj Piare discuss anything, the system is set up that it's not a majority. They don't vote for anything. In the 5, if they're discussing something and they're talking about something, what do you think? What do you think? Let's say, and it's not like a voting, let's all take a vote for it. That's not in the vocabulary. That's not in the system. It's not in the system that 4 against 1. Basically, everybody comes to the same agreement. So it's unanimous. It's not majority. It's not vote. It's unanimous. That's how everything runs with the Panj Piare. Everything has to be unanimous. So everything has to be in agreement. So even though there's 5 and you think from the outside you can have 3 and 2 and they can come to, no, it's unanimous.
And I guess in that case, the Panj, referring to Bhai Gurdashi's writings, Panji Parameshwar, there's like a significance to that in our history.
So ek Sikh, do Sad Sang, Panji Parameshwar. So 1 is a Sikh, 2 together make Sangat, 5 together make the form of Vaheguru. And that's look Bhai Gurdas Sahib Ji. That's before Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji's times. Even if we look back to Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji, when they go to Shidi, they have 5 Gursikhs with them. And then Sri Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji in Gwalior Kira, they have 5 Gursikhs with them. So there's always a thing of 5 around with the Guru. So 5 potentially was also chosen. Panch translates to mean Sresht, supreme, pure. Panch also translates to 5. So that word Panch, it comes multiple times, even in Gurbani.
I've also heard from Gursikhs, correct me if I'm wrong, that in those Panj Gursikhs, in the Hazuri of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, they are no longer, like you've already said, they're not just Panj Gursikhs, they are then Guru Gobind Singh Ji.
So once the first Ardas is done, to the end Ardas, they're in the form. And then if we have that faith and belief, Guruji Vartreya, Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, but they're only in that situation, Ardas to Ardas. And they usually vart in Guruji's Hajuri. So when they make decisions, so we're going a little bit out of Amrit Sanchar, when they make decisions, when they go on Nagar Keert, The Guruji's, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is there as well. There can be situations where they're just by themselves without Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, but they will always hope that Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is there as well.
Thank you, Ji. And Granthi Singh, why does a Granthi Singh need to be present?
Because the Granthi Singh is going to take the readings, the Upadesh, the teachings from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The Panj Piare don't do that. They have to do the Panj Piare act, if you will, of preparing the Amrit. Then Hukamname are going to be taken. Then you need a Granthi Singh. And we know in Sikhi, Granthi Singh is an elevated position, Guru Da Vajir, from the times of Baba Buddha Sahib Ji. Even when Deg is being distributed, you take out 5 Gaffe first that are going to go to the Panj Piare. But before you go to those Panj Piare to distribute it, or Panj Singh if it's just in a normal Sangat, you take a 6th one out first and place it before you then go give those 5. So it's placed. It's not taken at that point, but it's placed before the 5 is distributed. So a Granthi Singh is elevated as Guru Da Vajir, Guruji's closest person. So where the Panj Piare, the form of the Guru, the Vajir is the Gursikh of the Guru, the closest to the Guru, of the Shabad Guru at that point. So they are respected because we also know Sikh and Guru are the same when they become one with the Waheguru, because Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji tell us that.
And before we move on to the other people that need to be involved, the organisers, we've kind of mixed over to organising here. Can you just speak a little bit more about those 5 Gurusikhs, maybe the Granthi Singh if that counts as well? You spoke earlier in the podcast about being Tiyar Bar Tiyar, so it respectfully can't just be any random 5 things that we just found on the street, right? There's a bit more to it. So
it's written and it's taught, and this is across all Rehat, I mean that the 5 Singhs, they have to be male. So they have to be male. They have to represent the 5 that stood in 1699. So their form has to be the same. So for instance, you have to have a full beard. You can't have no beard to be in the Panj Piare. So when we say male, some males are discriminated against as well. So it's not about a discrimination against females. And I've used the word discrimination because that's what people say. I'm not saying that. But then you could argue some males are discriminated against because you have to have a full beard. You can't be a langa. In other words, you can't have a limp. So your legs have to be the same length. You have to have all your bodily organs intact. So if you've given one of your organs, you can't lag in the Panj Piare. You can't be kana. Kana means you can't see out of one eye. Both eyes you have to be able to see. You have to be able to see out of those eyes. You can't be angahini. What that means is you can't have, like I said, your organs have to be intact, but then you also can't have let's say, part of your finger missing. Your body fully has to be intact as created, essentially. You have to know your Panj Gurbani, the Nitnem, Satabani off by heart. Have to keep the discipline that you're about to share. You have to be able to keep that discipline, and you have to be, that's what you call tiyar par tiyar. You have to, if you say you have to give your head, you have to be ready to give your head. All of those things, spiritually, you have to work in that essence. And there's another thing as part of this. If you're married, your wife has to keep that as well. Your wife has to keep the same as you and be the same as you as well. Because a husband and wife interact with each other, we know that physically, and the husband and wife's Rehat has to be the same. Those things. So what I've just described, the Singh who lags in Panj Piare, their wife has to be like that if they're married as well. Bodily organs intact, all of those things, knowing the Nitnem, doing the Nitnem, staying in Rehat, all of those things have to be the case as well. And that's the same for the Granthi Singh. Because if the Granthi Singh, for instance, the Granthi Singh should be able to interchange with one of the Panj Piare. So the Granthi Singh has to be on that, and their wife. And then, as it's written, the Peredar and Degiye should be that. Now, I know sometimes in the Western countries, somebody from the Gurdwara becomes a Peredar and somebody else becomes a Degiya because there's not enough. But ideally, they should be living the same Rehat as well.
Wow, interesting.
They should be living the same Rehat. That's what Tiyar par Tiyar means. And these are things written in Rehatname and historical accounts in terms of those physical aspects, certainly.
And you've mentioned them then, so why are Deg Sevadar or Sevadars and Semi Peredars as well, referring to the people that I'm guessing like guarding or just keeping?
So practically they have to be able to interchange with each other if required. Because let's say everything is Guruji's hukam. Let's say something drastic happened. One of the Panj Piare fainted or something happened or they were ill instantly at the point. we can't cancel that Amrit Sanchar. So somebody's got to be able to come in and change that physical body. It'll be from one of these other positions that has to do it. Because once an ardas is done, you've got to see it through. So then somebody's got to be able to interchange in those situations. So that's a practical reason behind it. Also, it's about the, I don't know what the right word is in English, but it's about the aura, the energy, the power, the kirpa in that whole situation. The more of those, the more you get.
And why do we need deg? Why do you need the prasad, kara prasad?
Kara prasad is that's prasad just means a blessing, doesn't it? Prasad means kirpa, and that comes with everything. That started from Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, isn't it? That everything, any ardas we do for the kirpa, that's a prasad. Everything is shared, isn't it? With everybody, the kirpa shared out to the sangat, the blessings are shared out to the sangat in that ardas. So that's why you need a degya to be part of that. To prepare it, the deg has to be made in those same kind of way. So if the degya is tayar par tayar, then the deg is being made by somebody with red. So there's more blessings in that. In the same way, the amrita bhatta is going to be made in that way. So it's all of those things intact, all of those things together.
And the peradars, you already mentioned it, but anything would add to with them in terms of their responsibilities? Why?
So their responsibilities, they stand obviously with the kirpan, check who's allowed in and who's not allowed in. They'll pass errands back and forth, and they'll just keep everything going. From that side, the degya are more on the side where Guruji is, so they're closer. So then they connect in between and just pass on errands. Somebody might want to do a benti. Somebody might be on the outside and they might say, look, could you ask if I need to come in? I need to do this, this and this. And it's just practical reasons. They just help having that situation. They just help with the situation.
Thank you, Giani Ji. And just skipping a little bit forward as well, we spoke about the abalakis and how they need to prepare. How do the Panj Piare prepare before the abalakis come in? Like, I know there's a bit of a process there about like Sudhaaee, or, you know, when they have to speak to each other and ask each other some questions.
So should we do that when we start the Amrit Sanchar? Because then that's just the whole of the Amrit Sanchar.
Okay,
I think the pre-prepare before the Amrit Sanchar, they have to, obviously they'll have to have done their Kesi Shanahan in the morning and all the rest of it. They purify themselves. They manj the bate. So we can talk about the actual start of the event. So what they do is they cleanse the bate with reta. They use sarblo for everything. We'll talk about that in a minute. They prepare the deg and they get everything ready and everything's good to go. And then before the Amrit Sanchar starts, because the Amrit Sanchar starts with that Sudhaaee. So it's important to mention that.
For people that are coming to the Amrit Sanchar, is there age restriction, first of all?
So the age is they have to be able to keep the discipline.
Okay.
So we talked about the Sanskaars and we said you got a Janam Sanskaar. If you've done that, you would assume a child who's then become a teenager should be able to keep the discipline. So the ideal scenario is 12 years old. Some kids want to take Amrita 8 years old, 7 years old, 5 years old. But you got to understand, and some Panj Piare, and they have taken Amrita, there are kids out there, so some Panj Piare have given it. Like I said, from our sort of ways, you have to be able to keep the Rehat. So 12 years old is when a child is a teenager can keep the discipline, themselves. So I think at the minimum 12 years old.
In your 26 years, have you seen unique cases of...
There are unique cases. There are unique cases. And sometimes kids may have come that have already taken Amrit. Then we're not going to say, no, we're not going to do anything with you. Because they've already taken Amrit. There's nothing, you can't rewind the clock. So you treat them as an Amritdhari, isn't it? And you go, and there's some cases as parents due to situations, and I think that's up to the Panj Piare at the time and whatever that unique case is at the time. But let's say in a normal way, 12 years old is the best sort of time. In the Western countries, most people come when they're like maybe 18, 19 or 16, 17 because they're going to school. They don't want to show the karpan in school because they might get in trouble. So then, they've got to do PE, different activities. So in those types of schools, and they keep the Rehat and they just wait until they're 16 so they don't have to, show all of that in school. So you got to be, it's the point when you can mature enough to keep the discipline, and that's the most important thing, and mature enough can sort of spread in those sort of times. But certainly when you're in your teenage years, I think that's the right time.
What about the other side, G, in terms of the elderly? Is there anything with that in terms of somebody's a bit too old and they can't keep it at? I say so respectfully.
So you can't say no to somebody wanting to take Amrit. The keeping the Rehat is on the person's head. But the Panj Piare don't say no. They question and make sure they can so they don't break it. But if they've come with a family member, usually if they're really old, and they usually bring family members with them. And so therefore, if they bring family members with them, then the family member helps them. So then you can sort of say to the family member, look, you're going to have to help them do this. Like, listen, they might not be able to do a Shnan in the morning. So the family member is going to have to help them. So you don't say no, but you try and set up a system that they can keep the discipline. Because I said already, isn't it? Rehat pyari mujhko Sikh pyara na hai. The rehat, the discipline is important. So you have to be able to live to that discipline.
What about if somebody's, you've already kind of mentioned in that respect, to answer this one, if they're physically ill or they can't stand or they can't sit, but they want to take Amrit?
Yeah, so if they can't sit, isn't it, then they maybe sit on a platform a little bit further back. But everything has to be set up out of respect for Guruji. But they have to, like I say, you don't say no to anybody wanting to take Amrit. There might be some condition where they come back the next Amrit Sanchar because they can't keep certain discipline. But if they can't keep a certain discipline, you can't then also give it to them. If they said to you, I mean, nobody says this, I can't keep my case, but give me Amrit. You can't do that. They have to be able to keep the discipline. So if there's a case where they can't keep the discipline, you try and help them to work to it so they come back next time.
And what about married couples? So, you know, if somebody wants to come to take Amrit, but they're married and their partner's not on the path and they never intend to coming on the path, but he or she, with Guru's Kirpa, has now come into Sikhi and they're fully fledged to Sikhi. What would you say?
So the ideal scenario is a married couple should take Amrit together. And the reason they should take Amrit together is an analogy. I mean, it might work for some people, this analogy, it might not. If you've got pande, like at the Gurdwara, and we eat, and the thaliyan are washed, they're suche, we say they're suche out there, they're hygienically clean and whatever. And then we have it where we put the jute pande, and they're all the ones that are being eaten. We don't put the suche pande with the jute pande. They're not mixed together, are they? Because if they get mixed together, then they become jute, don't they? Now, this might be a hard way for somebody who's not Amritdhari to, but it's an analogy, so it's not an offensive one. Is if somebody's taken Amrit, a female or a male, could be either way, and their spouse, husband or wife, hasn't taken Amrit, it's like mixing a juta and sucha panda. So you can contaminate the person who's taken Amrit through that physical relationship, through sharing the same food, through living, because a husband and wife live their life together. It's supposed to be a union, isn't it? We know that, we celebrate that. That is, it's one jodh, two bodies, with the kirpa of Guruji as the center of that. So it's ideal a husband and wife should take it together. There are some scenarios where a husband or wife comes and says, I'm going to stay physically separate from my spouse. Please let me take Amrit. I've agreed it with my wife or I've agreed it with my husband. Now that sometimes happens with elderly couples because for an elderly husband and wife, their lives have kind of grown and they're not physically active. So, you know, and then all they need to do is avoid eating from the, you know, having the contamination of food. And they do that. When it's a young couple who's newly married or recently married or they've got kids, then that can become difficult. Now, some may say, Shakado Amrit. Again, I'm speaking from how we've been taught, is we're not here to split families up because we have to say to them, then you can't physically be in contact. You can't, you know, the food situation, the physical contact situation, you have to stay separate. Now, we don't want to do that to a newlywed couple or a young family because in reality, they've just got married. They're going to have kids. They are going to intermix. Now, it's our responsibility as sevadars in the Panj Piare that we've got to safeguard their relationship as well. We don't want people splitting up because so that's not our role. That's between them and their karam. That's not for us to decide to say, Tu Amar Shakala, forget her or forget him. So in those situations, we say, you probably won't be able to keep this right. They think about it, they relax. We even ask them to speak to their spouse. Are you sure? Go check with them again. And that's where the peredar might be in use. Like he's going to make a phone call or he's going to go let him back in or let her back in. She's going to go speak to her husband. And that's what I was on about with the errands. So they'll go out, they'll speak to the family outside, they'll double check. In some cases, they come back and they make a promise to Guruji that I can live the life like this and my singani or my sing is going to be ready in the next Amrit Sanchar. This is not ready now, so we can get through this phase of a month or 3 months or 6 months or a year even. And so we're happy. And some come back and say, actually, no, you're right. We're not going to be able to do this, but I really want to take Amrit. What do I do? Then we'll just say, come back at the end. Ardas hapa karde hain. Bring your spouse with you. Ardas harindi karde Maharaj innanu. give them the blessing as well. Get them, like as we talked, do some discipline, to try and get used to it all, understand why the spouse doesn't want to understand, and just give them helpful tips, help them, give them, and then they'll just go. So there are cases where it can work, usually elderly couple. There are cases where it's harder, younger couples, so it's better you come with your husband and wife. Even if, if it's a Pesh, even if it's a Pesh and the mistake is by one person, you should come together. And like I said earlier, we don't tell each other's, but the reason why you've come together, because if you've mixed, then you just have to bring them both back together, reinitiate them back together. So it's best to come together, even if only one's made a mistake and they feel that they don't need to come because I didn't make a mistake. So that's important.
Thank you, Ji. And before we move on, sorry, another question came in my head. Because a lot of times the people that watch our videos, we assume they might be the average Punjabi Sikh, but there's some people that watch there may be from different backgrounds, like, if that's the Gore, for example, right? And for them, maybe they've married into a lifestyle and they want to come into Sikhi. Have you had those examples before? And
we've had different people from different backgrounds that come into Sikhi.
Have you navigated those situations where that he or she is, from a different faith, they want to come into Sikhi, not use the word convert, they want to take Amrit, but their family is not even a Punjabi in their family, even though it's not important.
But it's about the discipline, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's about checking, can they live this life? Have they practiced living this life? Can they come through? All of those things. Now, there might be somebody who's an adult that shaved in the morning. Yeah. And you might think, and we were talking a little bit earlier, weren't we, about the do's and don'ts before you come to take Amrit. Don't go to the pub the night before and all of those, isn't it? Let's say you shaved in the morning before, and then you've done your Krishnan and you've got no hair on your head. So at that point, you might say to that person, you shaved this morning, you got no hair, maybe case rakh la penna. And then come back. Next week, Amrit Sanchaar in that town, go there. So there are scenarios like that. Although you don't turn anyone away, you have to make your judgment. So you're not turning them away. You're getting them to say, look, why do you shave? So you've got to get them in. So if there's somebody come from a different background who don't know the discipline and they've done something and they're going to still attempt to do it tomorrow, then there's no point. It's disrespectful to give somebody Amrit and then they break the Rehat. So it's better to say, look, live like this.
Yes.
In 1 month, in 2 weeks, come back at that place, we'll see you there.
Perfect.
And people do that. And people do that, it works.
Well, they're moving out on to actually being inside the Darbar Sahib, and they've got past the Paradars, Gursikh, they're inside. What happens next? What can the Sangha expect when they're inside?
So they sit down, the Panj Piare, everything's ready to go. So the Panj Piare or the Singhs who are going to lag in the Panj Piare plus the Granthi Singh, sometimes there's a side room where they'll go and get changed into the Panj Piare Chole. Sometimes there's no side room and they'll want to do it in, where the Darbar is, so they'll ask the Sangha to maybe come out before they come back in. So the Panj Piare will get changed. They'll do an ardas for Agya to, obviously, their individual ardas that they're about to step onto this now. Then they'll get changed. As they get changed, the Peredar stood there, the Granthi Singhs, the Degiyas there. There is a process of a Sudhaaee, it's called a Sudhaaee, basically just affirming your discipline, repledging that this is what I do, I'm tayar par tayar, those kinds of things. There's a process of the Peredar and making sure they're all set up in the same way, the Degiya, just in case that they need to interchange. But then the process is the Sangat come back and sit down. So this is where some people may or may not have seen this, depending on where they've taken Amrit. But the Sudhaaee of the Panj Piare should be in the Sangat.
Okay.
The Sudhaaee of the Panj Piare, where they reaffirm themselves that I'm following your discipline, Guruji, and we're about to lag in the seva. Be you bless us. It's like an ardas, and then before it should be in the Sangat. Because remember, the Panj Piare sings. I keep using the word Panj Piare. What I mean when I'm saying that, I mean the Singhs who lag in the Panj Piare. The Singhs who are doing the seva of the Panj Piare. Those Singhs are not individually the Guru, are they? They're coming together to make a form and getting Agya of Guruji to be the form of the Guru collectively. So we are just humans. So we have to reaffirm that we're tayar par tayar in terms of what we've described. And we should reaffirm that in the Sangat. Because the Sangat need to understand that these people that they're going to take, that are going to be the form that they take Amrit, that are going to be the physical entity that are going to be giving them Khande di Pahal, that they are tayar par tayar. That they've got naam themselves. Because there was a period 100 or so, 150 years ago, where other people used to do this, and sometimes they weren't Amritdhari, sometimes they weren't tayar par tayar. And there were some lehers historically that went like this. Or they didn't give naam. There's examples of this historically. So you have to be able to affirm that in the Sangat. So the Sangat know that we're going to get Khalsa Maryada or Khalsa discipline. And the Singhs are tayar par tayar and all of those things. So what happens? The Sangat are sat there, and the Granthi Singh or one of the lead Singhs, 5 of the Singhs go behind Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. They hold the Karpan, and one of the Singhs, any of the Singhs or the Granthi Singh will go in front of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji on the other side. The Sangat are sat watching. Those 5 will stand in Maharaji's Huzuri and ask them, you've come to be partake in this seva, either the Granthi seva or be in the Panj Piare. Are you tayar par tayar, and are you ready to do the seva? And then that Singh has to speak up, so the Sangat hear that they are tayar par tayar in what I described, that their body is fully intact. They do their nitnem every day. They are refrained from the Bujjar Kurehits. They are an Amritdhari tayar par tayar. So they've got what is they're about to do the seva of, to give essentially. They've got all of that. And then they affirm, if they're married, that the Singhni is like that as well. They accept that in the world, living in the world, everybody can make mistakes. They ask for forgiveness for those worldly small mistakes that are not Bujjar Kurehits. Because if it's a Bujjar Kurehit, they can't lag. So, and then they just ask for Agya. And then that one who gets done first stands in Maharaji's Hajuri, and then the other 5 come, and then they get asked the same questions individually. And then they affirm. And this is all done in the Sangat. So the Sangat see that these people that are partaking that role or that seva, becoming that form, are able to do that. They're not just anybody who've just come together. Then those 5, the Granthi goes in the Granthi's Hajuri position, the 5 stand and they do an ardas. That the Sudhaae's happened. It's a Gupta ardas, so everybody doesn't need to stand. That the Sudhaae's happened. They can stand. It can be done loudly as well, that the Sudhaae's happened. We're about to aramba now the Amrit Sanchar for the Sangat. The pre-stuff is done. Everything is ready. You've blessed us all to be tayar par tayar and given us this seva. Now bless us so we can partake it. And you come within us now from this point. You come within all of us, and you do your work essentially.
And that is the Pehli Ardas.
That's the first ardas.
Okay.
That's the first ardas. And that Sudhaaee should happen in the Sangat. Because the Sangat need to know that what's happening is happening with people who are meant to be doing it.
So the Pehli Ardas has happened, and now we move on to the Panj Piare, in that case, interacting with the Blakis more specifically rather than the Paradas.
Yes. So first you'll get asked who's the first time to take Amrit. So they're called. So they're called, just to help organizing it, they can be called in 2 batches or 3 batches. The first batch might be those who are not married. Because remember, we need to check if they've come with their husband and wife. And if they haven't, then we have to have we have to understand why they've come without their husband and wife, even first timers. So the first batch, so the first group is first time Amrit, but they can come in batches. So if the first batch might be those who have come first time, but are not married. Then the second batch might be those who have come first time and are married, and you're both here together. And then the third batch is those who have come first time, who are married, but you've come by yourself. Out of that third batch, that individual then has to speaks to one of the Panj Piare. We do that privately and sensitively, because everybody doesn't need to know about everybody's business. That's another thing that's important in Amrit Sanchar. You don't need to know about anybody else's business. You should just be concerned about, you're going to be blessed today with the greatest blessing of creation, of eternity, of everything. So, and that's what I was going back to that saying, isn't it? Just focus on your thing. You don't need to focus on anything else. So that can be done sensitively by 1 or 2 things, getting them to go back out, make sure everything's right. If they're happy, everything's good to go, then they'll just make a promise that we're going to keep that promise, that we'll refrain from physical connection and those kinds of things. But then in that first wave, all those first timers will be asked, have you been forced to take Amrit? If they've been forced, then Amrit is not about forced, it's about choice. Then they'll be asked, you know, will you be able to keep the discipline? You might get asked, what is the discipline? So what's the minimum that you have to keep? 7 barnis to read every day, Bujjar Kurehit to be refrained from, other aspects of the Rehat.
Which you go for later on.
So they'll get asked, but they won't get asked in detail, because the detail they're going to get told later, aren't they? But they'll be asked, do you understand all of this? This is what's going to happen, and you're going to have to keep all of these things. They'll get asked, like we said, over communication, over have you got all the 5Ks? Panj Kakkar, have you got all of them? Is it lakad kanga? It's not broken, is it? So just double checking everything. Again, Peredars asked them, they might have been asked when they sat down, then they get called up. In that first batch, when they get just before they get called up, the whole Sangat will be told, if they've got their pajama on, take them off. If they've got watches on, take them off. You can put them back on. If you've got any jewelry, we talked about this, but I'm just saying this is what happens. They'll get told, take it off. You're not to wear this again. They'll get just double checked about Kesi Shnan. They'll get told how to Matha Tek as well. That when you come to Matha Tek, put your hands down like this, because that's where your lake are. When you come to Guruji Sanctuary, we talk, take a number of your lake change, your karma change, your forehead has to touch the floor. Everything changes when you touch. So don't Matha Tek like this, don't Matha Tek like this, always Matha Tek like this, and put your head down. And then obviously this first batch comes up. We ask them again, everything good to go, you're not being forced. And then they get asked to make a promise that they have to keep the Rehat, that's going to be told to them, that from this day forth, that cease, the head is Guruji's. So that's Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and Guru Khalsa Panth. That head should not bow to any Detari, any physical Guru. That head should not bow to any Pakhandi, hypocritical, self-proclaimed guide, Guru, Prophet, anybody else. It only bows to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and the Guru Khalsa. It shouldn't go, that head shouldn't go, that person shouldn't go to any other Dharmakasthan, muddy, gravestones, other religious places of worship, temples, ring bells, do their religious practices. So it just goes through that in Punjabi.
Is it as
it's as in to go there and worship.
Okay, you can go there as like a tourist just to look.
Yeah, so like schools take kids, isn't it?
Yeah.
They go to all places of worship. Satguru Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji was invited to see a namaz. They didn't partake in the worship. They stood and watched. Satguru Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji were taken to Jagannath Puri when they were doing Aarti. They did the Aarti with the Thali, and Guru Nanak Dev Ji didn't. So it's about, don't go to these places, but and if you're there, don't bow. Don't show reverence. And don't take any offering, because the deed of offering is you're offering to a superior, you're offering to your guru, you're offering to your... So if you're offering to that place, it's like a prasad. You're making an offering because you've got a desire. So it's kind of, you've got a hope or a desire that you want them to fulfill for you. That's why you've gone to that place. Like in Punjab, there's those places in Pends, they call them mutts or jatere, or different places of worship, like some peer, or some people worship snakes, some people is their ancestors and all these kinds of things, and people bow, they make an offering. So you don't make offerings in any of these places. You don't bow, you don't go in those places. If you don't go to those places, somebody's made an offering and this prasad from those places, you can't eat that prasad. You can't take that holy water from another place. You can't take that blessing from another place. That's for their faith, for their religion. That's fine, but you're not part of their religion, so you don't take that blessing. And your only ardas should be to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and the Guru Khalsa. That's where you make ardas. You do seva here, you offer here, you take from here. The Gurudwara, Gurukar, Guru Khalsa, Gursikh Sangat. And you have to keep the Rehat. And if you promise that you're going to do that, and you give your head, and if the time comes, because today you're saying you're giving your head, but if the time comes when you have to physically give it, and the Panth calls for it, you have to give it. If you make that promise there, then you can take Amrit. If not, no one's going to force you to stay here. You can go. And they accept that, they Matha Tek, The action of Matha taking is accepting it, and they sit down ready to take it. And that's the first half. The first group is new Amrit, people who are going to take Amrit for the first time.
And if in that time somebody changes their mind, is that fine?
They're free to go.
Yeah.
Free to go. No argument. No beating up. No nothing. They're free to go. There will be a chance to, so look, tera janam marn da geda kattiya javega, prem naal onu samjhauna, if they're going to take that, but there's nothing forceful there.
Yeah, like so not like respectfully of a face where they might try and like not blackmail you but pressure you into it, fear mongering.
Yeah.
There's none of that happening basically. And then Hanji, moving on to the next batch, you've spoken about those that are taking Amrit for the first time. What about those who are coming back?
So those who are taking it for the second time,
referred to as Pesh or Peshis or maybe.
Yeah, Peshis, or they come to do Sudhaaee. Sudh means to become pure, to sort of purify themselves. I'm just making sure I'm at the right place here. So
it's a bit higher, G.
Yeah. So they will, they'll all be called. When they're called, they speak to the Panj Piare. Now the Panj Piare sings. I say the Panj Piare at the time, is it? The sings of the Panj Piare. The Panj Piare sings might split.
Okay.
Because if there's a lot of Sangat, they might split and you might speak to one of them. But that doesn't necessarily mean you haven't spoke to all five, because they'll come back. And, you know, all eyes, ears are the same form. It's just working in different... For instance, you shouldn't question that if you're not speaking to the five together. And I'll tell you why. If we're doing some work at home and you sometimes multitask, our eyes might be doing something else. Our hands might be doing something else. I might be revising, writing notes, but I'm also watching a football game. Or we can multitask, can't we? Or two hands are doing something different. Yeah. In the same way, that's Guruji's body, those five sings. So if somebody's hearing it, that means Guruji's hearing it. If somebody's doing somebody else, it's Guruji's varting. So don't have a question why all five are not listening to me at the same time. Those five will come together and discuss where required. And then they'll split back off and then they'll say what they need to say. So they always generally come back together to discuss as a five. So they will speak to individuals. Just for organizing purposes, because we know in a Gurdwara, males sit on one side, females sit on another side. So we just for organizing purposes, males are put in a line, we being put in a line, they stand up, then they come one by one. But if a female is married or a male is married and they've gone to a Panj Piare Singh and they start speaking, they'll ask, are you married? Where's your husband? Or are you married? Where's your wife? She's over there, he's over there. Right. You just stand back a little bit, call him. Because that same Singh needs to hear both of them, but separately.
Okay.
Because remember, everybody's karam's their own. It's down to them if they tell each other what's going on. They've come as a person themselves. In the same way, we came in this world separately, we're going to leave separately. Yes, we, as a husband and wife, we're in union to become one with Waheguru, but our karma separate. So they're able to forgive and say their bit separately. We don't have to advertise what they've done to the other person. We could tell them that it might be good for you to tell that person, but that's on their head. So they'll then say their piece. They'll say their piece. You listen to the other spouse. If it's a spouse, if they're individuals, you hear it. Then after you hear a few, the Panj Piare come together. They deliberate on what they've been told. They will agree what needs to happen, depending on what they've been told, and they'll split off and tell them. They'll sit down, and then people just keep coming in that same way, saying their piece and Panj Piare deliberating, and then it's something called a Takhat. I can say this much: a Takhat is what they have to pay, because they're not necessarily paying money, but a Takhat is like a wage. They have to pay that wage essentially in response to whatever they've said or whatever they're saying they're doing.
So Takhat is not a punishment.
Well, it shouldn't be seen as a punishment, because you're paying a wage, aren't you?
It's not like a saza in that case.
Yeah, Guruji, I mean, one sees it as a saza or a punishment, but Guruji set it up that it's not, because actually it's bringing you back in the fold.
How can we do Naam-Bani or Seva be a punishment?
So Maharaj is, there's a pankti that we, Pichale augan baksale prab, agay marg pave. So Guruji's, that mindset is don't judge the person, judge the deed. Guruji will always forgive bitchily what you've committed and try and find a way to put you on the path. That's what that process is. So it's not a punishment. It's a way to put you back on the path. because you've gone off the path,
Hmm.
and this is a way to put you back on the path.
Hanji. And we're going to speak about this in a little bit more detail later on. We speak about the Kurehit section and why somebody will come back to do Pesh. But you've already alluded to it. So, because people might have this fear that they don't want to come back to the Amrit Sanchar because everybody's going to find out their business. But you're saying that's not the case. It's done gupt with the.
So what we will say is, when somebody's talking, don't listen to each other.
Yes.
Because there's an act of, if you listen to somebody's, let's say, sin, if it's a gulti, mistake, you might do a chugli over it.
Yes.
Then the weight of that karam is going to come to you.
Hanji.
So it's best you don't listen to anybody, because you don't even want to reflect on it. You're here for yourself, focus on yourself, don't focus. So another thing that Singhs can do is say, everybody does Satnam Vaheguru. You just helps them focus on their own thing and not what anybody else is doing. Like I said, the Panj Piare Singhs will try and speak that quietly. They'll sometimes move, if they're speaking really loud, they'll try to move other people away for their benefit, even though they're speaking loud, and say, look, you move away, let's talk a little bit lower, because we don't want that stuff to get out. We have to pay respect to that. And even the Panj Piare Singh don't share that stuff afterwards. In fact, we don't even talk about it afterwards. What's happened there, we deliberate, we talk. We don't talk about things afterwards. We just move on. Like I said to you, Guru Di Kirpa to me is there's a big responsibility to hold all that information. You start forgetting about it. You can't have glasses on. That's another thing we talked about, isn't it? When you can't have glasses on. So depending on what your eyesight's like, everybody looks the Sari Singhs look the same, Sari Bibiyan look the same.
I think that's it in terms of this section. So we talk about the Pesh.
So they come Pesh, the Panj Piare deliberate, they tell them, they sit down, you move through everybody, and then you come to the point where it's about to start to prepare the Amrit.
So we've just spoken about all the questions, the Sudhaaee that happens to the Panj Piare, and then the questions that the Panj Piare, the Panj Gursikh ask the Sangat. And then now it's moving on to actually preparing the Amrit. Is another ardas done before preparing the Amrit?
So what happens first, obviously you see we've got some of the samagari, that's the term we use for required to prepare the Amrit. So we've discussed the Panj Piare Sudhaaee, then the initial ardas to Aramb, then how the Sangat di Sudhaaee, that's the next phase.
Okay.
That was in 2 batches, wasn't it? The first time initiation, first time Amrit takers, and then the Peshis, or those who come to do Sudhaaee, and how that works. And then everybody's spoken to, everybody's sat down, and then everything is got together in readiness to prepare the Amrit. And then sort of the ardas will come when everything is ready.
Okay.
So first, you have to bashar kambal.
Okay.
And the kambal, or a blanket, they say kambal, I mean, one could say even, it could be a chadr even.
Yeah.
And that's to separate the already bishiyan hoye chadra to what you're about to get ready. So the kambal is about, it represents sucham as well, pavitrata, purity, because you're about to create khande di pahol, Amrit, we call it Amrit, we call it khande di pahol, we're about to create that. So we just need to separate ourselves again and have a separate, pure, so a new kambal or a washed kambal is first placed down.
Hanji.
Then, as we get ready, the Sangat are still sat down because they're going to get told what's going to happen afterwards. So once that kambals, then we have what we call a sanera. This is called a sanera, and this is placed in the middle of the kambal.
Okay.
But it's placed in a position, that kambal is placed in a position where the Granthi Singh can see.
Okay.
Because they have to be able to see the bata and see inside the bata. So the kambal is in front of Maharaji Hajuri, depending on what the stage is like, moved back and forth to a right position. Then kind of in the middle, this is placed, because then the bata is going to sit on this. And this sanera is made of pathar, so it's made of stone. That's what and it's obviously shaped like this, so the bata can sit on here.
It's really heavy.
It's really heavy. It has to be really heavy because it's obviously going to take a lot of weight. And this represents adolta, stableness. So Amrit, once the Gursikh takes Amrit, this gives the teaching of being adol. So the kambal gives the teaching to the Ablaki, to the Gursikh, of being pure. This Amrit is going to be pure, but it's also going to give a blessing of making the Gursikh adol, stable. They're not going to wander in different places. They're not going to wander after different deities, demigods, prophets, heavens, energy, power, miracles, they're going to remain stable in the focus of the One Almighty, Vaheguru. That's what this Naam, this Amrit is going to give them. On top of that, then is a bata. The bata is made of sarbalo, all iron. So it's made of iron, and then the iron represents strength because it's hard. It can be knocked, but because it's on the sanera, that is stable. It remains stable. It remains strong. Strength. The Khalsa, the Guru, Khalsa, the Gursikhs, they have to remain strong, and strength is part of that. Obviously, iron is a quality that gives other energy within as well. The Panj Piare, I suppose I never mentioned this at the start because it's one of those things that you just assume, don't you? Right. In preparation, we talked, these all have to be manged with sand, reta, because sarbalo you can wash with fairy liquid or something like that. But the iron has different layers of iron in it. Okay. And what sand does, it removes the top layer to make it pure, if that makes sense.
Sanji.
And that's why everything with sarbalo is always manged. That's the phrase we use with reta, with sand. It sort of takes off the juta layer and it brings a fresh layer. Whereas when we wash dishes with fairy liquid and that kind of stuff, it doesn't necessarily take the layer off the bartan, the panda. It just cleanses it. Does that make sense? Yes. So here would just cleanse it, but the outer layer will remain. So the reason why this becomes shiny is because the layer has gone and the fresh layer is underneath. And that only works with iron. You can't have glass here. You wouldn't be able to take reta, the glass will crack, if you go hard with it. That's why iron is used as well. So it's about purity. So keeps it pure. And that's why sand is used. So all these, the sanera that I just showed you, even though it's made of stone, everything that's going to be used has to be manged with reta pre. And then we normally wrap it up in kapda and brought into Maharaji Sijuri before we start. So then when we use it, we're ready to go. We have baltiya, buckets of water. So they obviously have sinks there in the Gurdwara. Sometimes the sink's in a different place. So we fill water up in buckets. We have that. The deg is brought there. I'll talk a little bit about the deg a little bit later, of the part that you have to do and what the deg has done when we come to the end, when the deg is given. But so all of this is set up in that way. And then obviously this is then placed on the sanera. The other thing that I didn't mention is we have a karpan. The lead, if you will, I mean, they call them the Panj Piare, the Jathedar, but really in Panj Piare there's no Jathedar because it's the five collective. But they're seen as the lead, I'm saying in English, or the Jathedar, because they're the one doing most of the speaking out loud to the Sangat. But in reality, anybody can do that. You can pass it on and people can share that out. And one will always hold a Nangi Karpan. And the reason the Nangi Karpan is because when Satguru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji came out on that day, they had a Nangi Karpan. And they said, I want a head. Remember what we said, this represents, it's not mimicking, it's not copying, it's representing the same scenario and having the same power, because the Sangat need to realize they're giving their head. And a scenario could be that the head could be taken physically. And Guruji is always Shastrtari, so the form has a Nangi Talwar there. So, and then we have a Khanda. Now, in the time when Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji prepared, they had a full length Khanda. This is probably, I would say, about 2 feet long, this Khanda here. This is about 2 feet in length. The one Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji used is at Keskar Sahib in Anandapur Sahib, that's 3 feet in length. So it's about the same length as this Karpan. But I brought this just down to show you guys that in those days it was this type of Khanda. Now, the reason it was this type of Khanda also was the Bata was much bigger than this. There's thousands, tens of thousands of people that are taking Amrit. So a lot of Amrit is being prepared. The Bata essentially is, I've seen Bata actually, this wide. They're massive. They're about this wide like this. You can stand, they can be nearly as tall as you. So when you're sort of down, and sort of crouched and on one leg up and one leg sort of crouched down, you need this type of Khanda, because this Khanda in here it only kind of goes down half a foot in there. So it's not practical to be fading it in here, because the double edge, which has to be sharp here, as it goes through, back and forth, it's not necessarily going to get the full double edge through the Amrit as you're preparing it. So therefore, these type of khande are not used now. Usually you have the type of khande that are like this. They're all sarbalo as well, just like that is. There's one piece of sarbalo, and they can obviously be manged, and the tara is sharp on both sides, and these kind of fit in the batta. And when you're pushing back and forth with the khanda, your thumb has to be on the top. It can't be held like this. The thumb stays on the top, and you go back and forth when you're pushing back and forth like this with your right hand. In your left hand is the let me just put this down first, is the kirpan, and in your right hand is the khanda. The kirpan is going to sit on the batta, and as the kirpan sits on the batta, part of your hand touches the batta, which we'll talk about in a second. And part of your hand holds the kirpan, and then when the other hand is, the right hand is with the khanda, thumb on the top, and that is able to push back and forth like this. Now the back and forth of the khanda is representing when you push out, the organ negativity, demerits, the sins of the sangat is being pushed away. And when you come back in, that's prem coming in. So that's prem that comes back in when you're going back and forth like this with the two sharp edges back and forth. The prem is coming in. So prem is being developed in the Gursikh, and their demerits are being pushed out, pushed away. Also, so you have this all set up. I'll come back to that part in a second, but I just wanted to mention that because they're here. So the bata sits on the sanera. Then what you do is you have the jal poured in. The jal is water. When you pour water in, you usually have a pona that's held across the top, so it's filtered. In the Pratan days, it was flowing water would be used, river water. Rivers are polluted now. So that jal from a well is used. In this country, flowing water comes from a tap, because one could argue, well, you could get spring water, that's from a well, but it's in a bottle. But where's that come from? Who's touched that? Who's brought that? It's not flowing. Is it completely pure? So you can open a tap and have flowing water and go from there. But the ideal scenario is the Kuda water yourself, or fresh flowing water where the river is completely clean and pure. So those are the scenarios together, and they're usually in the baltiya. That's why you need a balti. You can't carry this under the sink. So you have a balti, it's pre-prepared, it's sarbalo, and you pour it out to two of the sinks. On either side will hold a pona. So like malmal kapda, it filters the water just in case there's any sort of bits or reta, because you've manged everything with reta that are left over. They get collected in the pona, and that goes like that. The patase, which we already mentioned, that was first blessed by Bibi Ajit Kaur, bring mithyas, mitha. They bring mithyas into the Gursikh, because you're going to become a warrior in this. Now remember, we use that warrior so many times. It's warrior in the world physically, but warrior of your own body as well, because you have to defeat the 5 great enemies inside of lust, greed, anger, attachment, and ego, as well as any oppressor in the outside world. So we have to be warriors of both, and we can dwell on that a little bit later on at the end as well. The potassium are kept, they're not put in yet because they'll start dissolving. So the potassium are sort of wrapped up and they're put next to on this kumbal. And the sings, everything then is ready. And the potassium is from mithyas.
With the potassium, do you just buy them from a shop? Do Gursikhs make them?
So we have Gursikhs that make them actually. Gursikhs used to make them in Punjab, and Gursikhs make them here. And there's a Gursikh does a seva for many of the Jathe. In fact, I know that he prepares. There's a Singh from Birmingham. I'm sure there's others as well. But they prepare the patase and they distribute that in seva for a lot of Amrit Sanchars that go on. You want to make it as mitha as possible. So the more you have, the better. I mean, so you could have at least a kilo's worth, because patase are light in weight. So there's quite a lot of patase. So you could fill this whole batta with patase and have water filled to the top, and it will be then mitha. If you just got a handful and put a little bit in, it doesn't get mitha, does it? So you need to make it as mitha, so a lot of patase can go in. It doesn't matter if it's overflowing with patase. It doesn't matter if it's over. In fact, in Punjab, I remember back all those years and different pictures that I've seen, there's usually a lot of patase in. And that's everything. then you're ready to go, I suppose.
Just with the, sorry, another question there. With the khanda, you mentioned that the khanda goes back and forward. A silly question. You're not stirring the.
No, it's not stirring. And I'll talk about that again when we say how the bani is read and how it's passed around. But just before we get there, so everything is placed. The water's put in. The patasse are ready on this kambal. The Granthi Singh has to be able to see inside the bata.
Okay.
Then the Sangat are asked to stand up.
Okay.
The Sangat are asked to stand up and they come forward. They're not allowed to stand on that kambal. They're not supposed to go past the bata. And they just stand up and they come close. So they stand in a line, but they've got to be able to look in and see the bata.
And like we said at the start of the podcast, if somebody's physically not able to stand, what would they do in that situation?
So what happens is, what we normally do is those that are experiencing Amrit for the first time, they like to stand. It's good for them to stand in the front line, because if there's like 50, 100 people, they could be Guru Di Kirpanal. I've been blessed to do Amrit Sanchar where there's hundreds of people. They're not all going to be able to stand in a wide Gurudwara and look in the bata, so they all stand behind each other. And if there's somebody physically unable to stand and come close, then they can sit down at the back. The aim is to try and stand and stare in the bata as much as possible. If you can't see the bata, look at Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. That's the key. You try to stand for the whole of this process, because there's going to be 2 ardasa here and 2 hukamname. You're supposed to stand in the first, all of this, and if you can't, you can take a bit of time out to sit down, come back, and so on and so forth. If you've got a child who's crying, rather than disturb the bani, take them back, bring them back. So that's just, and the peredar usually comes and just helps organize that kind of scenario as well. They all stand, they look in, and then what happens is the Panj Piare explain, one of the Singhs explains that now the Amrit Bhatta is going to be tiyar. They stand up, they'll do an ardas in a second, but they explain to them that you have to stand, you have to look in if you know the Panj Baniya, because they'll be read aloud. You need to follow them through or do them yourself. If you don't know them, just do Satnam Vaheguru in your, but don't read anything out aloud. Stay staring in the bata. And like I've just described, if you need to go back, sit down, all of those things. And then what happens is that ardas is done. That ardas is done. Everybody's part of that ardas. Obviously, they're told after the ardas, a hukamnama is going to be given. You're going to have to stay standing. Then the bata is going to be tiyar. So Khandi Paha is going to be made. And then there'll be a second ardas, a second hukamnama. At that second hukamnama, you can sit down. Until that point, you've got to stay standing.
So even for that first hukamnama, they stand up for the first hukamnama.
Yeah.
Theek hai ji.
Because it's ready to go after that. Because in Sikhis, as soon as you do ardas, everything goes like clockwork. You're not supposed to hang around. Do the ardas, agya le lo. Agya means like, can we start?
Yeah.
And then you wait 15, 20 minutes. That's it's seen as a disrespectful thing. Soon you do ardas, you start. Hukamnama, start. Literally, might be 10 seconds in between if you just have to check, which we do here, which I'll explain in a second. So that's what happens. So they'll do the ardas. Hukamnama will be taken. That first ardas that we talked about, there was no hukamnama there.
Okay.
This is the first hukamnama for Arambata. As that hukamnama is just be Singhan di Sudhaaee ho gaya. We did do it in the Sangat, but it's Sudhaaee ho gaya and off we go basically. This is the first ardas and in this ardas, we re-emphasize in the benti that Panj Singhan mein mero vasa. Be in the 5 Singhs is the vasa of Satguru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. That please now, this is the key point. So if you weren't in us already, you need to come into the bodies now. Because you are the one who's going to be creating this. You are the one who's going to be creating Khandi Di Pahal. The Singhs then, once the ardas is done, they sit around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you say Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is on this side, the Sangat's on that side standing watching. So they wouldn't turn their back to Guruji. So they'll be kind of, this bit will be left open, I suppose. And the Granthi Singh's watching. The Granthi Singh will take the hukamnama. In the ardas, they ask for agya to start making the madhabata. So as soon as the ardas is done and the hukamnama is done, then the patasya are put in. When the patasya are put in, everybody puts in a little bit. So whoever's will pass the patasya around. So everybody puts some patasya in and it'll be filled with patasya. Because if you put them in first and you're doing all this ardas, they'll already start dissolving, won't they? So practically, it's not, they go in afterwards when you're ready to go. So, and then one of the Singhs would do a benti to the Granthi Singh that can you see the bata? if they can, they should have already been should already be set up in that way, so they should be able to see. They'll just reaffirm that, and then they'll say you have to read the Panj Bani the part as well, with the Singhs or without the Singhs, because depending on the size of the hall, and I've been in places where you can't hear each other because it echoes and stuff like that. So you just have to read your Panj Bani as the Granthi, and then just ask for Agya. We're ready to go. Can we go? And then they'll go Guru Sahib the Agya, and then off you go. So literally from that Ardas Hukamnama, you got about 10 or 20 seconds to put the patas in. Just check the Granthi Singh, and off we go. And off we go. And now, how is that off we go? The Singhs are sat in what is called Bir-Asan. Bir means warrior, Asan means the seat. Asans are those words like yoga, asans, yogic, but Bir-Asan is specific for the Khalsa, the Gursikhs. And you might have seen it in some pictures. You particularly see from Sri Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji onwards, those Gurus sat in that. And what that is your right leg is up, or your right knee is up, and obviously the foot comes down, and your left knee is down, so you're kind of on the knee. So one it's similar to, but not exactly the same as when you're an athlete and you say ready, set, and they sort of stand up, don't they? They're ready to go, and it's their right knee. I mean, some do it on the left, but for Bir-Asan specifically, it's right knee up, left knee down. But athletes, I'm saying, can go different ways, however they're going to push off. So you're ready to push off and jump into battle. And your left knee, depending on how you're sitting in it, you can put all your weight down, you can have it up a little bit, just as long as the right knee is up and the left knee is down. And then how you position yourself across that, where you put your weight alignment, that's up to the person. But that's how Bir-Asan is sat. The Patasi have gone in. The first Singh, who's going to read Japji Sahib, has the Karpan in their left hand. I just mentioned the Karpan is here. Some of their hand touches the Bata, and their thumb is on the top. And some of the hand holds the Karpan. The Karpan stays in contact with the Bata. So when Satguru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji prepared Amrit, obviously they did the Panj Bani themselves. So they had their Karpan, that they took the Karpan of the heads. They didn't put that Karpan back down or put it in a Mian. They put it on the Bata like this. And that's why these Panj Piare continue in this way like this. And obviously the other Singh is like this. And then the first Singh reads Japji Sahib. And Japji Sahib, when I talk about the Nitnem, is one of the Nitnem Bani. We'll go a bit more in depth there, but they read Japji Sahib. Then they say Fateh at the end of the part, at the end of the Japji Sahib. They read aloud. They read aloud as that loudness is going into it's like a sound current. There is a piece when you read aloud, wherever the sound goes, that's where the kirpa goes up to that point where the sound goes. When you read in yourself, so when we read Bani ourselves, it stays within you. So both ways you're getting the blessing, but the aloud sends it out, the kiran everywhere, because you're in Sangat there, aren't you? So it sends the kiran of that Bani everywhere, the sound current of that Bani. I mean, just to sort of, in the old days when people were in jungles and stuff, they would read certain Bani and circle themselves, and where no negativity would come in that, where that Bani would be read to, or how loud it was. So that's the logic behind why it's loud, not quiet. It sends the sound current wherever it reaches. So obviously then they're going back and forth like this. You can sometimes hear the bottom of the Bata like this, and Singh is reading Japji Sahib. He has to look in the Bata. And one hand is touching the Bata and the other hand is fearing like this.
No glasses or contacts?
No glasses, no contacts. They were already taken off before we started, we said, didn't we? Before that first Ardas, if you do wear them. Just as long as you're not blind in one eye, you can do. If you have some vision difficulties, you can do without, but you can't be blind in any eye. Even you can see out of one fully and not out of the other, you can't lag. That's what we said, isn't it, Kana? So as long as you've got some vision in both, that's all right. Then when you say Fateh, Japji Sahib is over, you pass the Khanda. The other Singh holds it. Your hand, so just imagine the other Singhs hold it. Your hand will come down and touch the Bata. And then you will pass the Karpan along. You don't lift it off. You pass it along. And it stays along, and the other Singh grabs, and your both hands go on the Bata. The other Singh then does the same. Your hands are then on the Bata. Because everybody else's were. He reads Jap Sahib. He says Fateh. And then it's passed along again. Comes down. The third Singh reads Toy Prasad Savaiye. The fourth Singh reads Chaupi Sahib, complete. The fifth Singh reads Anand Sahib. Everything's passed like that. And the significance is, there are 10 hands being used. And the significance is that all 10 gurus, because this is a culmination of everything. As we started, isn't it?
Hanji.
Everything starts from Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji. There's no such thing as, well, there is, because people are out there, but I'm a Sikh of only a certain guru. This is, all gurus are the same. And you know, when we read Bachittar Natak, just before we read the Pauri of Tilak Janjura Khabra, we read that every year at the time of Sri Guru Tegh Bahadar Sahib Shahidi. The Shabad before that, Sri Nanak Angad Karmana, Amar Das Angad Pehchana, Amar Das Ram Das Kahayo, Sadhan Lakha Moodan Hai Payo. That Shabad goes through, because Guru Gobind Singh Ji is reciting it, 9 gurus. And they're saying that Sri Nanak Angad Karmana, they're the same. Amar Das Angad Pehchana, recognize them as the same. Amar Das Ram Das Kahayo, that's their name next. Sadhan Lakha Mood Nahe Payo. A sad, a saintly person, Lakha, recognizes that. Mood, a Murukh, foolish person doesn't, that they're the same. Pin, pin, sabhu kar janna. Those foolish people see them as different. Pin, pin. Ek roop kinhu pehchana. But one form, only rare few realize that they're the same. Ek roop kinhu pehchana. Those who do, tin hi siddh pai. Bin samajhe, Sudhaaee na aaye. Those who do become perfect. Siddh, they find completion. Bin samajhe Sudhaaee na aaye. So if you don't realize that, then it's separate. Then it continues. Ramdas har so mil gaye, Gurta det arjane paye. Jab Arjun prab log Sudhaaee, har Gobind teh tha thehraye. Har Gobind prab log Sudhaaee, Hari Rai teh tha baithare. Hari Krishna tinke sut vaye. The next Shabad is Tilak Janjura Khabra Bataka. So that Shabad explains that even Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib saying is they're all the same. So only a rare few get the blessing to see them as the same. So when the 2 hands are there, they're the hands of all 10 gurus. One guru fairing, you could say that that's Dasme parts of fairing, and then the 9 are in the hands. And similarly with the eyes looking in, the eyes of the 10 gurus are looking into the bhatta, and everybody reads out loud. And you say Fateh after each Bani. And once you've got the 5 Banis complete, so the complete Japji Sahib, complete Jap Sahib, the 10 Pauriyan of Toy Prasad Savaiye Saravag Sudh Sumu Siddhan Ke, and then the complete Chaupi Sahib. Now, Chaupi Sahib is complete, but there's 2 extra Shabads we sing with it. A complete Chaupi Sahib is 29 Pauris. It includes an Adil. And then another Chaupi. But then we sing Sabaiya Paenge Hai Jab Te Tumre and Dohra Sagal Dwar Ko Shad Ke. They're from somewhere else actually. Okay. But we sing them with it to complete the Bani of Chaupi Sahib. And then obviously the 40 Pauris of Anand Sahib. And after that point, what happens is when you say Fateh, everybody just, from that Bir-Asan, stand. Because you have to do another ardas. You can't put your hands on the kambal because your feet are there. You can't make them jute. This is all sucha. So you kind of just stand up from that position and somebody puts a support there, but you keep touching it and some people just hold it there. And then one person, could be the one who finished an ansab, could be anybody, continues fairing and does an ardas, the second ardas. And while the ardas is happening, you continue to mix. Not mixed this way like we said. It's back and forth because of the reason behind that. And then the ardas is done, and then in that ardas obviously we shukrana for Guruji for allowing this to be created, for coming in and creating it themselves. Any personal galtiyan we mang maafi very quickly, and also now that if they haven't already put their akarkan shakti, their immortal power in this bahul, if they haven't already put that power in, because now the Sangat are going to be able to take this, the specific word you say in the Ardas basically, and that's what I'm saying to you, in those Ardasa. And you put your Akarkan Shakti, that's what it says, that immortal power in here, because it's about to get given, and that power has to be great to cut their Janam te Maran, their coming and going. So if you haven't already done it, beinti to put it in now. And then we ask for the Hukamnama, and then as that Ardas is done, Tere Pane Sarbat Da Pala, it goes back down. We cover it up because it needs covering now because it's prepared, and the Sangat can then sit down where they are. The Granthi Singh has read the Panj Baniya. Now, the important thing here is, if the first person reads Japji Sahib, let's just say I'm here, I'm reading Japji Sahib, I've passed on, and the next thing is reading Jap Sahib, this person has to read the rest of the Baniya again. Okay. So when he reads Jap Sahib, let's say I'm here, I'm reading Jap Sahib. Granthi Singh's reading Jap Sahib. When I was reading Japji Sahib, they're all reading Japji Sahib. Then this person reading Jap Sahib aloud, we're all reading Jap Sahib, our own, with him.
As in quietly? Or
quietly.
Okay. Yeah.
Quietly. He does it out loud, we do it quietly. Following him.
Yeah.
Either following him, but we actually recite it. We have to recite it. Granthi Singh reads it. If the Sangat Khande, when it goes to the Swayye person, he reads it out loud, we all read it as well. So in reality, Panj Bani being read 5 times, because I'm reading it myself, they're reading it. It's getting read aloud, the key, but it's getting read 5 times. You have to read. Everybody has to read at that point, each time. And that's why it's important. They have to have the Panj Bani Kant. I don't know if I mentioned that. I can't remember.
You did mention, I was going to come to that. You did mention it needs to be Kant.
And that's why it needs to be Kant, because you have to be able to read it. Because you can't have a Gutka Sahib here.
Yeah.
You can't have a tape playing and you following it. You have to have it Kant. So that's what's happening here. Then Hukamnama's read. Hukamnama's read. We've asked for Agya to Shaka the Amrit in the Ardas, and then we're going to be ready to go. Then we're going to be ready to go to Shaka Amrit to the Sangat.
There's a Deg, or do you need to be in Guru Sahib
The Deg has to be in Guru Sahib's Hajuri from the start.
Okay.
The Deg always comes at the start, so it comes out through this whole process. And the Degiya, because you've asked it, I'll just talk a little bit about the Deg now. So the Deg is made by one of those 8 Singhs, the 5 Panj Piare Singhs, Granthi Singh, Peredar Degiya, because they're all Tayar par Tayar and interchangeable. One of those has to make the Deg, or 2 or 3 make the Deg while everything is getting manged. The Deg is brought up. Obviously, when we make Deg, that has to be in a Sarabalo Kadahi, everything has to be Sarabalo there. That's all readied in with Reta as well. Then we read the Panj Bani, the Japji Sahib, when we making the Deg, it's brought up in Maharaj's Hajuri, and then the Ananda Sahib's parts are read there. Now, normally we read one full Ananda Sahib. In Deg and Gurdwara. Some people read Shape Audi Ananda Sahib, they sing Kirtan of it, and that's it. But there's some Rehatname and Pratana Granths that talk about reading 3 Ananda Sahib, or reading them with Sampatalake, with other Baniya, when Panj Singh do Ardas, and then any Ardas, so this is a bit of an aside, any Okhi Ardas, when you do it with the Sampat, Guruji comes, it happens. So in Amrit Sanchar, I know Singhs will use that process for the day, because there's an opportunity to have Panj Piare to do an Ardas, Panj Piare Singh to do an Ardas. Obviously in your home, in the local Gurdwara, it's usually Granthi or the person, isn't it? So they might just read one Anand Sahib. But they go back to those Sikhyama from the historical texts, that they read the 3 Anand Sahibs with the Sampats. So there's more Shakti in the Ardas, because the Janam Manande Gede Kattaneya, Hor Sangat want to do different Ardasa. So then that's why that's done at that point. So that's the Deg. That's happening in and amongst everything else. But then this is prepared. And then what happens then? The Bata is lifted. And then a small table is placed underneath, where the Sanera then goes on that table. The table would have a chadar. If it's a wooden table, you can wash it. If it's plastic, you can't really wash it properly. Wooden stuff, it's like wooden utensils. You can wash them. The pani with the vicharachajan, that kind of cleans it from within because it soaks in. If it's something like plastic, then you can't soak through the plastic. So there's these Pratan things that wood can be washed, but plastic cannot. So if you have plastic tables in the Western countries, you put suchi chadar over it. If you have a wooden table, then you don't need to. You can just wash it. And the sanera goes on top, and then this bata sits on top. Nobody, so these little things that I'm saying here, nobody is allowed to cross in between the bata and Guruji. Even the Singhs don't cross in between. That stays, that connection stays in terms of the physical entity of that connection. Nobody crosses in between and cuts that connection. That might not mean anything to anybody. Some people might think, who are listening to this, well, what's the point of that? These are just things that we get, that we don't cross. So the Singh lifts up, the table comes from the other side. Now you can keep that same kambal down, but then what we normally do is we normally take that kambal out and put a new chadar, because there's going to be shit day of Amrit going down, and we put a new chadar so it can get washed separately from that kambal we use to prepare. And we have a different chadar when some people use the same kambal or chadar and they just wash it, but we like to have a separate one for the making and one separate one for Ujud Amrit Shakona. And so that's the stage where we get to of getting all this samagari ready. I think I've sort of mentioned the different parts of the.
You mentioned everything. That was on it. So thank you, Giani Ji, and thank you for even bringing the different samagari as well.
It's not like I said that a Singh keeps all the samagari now. I don't keep it anymore. I haven't kept it for a few years. Different things I've done save of these at different times. And so another thing keeps all of these.
And it's just amazing to know that they're not just items, they actually have a meaning behind them.
That's right.
Everything in the Amrit Sanchar, even the idea of the Panj Singh, the 10 eyes represent the 10 gurus, the khanda and so on. There's something more to it than just the physical. There's a spiritual
that's right. There's a spiritual aspect, and Guruji gives that sort of blessing to them. And we take Sikhya from everything that we experience there. And then it's ready to go, because obviously, like I said, this is on a higher table now, because the Singhs stand up. The Sangat then go in their rows and lines, ready to receive Amrit.
And so before receiving the Amrit, just to go through some of the discrepancies or differences, there, as you say, we do at the start, there's some Amrit Sanchars, or if I say respectively, so-called Amrit Sanchars, where they were not used Panj Bani at the point.
Yeah, that's important to say. I was going to say it a little bit later, but I think it's probably good now. So some people don't believe in Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji's Bani. So they don't even read Jap Sahib, Chaupi Sahib and Savaiye. And what they say is the Bani at the start of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. So they won't even read full. So they'll read that Bani up to Ang 14. They'll read that. That happened a few years ago. I think it was in America somewhere. Somebody did that. Some people don't read the full Chaupi Sahib because Chaupi Sahib has 29 bodies, and they stop after the 25th one. Khadig Ket Mein Saran Tihari. That's the 25th one. The next one after that is Kirpa Kari Hum Par Jagamata. So they will equate that to Jagamata, meaning Durga, and I already said we Khalsa don't worship Durga, but they equate that as evocation of Durga. So why should we read that? And then there's Adela Sonagong Juya, and then after that, so that's the 26th one, Kirpa Kari Hum Par Jagamata, and that's Sriyas Tujab, and then there's another one after that, 27. It's out of my mind. I normally have it. I recite this out and tell the Sangat if I'm sharing the information. And then there's the 28th, Adil Sonagong Ju Yahis Rasna Pavi, and then 29th Chaupi Sambat Satra Sahas Pranija. That's the 29 parts. Then Savaya Paenge Hijab Tumre and Dohra Sakal Dwar Ko Shadaka. Though that's the full Chaupi Sahib, ordained to be read. And then Ananda Sahib should be the full 40 Paudiya. Some places they'll say 6 Paudiya. And they'll say it's the Panthik Rehat Maryada. I'll say this here. The Panthik Rehat Maryada, they say it's the one that some people call it the Akaal Takht Maryada, but it's a code of conduct that was designed around 100 years ago. They try to get a load of Gursikhs together to unify the different Maryadas out there. They called everybody from different Jathebandis, Sampardas, Nihang Singh Jathebandis, the committees, and they try to unify it, but they never got unified. You never got a unified approach because the people who called the meeting were trying to change a lot of these things. So, for instance, when they came to Ananda Sahib, if you follow their meeting minutes, because they had to minute the meetings, first of all, that Maryada was never passed. It's always been in draft form. There's no meeting where they formally accepted and implemented it. Since the 1930s up to the 1950s, 60s, it never got passed. They had so many meetings. They waited 10 years. Different people left that working group. New people came. So nothing was adopted formally, although they say it's adopted now. But there's an interesting part of that. I've got a book that's not published that describes that when they did the discussion about Ananda Sahib, about 70% of the people said you should read 40 Paudiya. And 2 or 3 of them sat there and said, no, you need 90%. You need 90%. So although the majority is saying read 40 pauriyan, they're saying you need 90% to pass it. So therefore we stick to 6 pauriyan, isn't it? So although the majority is saying it, they've still managed to get through 6. Now the reason the question of 6 comes about, because in Rehat Sahib we do read 6. So they just thought, well, we're reading 6 there, so why don't we just read 6 here? I mean, one could say that actually the more Bani you read is better for you anyway, and why don't you complete the Bani, because then you get the complete blessing of that Bani. So Japji Sahib brings Brahm Gyan, divine wisdom. Jap Sahib brings Namaskar to Vaheguru, praising Vaheguru. Twai Prasad Savaiye brings Bairag, breaks us from hypocrisy. Bairag is losing love for the material world and only having love for Vaheguru, losing love for the heavenly abodes and only having love for Vaheguru. That's what true Bairag is. Chaupi Sahib, the complete Chaupi Sahib brings protection. And it also, any request, benti, ardas we have comes true with that. And then Ananda Sahib brings complete Ananda. So if we're cutting that complete Ananda, we're not going to get complete bliss. So that's the ingredients that goes into making Khande Di Pahal. Plus these physical ingredients, but there's also the spiritual ingredients of the Panjabani and the part. So Maryada, discipline, method actually is important. Although I say I don't discriminate, I'm not discriminating against the Amrit Sanchars and different practices, but there's certain ones that, as an Ablaki, you need to understand that if you want the complete, you need to go where the complete has come from, Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji.
Are there any cases where there's more than Panj Bani read?
I know some places read more Bani or read more Dasam Bani, and that's something that they've developed over the years. I know that, but Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji had Panj Bani. So that was what was ordained.
And then now moving on to actually Shaka in the Amrit, what is the Maryada there?
So obviously everything is lifted. I said we put it on a table. Then we have a couple of batte on the floor. So Shitte, when we Shaka, it doesn't go into the carpet or on the stone floor in India or Punjab where we Shaka Amrit there or any other country. So it's collected underneath. It's our Guru Kar Maryada to have males and females separate.
Yes.
The point of that is so there's no kind of discrepancy, any kind of immoral, unethical behaviors. So it keeps it separate. That's not kind of any agency around, discrimination. That's about ethical practice and keeping people's mind focused in the right way. Sometimes you've got a lot of Sangat, you could have 4 batte down, 2 on one side, 2 on the other side, and then 4 of the Panj Piare, because one will continue holding this kirpan, one will hold this kirpan, and just be the lead of it, and the other 4 will Shaka the Amrit. Remember when I said earlier that each Panj Piara is part of Guruji's body, so it doesn't, like if one hand could be doing it, still Guruji's doing it. So if one Piara is doing it, still Guruji's doing it. You don't need one from each one, if that makes sense. It's like we do one thing with this hand, we still do one thing with this hand. We still done it. Whichever hand we use, in the same way, whichever physical body is used, Guruji still done it. That's how we can't have Shanka in that way. And then what happens is everything is explained again, that over communication. Make sure you got your cards when you come here, take your glasses off. If you still, somebody's hidden an earring or something, take it off, stuff like that. You just need to have all of those kind of things clear. And it's explained that you need to put your hands like this. The right hand goes on top of the left. They have to sit in Bir-Asan, right leg up, left leg down. They should go like this above the batta that's on the floor. So when the Amrit's poured in, it doesn't fall on the floor. And when you take in your hands, you drink it straight away. Don't let it spill. Take as much as you can. And you'll get 5 times in your hand to drink. Each time, the Panj Piare will say, Bol Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Bol is mean they're giving a command, say it, repeat it. So you're supposed to drink it and then say, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
You don't say bol.
No, you don't say bol. Bol is the command. You're just saying Fateh each time. Each time we say Fateh, the greatness about the Fateh Jakara or the Fateh Nara or the Fateh Simran, whichever way you see it, is first you're saying Vaheguru twice. Secondly, whoever says it, it's not only the Fateh Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, the Khalsa belongs to Vaheguru, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, the Fateh is Vaheguru's. But whoever says it, it's their Fateh as well. You become victorious. You get that blessing of becoming victorious. So the Khalsa is going to be victorious because whoever's taking Amrit there is joining the Khalsa Panth. Remember, Khalsa is it's Miri Piri. That's our Siddhant, isn't it? Spiritual and royal. Sometimes they say politics. It's not politics like you join a political party. It's about temporal, political, royal power. That's what Miri is, royalty. And Piri is spiritual, Piri is spiritual power. And we know from Bhagat Kabir Ji's Bani, Kaho Kabir Jan Pe Khalse, Prem Bhagat Jehe Jani. So who knows Prema Bhagati? They're a true Khalsa. So that's the path that we're on, to learn about this, to do this, develop this. And so everybody joins. You take it 5 times in the mouth. The taking it in the mouth is about Janam Marande Gede Katane. Drinking that. Pisle Janamadi Joot, all the joot and negativity and sins that we've done in our previous lives, by drinking it, it clears it, it purifies us. That's the 5 times of drinking it and saying Fateh. Then 5 times you get put into your eyes. And the eyes that we know Vaheguru permeates and exists everywhere. So the reason it goes in your eyes, so you get to see Vaheguru everywhere. It purifies your look. It makes you of high moral character. It makes you of high ethics. Because you don't see negativity, everything's positive, everything's chardi kala. And our spiritual eyes of our man and our buddha see Vaheguru within, but these physical eyes see Vaheguru on the externally as well. That's why Amrit is put in your eyes. Bol Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, after each shitta that goes in your eyes. And then you're asked to uncover your head. You're not asked to uncover your head first because we got to have respect. So you only uncover your head when you're asked. So then that's what we said at the start, uncover. And then 5 times Amrit is put into your case. Now some people say that's because the Dasam Dwar is there. In reality, it's going in your case. And for your case, it's about this, it's going in your head. So it's going in your head, whether you think Dasam Dwar, essentially it's for your case, but it's going on your head. But this head should now only bow to Guruji and the Guru Khalsa. It shouldn't bow to any Dambi Pakhandi. This or it shouldn't bow to any other, a Devi Devata, a prophet, any other spiritual guide, leader. It should only bow to the perfect Guru, Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, the Shabad Roop of Vaheguru. It should only bow to the Guru Khalsa, the physical form of Akaal Purkh Vaheguru. It shouldn't bow anywhere else. And it takes away all our negativity in that way. It makes us of high moral culture. So, and that happens 5 times. Each time again, Bol Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. So you said Fateh 15 times. Then you're asked to cover your head. Then you go to the side and you Matha Tek to Guruji. Say Fateh to them. And then you're supposed to turn around and say Fateh to all the Sangat. And they're supposed to reply to you. And it's done again loudly. So you've done 15 there, 16 you do to Guruji, 17 you do to the Sangat, and all the Sangat reply. So you stand, dono hath jod ke, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh, and all the Sangat are supposed to respond to you, and then you go and sit down. And another thing, you get taught how to jod ke, because Gurbani said, Doe kar jor. Kar means hands. Doe kar jor doesn't mean this. A lot of us do this, don't we? This is how you clasp your hands. So this is how we have to always clasp our hands when we're saying Fateh, or when we're doing ardas or in any situation. And then the Sangat sit back down, and the Singhs and Singhaniya, they're taking out the same bata. The only difference is that Singhs and Singhaniya are separate. Everybody of same caste, colour, creed, denomination, social level, age, they all come and have this same bat. Yeah, husband and wife. Yeah, because the husband will be next to the wife, won't they, when they come up together? Yeah. And then they'll take Amrit there.
As in together or as in separately, as in different batas?
Yeah, everybody's on the same bata.
Okay.
It's just a different Singh is giving you it. Okay. A different Singh is giving you it. There's different bata on the floor. Everybody takes from the same bata. Everybody takes from the same bata. Nobody takes from a different bata.
But then isn't those things that Shikani, the couple will be getting it from a separate seat?
Yeah, but that's what I just said a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
If this hand does something, and this hand does something.
Yeah, I got this. I'm just saying, just
So to clarify, that's what I'm saying, isn't it? So it doesn't matter which hand does it.
It doesn't matter.
It's the same thing. So it doesn't matter which of the 5 does it. It's Guruji is giving you it. And that's how we have to see that. We can't get caught a bit. I want it from the same thing as my husband or my wife.
It doesn't matter.
You see what I mean? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as everybody's getting the same Amrit and everybody's sat in that same situation. There was a time when some people split in terms of caste. There was a time. And they would use a process. They would say there was a time when some places, and that practice happens now in some places, where they say be oho Amrit nahi shikana because they're of different caste. That doesn't happen the way I've been taught. In fact, even in Sant Guru Bachan Singh's times, one of their Vidyarthis, I'm not going to name them because I don't want to embarrass the situation. They were seen from their family background. We don't believe this because a Khalsa, that's the caste. Khalsa, Meri Jaat Arpat. That's the same for everybody. But I'm just saying, if there's a question in someone's mind, that there was a Singh whose family background was from one of the lowest known classes, castes. He became the Granthi of Sri Harmandir Sahib, head Granthi, and he was one of Sant Guru Bachan Singh's Vidyarthis. So if that was the case, then they would never be put forward or taught in that way. So from our background, we've always been taught that everybody's the same. There was a period where people who smoked, and when somebody who smokes, their hands go yellow. So there was a period around 100 years ago. I'm not saying this from ours, I'm just saying in general, some other Jathebandis, this is what they say, that because they smoked, when they touch this bata, like let's say they smoked 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, they've changed, that doesn't come off their hands that quickly. It takes time. So they didn't want their, those other to touch the bata. So then in that situation, they might have used different bate. Some people have misconstrued that situation and they still do it now. You can find places that still do that kind of separate that now, but Amrit is the same. Nanak Amrit ek hai, duja Amrit na hai. I mean, some people say that Amrit in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, that Shabad is different to this Amrit. But another reason, going back to our start, is if you're from Punjab and India, you know that the nalke that we have, the water pumps, when that is fitted for the first time, you have to pour water in to get the level of the water to here, then it pumps out, and then once it pumps out, it'll always come out. There's a scientific thing behind it. It's also when you put pipes on a higher thing and a lower thing and you kind of thingy, and then it starts coming up the other way. Do you know that in the pumps in India? The water nalke?
I know what they are, but
if you fit them in the first, you can't just start pumping and water won't come out. What you have to do is you have to fill it with water from the well at the bottom all the way to the top so it comes out. So you pour water in until it reaches the high level, the top level, and then gear it, a little tupaka come out, and then it pulls it out naturally. So in the same way, you have to put Amrit in to get the internal Amrit out. And that's another reason why Amrit is important in this. And so the Maryada is everybody takes the same, everybody has the same Amrit. There's no difference in caste, color, creed, male, female. I know you have a question for me around females. I don't know if we want that now or want that a little bit.
I was actually also a different question because you just kind of spoke about it when you mentioned the Pankti by Guru Sahib Ji about, when some people may say, this is the true Amrit, as in like, our Amrit. And unfortunately, we heard it in today's world as well, where certain Jathebandi people say that if you take Amrit, you should only be taking it from this Jathebandi or from this Takht Sahib. What's the reach out on that, if you don't mind mentioning that here?
So there is a view that they say that Amrit was only given at the Takhts.
Yeah.
So that's one view.
Yeah.
And Amrit was only given at the Takhts. And that was true at a certain point. But there came a point, or the Vahir of the Khalsa. So that was in the jungle days. Wherever they were, they would give that Amrit. But over time, particularly 100, 150 years ago, there was a need of more people wanted to take Amrit because Shahidi Jathe to break the rule of the British Empire in across India at that time was needed, and people want to take Amrit. Nankana Sahib Sakka, Panja Sahib Sakka, all those Sakke. And then Sant Attar Singh, Sant Sundar Singh, Sant Attar Singh Redu Sahib wale, Sant Attar Singh Mastwane wale, Sant Sundar Singh from Damdama Taksal Pindra wale, they started Amrit Sanchar lair. And they would shaka Amrit with their own Panj Piare Jathe. And some people say that some of those changed, and then we have what I talked about, the Maryada, which is the committee's Maryada. That's a little bit different. Some people say you can only take from certain Nihang Singh Dals because Buddha Dal is supreme, so you can only take from there. This is what's out there. I'm not discriminating against anybody. I'm saying this is what everybody says. Or some people say our method is the right method, or you don't get this properly from there, or Naam, or all these things go out there. I mean, going to the other podcast, that's part of the reason why I went to Punjab, because I was getting confused by a lot of people. I think I mentioned that in the last podcast. And I said, Sikhi can't be like this. Essentially, as long as all the ingredients, let's think of it logically, unless essentially if all the ingredients are there, which we've talked about, the Panj Piare Tiyar par Tiyar, and they're reading all the Bani in full, like Guru Granth Sahib Ji, they're all those key ingredients, and they're going to give you Naam. That's what you need, don't you? Then, as long as the thing is Tiyar par Tiyar, because we're all an extension, you know, we're all an extension of that system. So I don't agree with that. That only you can only get it from a certain place. What I say is the ingredients which I'm trying to describe have to be correct. If they're correct, then Amrit can be made. And that ingredient starts from the Singhs themselves all the way to the physical samagri into the spiritual one of the Bani as well.
Well, thank you for clearing that up, because I know that's come up quite often where unfortunately people do that type of parjad, but of course we don't agree with that. Like I said, as long as the ingredients are there, the Singhs are tiyar bar tiyar, and then the Hazuri of Guru Granth Sahib Ji Maharaj, then Guru Kirpa, that person can be blessed with Amrit, whichever Amrit Sanchar they're going.
And that's male and females, and we we might as well say here, isn't it? Because it's along that line. Is some people say that BBA should only have from Kirpan, isn't it? It was one of those questions you mentioned to me that we're going to ask, but I think it's relevant now. Is one of the questions that's in here, isn't it? That's some of the Sangat have mentioned. But in terms of the Kirpan, we've already mentioned that the Kirpan is Amar di Gurti. There was a practice that came about years and years ago when the Khalsa were in different parts of that country of India at the time, and some and due to cultural practices or those Bibiyan were taking one step into Sikhi, so they gave Amrit di Gurti first. Then that practice became prevalent as that is enough for us, or that's Amrit. This Khande Bata da Amrit is for Bibiyan as males alike, and when the Taksri Kesgar Sahib's Kar Seva happened, Kar Seva mean when the form of Kesgar Sahib, the Takht Kesgar Sahib in Anandapur Sahib as we see it now was built, I think it was in mid-1900s. When they did the Kar Seva, plates came out, and it had the names of everybody who took Amrit. And it started with the Panj Piare's names, it had the Panj Mukte's names, but it also had Mata Gujari Ji's name, Mata Gujjar Kaur, it had the Sahibzadi's names, the Bibi Ajit Kaur's name, Mata Sundar Kaur, Mata Sahib Kaur, Hor Bibiyan de Naam, Hor Sangatan de Naam. Those plates had names of people who took Amrit at that point, and it links back to that registers essentially. In that time, Bibiyan took Amrit from the same Khanda, from the same Bata, the Panj Piare from different backgrounds, social classes. You know, all of that was sort of covered in Guruji's times. I think assimilation with different cultures has caused these things to occur, and then interpreted in different ways, and then it's gone in that way. It's gone in that way. So without discriminating against any background, any other jathebandi or any scenario, as long as the ingredients are there, I think everybody's can access that.
Thank you, Giani Ji, for clearing that stuff up. And then coming back to Shikana Amrit, everyone's been blessed with Amrit. They've done Fateh 17 times. What happens to the leftover Amrit that's in the bata?
So what's in the bata, then they get to drink that, because everybody's going to drink it again. So first they've been shakad with it. That's called Amrit Shakad. Then they're going to all drink it. Mool Mantar. So what happens is those bate that are on the floor, they can either all be put into one bata. This bata remains separate, the main bata, because somebody might come in late, or there might be a chula to give. We haven't sort of touched on that, but that might be something we touch on. So you can't mix this bata. It's got to remain separate and pure, if you will. The others on the floor, because everybody's been drinking out of them. Out of those bata, you can put it all in one, or you can have two or three, and then everybody stands up. And then everybody in turn is taken the bata, 2 Panj Piare go, hold in both sides, and then the sangat is drunk from that bata, is for the sangat to drink, and they're supposed to hold the bata with 2 hands, so they drink themselves. So the 2 Panj Piare are on this side to hold it, and they'll hold the bata, and then it's lifted up, and they just drink out of the bata, and that goes through everybody. Again, the same bata is used, the same amrit is used for everybody. Now you can do that in 2 batches depending on the number of sangat, but essentially it's the same amrit, same bata, mool lagda sareyan da. So there's no discrimination against caste, color, creed, male, female, young, old, all of those kinds of things. Everybody, sareyan da lagda. And if you need more, you come back to the main bata, you pour more in, and off you go around again. And you leave a little bit, just if you know there's some chule, or otherwise you can just fateh the bata with all the sangat.
Well, could you just mention that now, Ji? When would you have Amrit left over in the bata for other reasons than those abalakis
So what happens is sometimes the scenario that somebody's come for Pesh is not in a requirement of taking Amrit again, for instance. That's what the term we use in English. You don't take it again. You're just reinitiating yourself, which technically you come back and you've had to take it again. It might be a small thing which chula is sufficient for. And a chula or kids that you've brought or somebody's birth, they've had the Amrit di Gurti, but they also want darshan of the Panj Piare, so they bring children to have chula.
So that's allowed, isn't it?
That's allowed, yeah, that's allowed. That's a practice that happens. But as soon as you hit an age that's mature enough, you shouldn't give chula to anybody and everybody because they should be taking Amrit then. So it's usually for children for further blessings or a situation which is deemed by the Panj Piare that is on the level of chula.
Silly question, but what if just average Amritdhari Sikh, not Kaveda, Kurehit, just for the top up?
No, that's not allowed. You only come for top up because if you got prosa, you've had it. You don't need it. Guruji's given all the blessings in one go. Top ups are just for those who misdemeanors, I suppose, isn't it? That's just to get you going. It's like rewatering the plant. You don't need rewatering if you're already blossomed. Overwatering can cause damage because ego can inflate and that can cause damage as well, can't it? So we just have prosa in Guruji. That's the best sort of way. And so that chula is different to the 15 times. That's just once and you drink it once. But that's not the same as the Mool Lagda Batta. That's a separate chula la batta and then they drink that. Because otherwise they'll have, it's like, that could be a child who's not Amritdhari yet. So you can't give that jute to an Amritdhari. Does that make sense? So that's where you have to, that's the bit where it's kept a little bit separate in that sense. And that's it really. And then you can fateh the batta and then all the batta are taken, they're going to get washed. And then the next stage after that is giving the blessing of Naam. The blessing of Naam. If somebody comes for chula, it's important that those children are told that if you're coming for chula, are your parents Amritdhari? Will you take Amrit? So they're still questioned. They're not just given out freely. That if your parents, and some might say, no, my parents are Monne, then you need to, who's the Jammewar of this child? And they can't eat meat, they can't have nashe, they can't, you build them up towards those karets, to refrain from the karets, to wear the kakkar, to practice that life so when they're mature enough to take Amrit. So it's about giving somebody a Jammewari and telling them to grow them in ready to take Amrit when they're ready for that.
Giani, you mentioned something earlier that I just remember now about when the Amrit Sanchar is taking place. What about mothers or young parents who have young children, babies? Can they bring their babies?
They can bring the children, because if you're an Amritdhari, you can bring your children in.
Yes.
Because either the child is old enough to take Amrit, and if they're old enough to decide that they don't want to take Amrit, then they can stay outside. And the ones that need to come in, well, they're immature enough to stay outside, so they can come in with their mother, and then they can have some chula afterwards.
Nice. So as long as they're not a distraction, I was
Yeah,
to the back.
that's right. But you just have to manage the situation, isn't it? You just have to manage the situation.
So now just moving on to being blessed with Naam, referring to Mool Mantar and Gurmantar ji. Can you just go into more details there?
So then the Sangat after there's been Shikar, Mool lag gaya, chule, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਸੀ ਆਏ ਹੋ with their families, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਿਲ ਗਏ. ਜੇ if anybody required chula, the Sangat, depending on what was decided, ਉਹ ਮਿਲ ਗਿਆ, ਸਾਰੇ ਬਾਟੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ. The Singhs obviously had just washed their hands again. They get tiyar par tiyar and they go in the hajuri of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and all the Sangat come forward again. They have to be able to look at Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and then the five Singhs will repeat Mool Mantar 5 times and then Gurmantar 5 times. The Sangat don't say with them, they repeat after. And they'll just like, so for Mool Mantar they'll say Ik Oankar, and then the Sangat will repeat. And that's the transfer of Naam. So Mool Mantar is said because Mool Mantar har naam rasayan kaho nanak pura paya. So that's from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Mool Mantar har naam rasayan. So by reciting the Mool Mantar rasayan, taking the ras of it, japayenge, kaho nanak pura paya, we can complete oneness with Vaheguru. So Mool Mantar is important to give there. And then Gurmantar from Bhai Gurdas Sahib Ji, Vaheguru Gurmantar hai jap ho main koi. By meditating on Gurmantar, then you eradicate your self, ego, pride within, and you become one with Vaheguru. So although one might ask why there's 2 mantras there, Naam shouldn't just be one thing. Naam has different forms. Amrit Bani har har teri, Amrit Naam Parmeshwar tera. So if Amrit is Naam, Amrit is Bani, then it's different forms of the same. The key one is Vaheguru Mantar, because that's the one Shabad that is coming from Guru Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji's Kirpa as the one mantra, the one word that joins you very quickly. And then there's the expansions of that into different forms, from Gurmantar to Bij Mantar, Ik Oankar. But you don't get given that there, but I'm just saying that they're the different mantras out there that are Naam Roop. It's just like, if you think of water and ice, it's still water and ice, isn't there? It's just different forms of the same thing, essentially. A liquid form and then ice form and so on. So Mool Mantar and Gurmantar are given, they are not, that is Naam Di Daat. And one may say, I've said O Japon they are, Dridaka they are. So somebody may argue that they're just saying it and they're repeating. Well, we can do that in the Gurdwara, we can do that anywhere. Is that transfer of Naam? Is that transfer of that? I mean, I'm saying it in Western word, Naam energy, or whatever you want to make it sound. How does that happen? And we can't do Shanka in that. If we read Japji Sahib every day, we read Jainakao Nadar Karam, Tenkar, Nanak, Nadri Nadar Nehal, Nadar Nal, Nadar Nehal. Through the eyes and looking at the Sangat, Nadri, through the eyes of the Panj Piare, through the eyes of the Panj Piare Nadri, who are looking at the Sangat, Satguru Guru Granth Sahib Ji Kirpa, through the Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji who vartre aya, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਨਦਰ ਕੀਤੀ. Nadri, through the eyes, ਨਦਰ ਕੀਤੀ, blessed. ਤੇ blessed ਕਰਕੇ ਨਿਹਾਲ. Nanak, Nadri, Nadar, Nihal. So you can transfer Naam with just by looking. Just by doing, and the Sangat are just doing the darshan. They're looking at Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji and the Guru Khalsa. That's why Maharaj is in the Hajuri of Maharaj are the Panj Singh Sahiban. And the Sangat are watching, doing the darshan of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and in their Hajuri, the Panj Piare. And they are transferring Naam through the sound current. They're transferring through the sound current, so we repeat. And they, Nadri, Nadar, Nihal. And that's what they're doing. So they repeat Mool Mantar, Ik Oankar. You repeat it correctly, exactly how they recite it, because that's important, having the right pronunciation. Satanam. They say Satanam. Karta Purkh. Sangat say Karta Purkh. Nirpao. And then Nirvair. And then Akaal Murat. Ajuni Saipang. And then Gur Prasad. Then Jap, Ad Sach, then Jugad Sach, then Happy Sach, then Nanak Hosi Pi Sach. So that's recited 5 times. That Mool Mantar is written on the Chakkar of Baba Deep Singh Sahib Ji's, which can be found at Takht Sri Akaal Takht Sahib. The Darshan Duri of Harmandir Sahib has Mool Mantar written in that way. Some say that the Gurus in different Mangals have written it in different ways. They've written multiple ways. There's multiple Mangals. We know that as more Vidyas come into the Western world. There's a Bij Mantar, Ik Oankar. There is Ik Oankar, Satnam, Gur Prasad. There's Ik Oankar, Sat Gur Prasad. There's Ik Oankar, Satnam, Kartapurk, Gur Prasad. There's all the way up to Gur Prasad, which is known as Mahamantar. And then Mool Mantar with Jap, Ad Sach, Jugad Sach, Happy Sach, Nanak Hosi Vi Sach. This is not to get into an argument into this, why I'm saying all of this. It's just somebody might have a question. Mahamantar, when Satguru Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji Sargun did self-reflection with Nirgun. I say that to help understanding. Nirgun said Mahamantar, Sargun added Japad Sach, Jugad Sach, Happy Sach, Nanak Hosi Vi Sach. So our Guru, the form that's come to us is Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji. They brought the complete Mool Mantar and they passed that down. If your Panj Piare told you it was up to Gur Prasad and you recite up to Gur Prasad, you recite up to Gur Prasad. Because some people just do meditation of Ik Oankar. Even though Mool Mantar, they don't do meditation of Mool Mantar. So I'm using the word meditation. It's about Prema Bhakti, isn't it? Meditation, I don't want to see that as a, one of these yogic practices is Prema Bhakti, but there's no other English word for it. So that's Mool Mantar. And then Vaheguru Gurmantar hai Japahom mein khoi. Vaheguru has 4 sounds. Va, he, gu, ru. all 4 sounds make up the mantra. All 4 sounds make up the mantra. And when Bhai Gurdas Sahib Ji write, they do say Wahe Guru Gurmantar hai. So I know there was a period of time in the past, some people said Wah Guru, Wah. So they didn't say Wahe. Because grammatically, their approach was Punjabi grammar, and grammatically says Wahe, Wah, Wah, because it means astarj, it means wondrous, it means wow, amazing. So Waha is the Punjabi grammatical way of saying it. So they changed it to, that's how we say it. Now that means Waha Guru Tera Sab Sadaka. That comes in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. It might mean the same thing, but the mantra is Wahe Guru. It's 4 sounds, and it's important that that's infused in the Sangat. That's said 5 times, you say that 5 times back. It sounds very simple, isn't it? You say it, they say it, you say it, but it's a transfer of Naam. And it's Nanak, Nadri, Nadar Nihal. And there are countless Sakhis when Satguru, Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, the 10 Gurus, just look. I can go through a few now that have just popped into my head. They just look at somebody and everything's given to them. So if you have that Sharadan Prosa, that you're just doing the darshan of the Guru, and the Guru is just looking, Nadri, Nadar Nihal, you being exalted, and that's Naam Di Dat. That's the transfer of Naam.
There's a show within Guru Bhagan say, Kirpa Katak, like even the side of the Guru's eye, even they can give you
anything
from the side of their glance.
That's right. There's a Bhai Nandalal Ji Kirtan, hai na? When they look at Guruji, they're just like, they go exalted just by looking at their love Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji.
Was in the Sakya when there was a funeral pyre and Guru Sahib just looked at
that's
the
right.
flames,
That's right. That's right.
Got saved as well.
That's right, they got saved. And that's what popped into my head actually. You just said exactly what was in my head. And then Bhai Rupa Ji's mother, Bhai Akaal Di Putri, she goes to Sri Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji, Bhai Sadhu Ji, they believed in something else. She takes, after on a marriage day to Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji, Nanak Nadri, Nadar Nihal, he changes. Bhai Rupa Ji comes from there, everything. That whole family lineage is just developed from the Bibi's prem and just Mara just looking. So anything can be blessed in that way. So there's no shanka there. That's the transfer of Naam. Other people might do it in other ways. I don't know, I haven't experienced it, but that's the way, like I say, we've been taught going all the way back.
And just acknowledge that, like you said, other people, other Jathebandi, like I know if it's AKJs, they'll do like Naam Drid where they'll place their hand on the block his head. So there's other ways that people may do things as well.
I mean, look, I don't really want to comment on other Jathebandiyan's ways because it'll just seem like disrespectful or I'm knocking that. I'm steadfast to believe this is the way.
Yeah, fair enough. Hanji.
This is the way. Guruji can transfer by touching as well. There's Gurbani Panktis that transfer by touching. But I've given you an example of transfer by looking. This system is, like I said, my belief and faith in it goes back to, I think I've already mentioned, haven't I, about how I was taught with, how it works all the way back. And how manuscripts have been written from years and years ago that are passing this message down. So I have a firm belief that this is from Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. This discipline is from Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. Others may not. I'm not here to have an argument. I don't really want to argue with them in that way. The key is, like I was saying a few minutes ago, was the ingredients of the creation has to be right. And as long as the Naam is given correctly, so Wahe Guru Gurmantar hai jab home koi Mool Mantar is given correctly, the Panj Bani are read in complete form. There's Suchamata in terms of it's not dirty bate and stuff like that. That system set up, and then as we move on, there's going to be some Rehats that are shared and Kurehats that are shared, a discipline and indiscipline that is shared and something to be careful of. Then you're there.
No, thank you for that, Giani Ji. It's just, I guess, for someone that's watching that may go to a different Amrit Sanchar and see something different, then at least we've just kind of acknowledged.
I'm of the view, I know there was a question, it's coming up now, we were talking that we could answer that later, but if you feel that you've gone somewhere and you actually think, no, I don't think I've got the right deal here, I would say if it eats your mind, if it causes you shanka, if it causes you question and confusion, then your Sikhi won't advance anyway. If you're comfortable, then do what the Panj Piare told you. If they've done something that they shouldn't have done, those Panj Singh who are doing that seva, that's on their head, it's not on your head, isn't it? But if it's something extreme where they haven't even read Panj Baniya, they've read part but not Panj Baniya, then you're not, you know, it's different, isn't it? You know, if they've just read a Japji Sahib, for instance, and you haven't had Panj Baniya, then there is a big difference in that ingredients. If they haven't given you in the ingredients. But if there's some things where you think, look, this isn't causing me an issue, my Rehat is good, I can keep going and so on, then that's fine as well. You've got to decide for yourself. That's not for me to judge. Like I said, just the way I am and through that Sangat, we're not here to judge. Even Guruji doesn't judge. Actions are judged, people are not. That's a key message. Actions are always judged, but people are not judged.
Very good. Thank you, Giani Ji. And then now moving on in terms of the actual Rehat, what are some of the things that we say to the, especially now they've been blessed with Amrit, they've been blessed with Non-Amritdharis through the Mool Mantar, the Gurmantar. What is that the next thing that the Panj Piare will say to the Sangat?
So, I mean, they've been blessed, haven't they? Amrit piya, Satgur diya, avar na jana dua tiya. So you've been blessed with Amrit. The Guruji's given it to you themselves. We're not here to believe or worship or follow or listen to anybody else. Dua tiya, somebody else, demigod, deity, prophet, other practice. We're not here to, we believe Satguruji has given it to us. Satguruji is the Vaheguru on this earth. Other faiths may not believe that, other religions may not believe that. That's Sikhi's way. We're not here to debate them or prove to them. You know, Jinnah kunna de prophets or deities, what Gyan they had, they can only tell you from their wisdom, can't they? But when you got Vaheguru themselves giving you, you get complete knowledge, complete wisdom. So that's the first. They've been born again. You know, in words, Nama Janam Hoyaya. And then Nama Janam is in the Gurukar. So when you're born again, who's your father, who's your mother, where were you born? You know, those kinds of things. But before that, it's important to impress that Satguru ka janame gavan mitaya. When you're born in the house of the Satguru, your janam mein gavan, awa gone, that coming and going in the birth and death cycle, they erase that. But they erase it if you remain steadfast in the discipline. So if you say strong in the discipline, that's erased. That's the promise. That's Guruji's already done that. So we're cleared from anything. We're protected. We just have to remain in this discipline. The discipline, what's important about this discipline, and I told you about the discipline and different forms of the Khalsa, you know, that people say, are you a Sikh, are you a Khalsa? We already discussed all of this, haven't we? Where we're talking about this is everybody's entry. Everybody, male, female, old, young, social class, caste, whatever, everybody's in. Everybody's got the same opportunity to reach oneness with the Almighty, and that coming and going is erased if we follow this discipline. And what I was going to say was this discipline. What came into my head. So if you think an analogy is Vaheguru's on the top of a mountain. Let's just say they're on the top of a mountain. You climbing up the mountain to get there. You could be an ant. I think some people use a tree as an example. I like to use a mountain. You can be an ant and you can climb up that mountain as an ant. That would take a long time. And you might get lost. And you might go in a circle thinking you're going up. And you might start coming down thinking you're going up. And you might not ever get there. That's teachings and things which is transactional. Deeds with desires. Karmakand. Different deceiving techniques. You do this, you get to go to there. You do this, you get there. You don't need to be a rightful person. You convert one person, you get to. So all that's that level. This is when you come and you get blessed with Khande di Pahol. This is what that literally means. Ava gone da mit gaya. You're like a bird. Bird flies to the top. It's quick. It's direct. There's no obstacle. There's no faffing about. It's there. That's the difference between Sikhi and following this path than anything else. And that's why it's important. So we've got a new birth. So as part of our new birth, first of all, pichla, because we might have been born somewhere else. Pichle jaat, paat, got. What does that mean? What we believed our social entity was, our name was, our family was, what we believed, usara mit gaya. All the karmas of our previous lives, if we continue steadfast in this discipline, Guruji will erase that. If we stay steadfast. So that's a key. I'm saying that at the beginning, and then I'm going to probably lose that track as I'm going through, but that needs to be kept held on. Guruji erases all of that. Sab naas karte hai, because we've been born again. And we didn't believe in anybody else. We've only been blessed with the Satguru. And Satguru gave it to us. And if we have that faith. So then we have a new birth. So we have a new birth. We have a Dharamada Pita. That's Satguru Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. Our Mata is Mata Sahib Kaur Ji. Because Guru Sahib Ji gave that blessing to Mata Sahib Kaur that you are the mother of the Khalsa. When she came, when her Pishla came, forth to her, and she wanted to go in wedlock with Guruji. Guruji said, "Look, you're the mother of the Khalsa now. That's what your seva is for this situation." So Mata Sahib Kaur is our Mata. And then where are we born? Everybody is born at Takhat Sri Keskar Sahib. Everybody's born there. It doesn't matter where this Amrit Sanchar is. That's the birth point. Because remember, this life is an eternal life. So it's not set in, I was born last year on this date. 3 years ago, now I'm 21 years as an Amritdhari. No, it doesn't work like that. Everybody's there on that first one by Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, because this life's eternal. So that's where everybody's birthplace is. That's our pind. As well then, Anandapur Sahib, because our Janam is Takhat Sri Keskar Sahib, our pind is Anandapur Sahib. And our Nanke is Guru Ke Lahore. So Guru Ke Lahore is where Sadhguru Sahib Ji's Anand Karaj was with Bibi Ajit Kaur. They were family from Lahore, but Mata Gujri Ji and some of the Gursikhs, I think even Mama Karpal Chand, their Mama Ji said, look, the Mughals, they're in Lahore, it's going to be dangerous. And then Sadhguru Ji, everything was decided to Lahore, Guru Ke Lahore, ithe basa denne hain. So that's just a little bit away from Anandpur Sahib. When you go to Anandpur Sahib Yatra, you can go to Guru Ke Lahore as well there, where Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji's Anand Karaj was. And initially we just told straight, this is Puja Akaal ki, Akaal par Waheguru di Puja karni hai, we worship them. Parcha Sabad ka, the test will be through the Shabad. We meditate. We do Prema Bhakti of the Shabad. Because Guruji, what they brought to us, what their message is, Mukh Bhakti. The prime message is about Bhakti, devotional worship with love. And Vartan Bairag, they give us something to use to do that. And what do we use? Vartan. Vartana ki to do Mukh Bhakti, our first karma, prime duty is to do Bhakti. And Vartan Bairag is we use Bairag. So we lose attachment and emotional attachment and love with the material world and the heavenly abodes. And we only have love for Waheguru. That's Bairag. That's what we use to do devotional worship. So it's devotional worship with love. And then what happens? Hriday vich Gyan. Divine wisdom is then implanted within each and every one of us. And that's through the grace of the Guru, Gur Prasad. And that divine wisdom is not just we read some books or we get it. That's a type of wisdom. Somebody said to me once, you have something called Aprokh Gyan and Aprokh Gyan. Aprokh means Praya Aksh, from somebody else's eyes. You could translate it to that. So it's knowledge from somebody else. Aprokh Gyan is knowledge from nobody else, direct divine wisdom. So that's what we get, Hriday vich Gyan. And so Puja Akaal ki, Parcha Sabad ka, and Didar, who we do the darshan of the Khalsa, the Gursikh Sangat. That's where we get our blessings. And it's re-emphasized again from the start. We don't bow down to any Detari, a human form. For us, the human form is the Guru Khalsa, Sadh Sangat. The Shabad form is Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. They are treated as a king of kings. That's why they're known as Chavar Shatar Takde Malak, Chaur Sahib, a canopy. That's not idol worship. That's worshipping the Shabad as they are the king of kings. And because they're the king of kings, we treat them like the king of kings. We don't. Idol worship is if we worship the paper without any Bani on. We're worshipping the Bani. We don't worship the material, we worship the Bani. And we bow. And that Bani comes in the form of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. That's why we bow to them. That's not idol worship. And they're the king of kings. And then from there, everything starts in terms of the Rehat. I think first of all, there's a mention of your daily practice.
Yep.
When you wake up in the morning, you have to wake up at Amrit Vela. That's the plan. Not everybody can wake up at Amrit Vela, but that's the aim. Everybody wakes up at Amrit Vela, and when they wake up at Amrit Vela, they have to do Ishnan. When they do Ishnan, there's just an explanation. I think we touched on it a little bit in terms of Ishnan with the Kakkars, because they've been blessed with these Kakkars. That's part of their body. They've got to treat them and see them as part of the body. They sleep, eat, drink, everything with these Kakkars. They don't take them off. They don't hang them up. We talked about Ishnan, how you physically do that. You with your kashera. Then you have to change your kashera in a parda, so in privacy. You tie a towel around. You undo the kashera. It comes off a little bit. You take it off one leg, put a fresh kashera on that leg. It goes, you could put that over the towel, and then you take the other leg off under the towel, put the fresh leg over the towel, pull the towel out, pull the nala, and the kashera's there, and it's done in privacy, in sensitivity. Then you're supposed to wash your hands, because you're going to touch your case, and then you have to comb your case. So we'll talk about the Kakkars a little bit later, but Kanga is a Kakkar. We've mentioned that. You have to comb your case, tie your dastar, and then the nitnem that you've been blessed with.
So what's a very basic definition of Amrit Vela? Just for someone that's never heard of it before.
The exact definition of Amrit Vela, what comes is Pishli Raat Sawa Pair Rendi of the Pishli Raat. So sun rises. So we have 4 pairs that are known as day, 4 pairs that are known as night. Each pair is worth 3 hours. Sawa pair pishli raat rendi. Sawa pair is 1 pair and a quarter before sun rises. So that's 3 hours plus another quarter of 3 hours. A quarter of 3 hours is, what's that, 45 minutes? 3 hours and 45 minutes before sunrise. That's the start of Amrit Vela. Although for Gursikhs, all night is the Amrit Vela. So they might stay up all night. But in the literal definition, it's 3 hours and 45 minutes before sun rises. Now, never mind living in this country where the sun can rise at maybe 3 o'clock in the morning and it sets sometimes at 11 o'clock at night in the summer as we're reaching that phase.
Clock's gone back.
That's not much. That's right. That's not much. And there's parts of this world where the sun stays risen for 6 months. So how does it all work there? I suppose that's your next question, isn't it? I think you've got to utilize those early hours of the morning as much as possible. And if you can, the earlier you wake up, the better. You need to get your body to have rest because your body needs energy. Once you've done it for a while, you can sustain on very little sleep. But at the start, you need your body to sleep 6 to 8 hours. I'm just going to say that out there. People don't say it. People say you should wake up, have 3 hours sleep. Or that person had 3 hours sleep. Can't you? It puts a lot of stress and anxiety. Let's just be real. People work, people go to school. It takes a lot of energy, mental energy. You need your body to rest if you really want to focus on the part. It's more important to focus on the part and ground that part really solid, in my opinion, than being asleep when you're listening to the part. You haven't even heard it, and then you've got no time to do it again because you've got to go work. And so, do you see what I mean? So ground the part, wake up as early as you can, but make sure you get your rest in. And if you can't get up early, then you get up and still do your nitnem. And you get to start having habits where you go to sleep earlier, where you eat a little bit earlier in the evening, so it's not late, so it's not carrying the food's broken down, so you can wake up, read Bart during the day or do Simran during the day, which will motivate you to go it'll naturally wake you up. Do Simran before you go to sleep. While you're laying on the bed, it'll wake you up. So these are little things happen. Wash in a cold shower. We're not supposed to wash. One of the Rehat and Amrit in the old days was wash in normal water. So that's not freezing cold, what you get in this country. But technically, if you want to follow that, it's freezing cold water. But like not hot water. Bathe in that. These are little things that will help you eat the right types of foods, not tamoguni foods. It's going off on different tangents. Tamoguni, that's animalistic type foods. Rajoguni, rich, luxurious type foods. Eat simple. All of those things help with waking up at Amrit Vela. Try and get up as early as you can. Do your path with focus, attention, and that's usually the best way forward. And the Panj Piare are the same. that was created for the Amrit Sanchar, Japji Sahib for Brahm Gyan, Jap Sahib for Akaal Purkh Waheguru Namaskar. We said that Sudhaaee, we described that just a few seconds ago. Develops Bairag, breaks hypocrisy, Chaupi Sahib, the complete Chaupi Sahib. Is 29 paudis plus Sudhaaee plus Dohra. And then the full Anand Sahib. Chaupi Sahib is for Rakhya and Beintiyan, and Anand Sahib is for eternal bliss. That's our Amrit Vela Nitnem. We're supposed to comb our case before we do the Nitnem. After your Ishnan, comb your case, collect the case, save it. We'll talk about that in a few minutes when we get into the Kakkars. Tie your the star, and then do your Nitnem. If you want to do meditation or Simran, or Prema Bhakti or Mool Mantar, Gurmantar, then do that as well at Amrit Vela. Some people do it before they do their Nitnem. Some people do it after. Some people have different practices. And just fit that in as well.
And that's the bare minimum, right, for Amrit Vela?
Amrit Vela, the bare minimum is your Panj Baniya.
Yeah.
And the Gurmantar, Mool Mantar while you're walking about.
And what about for someone, not to go into too much detail because it's a long podcast, but if somebody wants to do more, then is that where the...
Yeah, so we haven't done all the Nitnem, isn't it? Because part of this is the evening Nitnem as well.
Yeah.
So Rehat Sahib.
Yeah.
Rehat Sahib gives you place in Sachkhand, oneness. And then Kirtan Sohila, that part. Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji used to tell Singhs to do, Sikh to do Rakhya de Shabd as well. So some Sikh do Rakhya de Shabd with Kirtan Sohila, some just do Kirtan Sohila. That's before you go to sleep. We can't do that walking about because that's a hukum from Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji that there was a Sikh reading it walking about. Guruji started bleeding. They were in a khet. The nails was, and Maharaj called them. Bhai Lehna Ji was there and they said, you have to sit down and do this. So that's done sat on your bed before you go to sleep, facing your pillow, in the sense that Guruji sat on the pillow and you're reciting the part to them. That's the basic minimum, the 7 banis. And above that, we can do any bani. We said, isn't it, that we've come to this to listen and read Gurbani. Sukhmani Sahib, Asa Diwar, gives us how Asa breaks from the 8.4 million birth and death life cycle. Janan Nanaka Bole Gunabani, Gurbani Har Naam Samaya. The gun, the quality of Gurbani is it emerges in Naam, which is oneness with Waheguru. Gur Paras Ham Loho Mil Kanchan Hoya Ram. Guru is like the philosopher's stone. When we read their Bani, we touch the philosopher's stone, we become gold-like. And the greatness of our Guru is Paras Parsya Paras Hoy. They're like the philosopher's stone, but they don't just give us, they don't just keep changing us, they make us like them. So when you touch them, they'll make us like a philosopher's stone. So you get the same, that's what Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji did all of that for. He said, I'm giving you everything. You get everything. So that's why you say you become Guru-like. We can never say we're the Guru, we become Guru. We have those qualities, with the Shakti blessings. I don't mean Shakti and like, oh, we're looking for this power or energy or whatever, but you get everything, you get all the blessing. The father gives their child, their children, everything. They give their everything. So that's how Guruji, that's the bare minimum. Above that, we've got Mool Mantar and Gurmantar that we've already talked about a little bit, but we need to, those meditations help. Because one word meditation is easy to focus on. You can do more of it. Gurbani is let's say Japji Sahib is a longer part. So you might focus on key bits of it, but you might not focus on all of it. That's why Gurmantar sort of works well. But Mool Mantar is another Mool. It's the root mantra. From the root, everything expands. It's the strength of everything. There are certain mantras that Guruji, those that meditate know this, that certain parts and mantras help control the mind quicker. Some give different types of blessings. So it's a combination of all really is the way forward. It's a combination of all. You can't give up your Satabani Nitnem, that's the hukum from Guruji, but you need to do Mool Mantar and Gurmantar as well as a minimum. Further from that, I would say that obviously Gurmukhi Akkar Jo hai pai sing sing te sikhe jai. We said that's of Sanskaar, isn't it? Learn Gurmukhi Akkar. I would say you should learn and try to do the Nitnem yourself rather than listen.
Yes.
And further still, we would say that we do darshan of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. But if you can learn Gurmukhi, then you should do, let's say, Sampurna darshan of Guru Granth Sahib Ji. You should do a Sahaj part yourself in your life at least once. Or if you can't do it yourself, then at least listen to one. So you've got the full darshan of Guruji. They're telling you everything. They're blessing you with everything. And you partake that experience. Because that Gurbani is going to merges into oneness with Waheguru. Naam Waheguru, isn't it? So a combination of all these things, if we separate them out like Gurbani and the mantras, a combination of both of those is the way. Is the way. Guruji doesn't want to say do that and don't do that. They've given us Gurbani Nitnem, 7 Banis minimum, and they've given us Gurmantar and Mool Mantar. So combination of all of those is important, rather than saying, well, I don't do Nitnem, I just do Waheguru, or I can only do my Nitnem, I don't do. I think you've got to try and develop yourself to do a combination of all. And if you miss your Nitnem, if you wake up late, you need to do it. Don't get into the habit of missing it.
Yeah.
But if you miss it once, let's say you fall asleep by accident before doing Kirtan, so like you go, I'll just need to lay down or relax. It happens to people, they fall asleep. Do 2 tomorrow. But don't keep missing it, because it's the Nitnem that's going to save us. It's the Nitnem that's going to save us. Some people say if you don't understand it, don't do it. The Vaisakhi of Sri Guru Har Rai Sahib Ji, somebody asked that, what's the point? We don't understand. And then the next day they went and they saw a kada pot broken, and the sun's rays, because the pot was used to hold kyo, shined off the pot was shining brightly. And the Maharaj goes, there's your answer. So that pot's broken, but look at the rays that's still shining brightly from it. So at the time of death, even if you didn't understand, at that time when it comes, because we've done all that part will shine brightly within and we'll be saved. So it's important to do it even if we don't understand it. It's good to learn it and understand, but if you don't understand, you have to do it. Don't make it, it has to be, in Western English words, we use the word ritual. So make it ritual so it becomes habitual, if that makes sense. But you're not doing it because it's a ritual, you're doing it to develop love. And love will come from it when you make it habitual. If that makes sense.
Makes sense, Hanji. To be honest, I've kind of skipped over into the after taking Amrit with the extra stuff you can do, so I'll try not to do that in terms of with the just sticking to the basic maryada, the minimum that's given when somebody's blessed. Is there anything you want to speak about in terms of like, kirt karo, daswand and so on here?
I think we do that at the end. I think we do that at the end. I think it's important, you brush your teeth. There's a rehat that you use a datan, and then you throw it away. You break the datan so it's not reusable. Obviously, we have toothbrushes in this country. Some people still get datan from there, or they use this powder, but it's still a toothbrush. I mean, if you've been for Pesh, for instance, somebody asked this question. I don't know if it's on the list, but people ask us this: if you've been for Pesh, because maybe you've done a karat or something, I've got old brushes and things that I use. We always advise throw them away and start afresh again. Because that was used in your time when you've done mistakes, for instance, and so you use everything fresh and those kinds of things.
If we move over to the Panj Kakkar now.
So the Panj Kakkar, Kada kar do kash kange bida bina case het ast jumale nisa. This is writing from Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. We have 5 kakars, they're part of our body. The first kakar is case, nirhari kesav nirvera. So the description of Waheguru in Gurbani is of kesatari, kesatari. So they've given us their roop, Khalsa mero roop hai khas. Khalse main hau karo nivas. So they've given us their form. And in their form, case is the first kakar. They give it to us when we're born. It comes to us when we're born. So everybody is born on that path of Sikhi, no matter which background you're from. Guru di jod diti jandi hai. Guru di case, it's a Guru di more. So it's the stamp of the Guru, it's the face of the Guru. That's the responsibility we've been given. So we can't disrespect the case. That's why it comes into the karats as well. It's doubly important. So it's a kakar, but it's also a karat. Because, I mean, one might argue, well, if it's a karat, why do you need it as a kakar? Because you say don't cut it, don't disrespect it. But it's doubly important because it's Guru di more. That's why it's also a kakar.
I've heard people say that's the most important of the kakar.
Yeah, you could argue because we get that in birth, isn't it? That's the one gift we get given as we come. The other 4 we add to our body, don't we? But the first blessing, everybody gets case. So from the bottom of our toe to the top of our head, we're not supposed to disrespect case. No colouring, no plucking, no lasering, no tying. I think we talked a little bit at the start, didn't we? So it's all of those things. And because then it becomes a Bujjar Kurehit, and therefore, because one might say, well, I've got case, that's why it's also Kurehit. Because other people have case, they just might have trimmed it. So that's why it's a double important thing to have it on both both levels.
So head to toe, and in this case, like if people do their eyebrows and stuff, nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
Yes.
We shouldn't do that.
Just make that clear.
We have to make that clear. That's very important. I sort of mentioned Bhai Mardana Ji, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll mention when we come to the Krayats, another Sakhi of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji as their Mahatam. To sambal the case, they've given us a kanga. We've talked about the kanga as well. The kanga is a lakkad, so it's made of wood.
Yeah.
It's Sabat Surat Siddha Dada Kaat Ka Kanga Kesi Chada. Sabat Surat, we keep our body intact, so that means no piercing, no tattoos, because they disrespect the case, the Rome. Dada Siddha hona chahiye. And Kaat Ka Kanga, Kaat is lakkad, wood. And we chada case with a kanga of wood. So it can't be plastic, it can't be metal, it can't be any other material. It has to be wood, and it has to be complete in itself. And the case that come out in a kanga, when we do it, because a kanga has to be done twice.
Yeah.
So kanga dono waqt kar, paag chunehe kar bandai. Paag is our dastar. Chon I'll talk about that in a second. Datan neet kare na dukh pawe lalaji. So that's the brushing of the teeth, isn't it? The datan karna. And then you don't face any pain or suffering. So the dastar, first of all, the dastar we wear, Sabat Surat dastar sira. So for sings this large, maybe you wear a dastar. And you have to take it off a lot at a time.
Yeah.
You can't take it off like this.
Yeah.
Hoi Sikh sir topi tar saat janam kusti hoy mara. So you can't take it off like a hat. It's got to be one at a time. And then you comb your case with a kanga. Do it twice a day. You do one after you've done Ishnan in the morning, before you do your Nitnem, or that sort of after the Ishnan, and one you do in the evening, or certainly before you go to sleep. You take the star off and then you retie it. And when it says Paag chonehe kar bandi, so when you take it off, it sometimes is folded up. You take the folds out and you chon like this, so it just comes out, and then you just retie it. So it's fresh without any folds.
So not to call anyone out, but sometimes when I beat people's houses and I see their bug like it's taken off.
Look, I suppose when we were
table.
younger, different people, different families, they do that, isn't it? Because they tie it, and old people, they just take it off like that. But for an Amritdhari, it's not meant to be like that.
Hanji. They should keep that discipline.
They should keep the discipline. They should keep the discipline of doing that. Then you comb your case, the case that come out in your comb, you're supposed to keep it. You're supposed to do sanskaar of it, cremate them, burn them, rather than throwing them in the bin, because it's Guru Di More. You can't put them in the bin. You can't do anything like that. There's a Sakhi of Santattar Singh Ji. I remember I heard once years ago, they asked, how do you got so much kirpa? They said, I never touch my case with jute hat. So that's how great case is. Guru Di Nishaniya. So when we do case, hare, if you're using a hair dryer, for instance, you don't want to burn them. So you got to be very careful around your case. You don't want to touch them with jute hands. It's all of those kinds of things. You do the kanga twice. You don't put a hole in the kanga. So if you want to tie a thread around it, to tie it around your juda, people do. I've done that. You tie it around the dand, the teeth of the kanga. And you can tie it around your juda. Kanga can be any size. Practically, if you think it might fall out, you can have one in your pocket, but always have one in your case.
Silly question, when we say size, like obviously not like...
It's got to be usable, isn't it?
Yeah, it can't be that little.
Yeah, it's got to be usable. Yeah, so the one you use, have it in your case. Don't like have one of these in your case and you use a different one. Have the usable one in your case. You know, because you might go out somewhere and you have to do it twice a day. You won't have that with you, isn't it, in your pocket or something. So have a usable kanga, have a usable case.
And if you drop your kanga, if you without a kanga?
So we talked about case, didn't we? And if case disrespected, it's a Bujjar Kurehit, which we talk about in a few minutes. If it's a kanga, if you drop it, you wash it and you put it back into your system. But for a mafi, because it's separated from your body, you do one Japji Sahib that part and you do a smaller ardas.
Would you say that you're not allowed to eat until you've done that?
Yeah. So you could do that mafi yourself, and you're not supposed to eat or drink anything until you've done that mafi. Until you've done that mafi for replacing the kanga. The star in terms of Bibia, did you mention that before? Did we say that before?
We touched upon it briefly, but if you want to mention again, you can.
Did I say Mata Ganga and Mai Pagoji? I said that, also have said it, isn't it? It's been already quite long, isn't it? So I can't remember what I'm saying and what I've said. So we're all right with that. So that's the Kanga. Then we have a Kada. Remind me to talk about how these affect us spiritually. Because one could argue, why do you need these physical entities?
Yes.
So after I've said all five, then we'll talk a little bit about the spiritual aspects of each of these. Then you have a Kada, which is sarbalo. That has to be fully sarbalo.
No gold or silver?
No.
Not the bling bling?
No gold or silver. It's sarbalo. It's round. It's got no grooves in it.
Yeah.
It can't be like a shastra. It can't be like a chakkar, really thin like a chakkar. And they're weapons. You can wear weapons.
Yeah.
Because Guruji said that shastra tari hovo. But a kada is a kada. And it goes on your right hand. Even if you're left-handed, you're supposed to wear it on your right hand. That's what the Rehats all say. You wear it on your right hand.
Can you wear two?
You can if you want. If you want each hand, if you want. Yeah, you can if you do. You can if you want. It reminds us that we're tied to Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. It's like a handcuff to them. So we can't commit any sin with these. Can't steal, falseness, unethical practices, gambling, all those kinds of things we can't do when we've done that. And again, if this comes off when we're managing it and it falls, wash it, replace one Japji Sahib, small ardas. Don't eat or drink anything until you've done that. And then you have a karpan, pan tariyang, crore pavatariyan. And the reason why the kada was sarbalo, this has to be sarbalo as well. Sarbalo jidi sada racha hamana. Sarbalo protects us. Not only gives us the iron, but it has this energy of negative spirits, if you will. Don't come near sarbalo. So that's what the importance of that karpan. The karpan has to be a myan wali karpan. Again, others have different views on this. But I'm just going to say, like, as we're taught, it's got to be in a myan. It's got to be all sarbalo, so it can't have other materials on it. It can't be gold on the mutta. The kakari karpan. Other shastra can be. The kakari karpan has to be all sarbalo.
For those that don't understand Punjabi, myan as in the case.
The case, it's got to be in a case.
Can't be like a naked.
Naked, not for the kakar. The naked ones are kept in the stars, aren't they?
Okay.
But for the kakar, it's kept in a myan, respectful. Some historical sources say that Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji had a 1.5 foot kakari karpan. The one we see at Hajur Sahib, it was there for the damalla.
Yes.
But the kakar was at 1.5 foot. Bhai Daya Singh Ji, historical sources say they wore a 3 foot all the time. The first Panj Piare, they never took a 3 foot off their body since they took Amrit. So these can't come away from our body. It needs to be with a myan, it needs to be with a gatra. Those ones that are sort of free showing, that are not on a gatra or a karpan, they came into being when the British ruled. Now in this country, we're not allowed to wear, there's a law that we can wear karpans, but we don't wear them over, we don't wear them nange. In Punjab, when they took the rule of Punjab, they said you can't wear karpans. So they took people off. Singhs used to be shaheed. So Singh started wearing the damale ones, because they still had those damale ones, the small ones, and they started wearing them. They're easily hidden and all of those kinds of things. And that's where that sort of practice came about. But the original practice was a myan wali karpan. The bigger the better.
Yeah.
But always try to keep. The Nangi Karpan wants blood. As that's why we have a Nangi Karpan. Amrit Sanchar is Sees Mangda. That's why when you're in a battlefield, it's Nangi Karpan Hundiya. Nangi Talwar always wants blood. So that's why it's a respectable thing to have it in a myan. Or if it's Nangi, it's in your damalla. It's different, isn't it? That's like covered with your dastar. So it's still covered essentially. And the Kakari Karpan is the last line of defense. So it can't be, it's got to be ready for action kind of thing. So the bigger the better. Essentially, we said it's sarbalo. Again, if that falls away, you're supposed to clean it, put it back on. One Japji Sahib, smaller ardas. Don't eat or drink anything. Around that, the shape of a karpan, it's got to be goli at the end, where it's one piece of sarbalo, and then it sort of curls at the end a little bit.
Okay.
It's not straight. That's a beige cabbage. A karpan is little gold shape. There are examples of Guruji's karpans. Satguru Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji's karpan. Bhai Roop Chand Ji's parvar have still got that karpan. You even Google that and find it on the internet. You can see the karpans, the actual shape of a karpan. Even those dori ones, the damale ones are curled, aren't they? Are curled. That's the shape of a karpan. The page cabbages are straight. They're not karpans, it's page cabbage. Shastra tari hova, but karpan is a karpan. It's important to be of that. By wearing a karpan, crore paap tarning, like tens of millions of our paap from our previous lives vanish. So that's important.
And it has to be worn in a gatra as well?
Yeah, gatra karpan. That's how Guruji wore. That's how they gave the hadayat. Even the 10 foot, they're in gatra, aren't they?
Yes.
The dories of just, like I said, those dories were linked to what's tied in the malle and stuff like that. So they just started wearing them there. Now, I don't want to disrespect any, but that's what historical sources say about those karpans. And then the fifth one is kashera. Seal jat ki kash peher, pakde hathiara. Where we hold shastra, we have a high moral standard and we wear a kashera. Kashera has to be white or a fikka light rang. It can't be black, blue, kesari, red, green, those are deep colors. Crimson, no. It's got to be white or fikka. It's got to be with a nala, can't be elasticated.
Yep.
If you're practicing a child, they might wear an elastic one, but for Amritdhari, they have to have a nala. The length of a kashera, there's by Daya Singh. I think it's by Daya Singh or by Desa Singh. Some Rehat actually say that they can be tai gaj, so that's how wide they are. So they are wide, but the length goes up to your knees. So it doesn't go over your knees. Je kash badi gude tampe, so bada tanakhiya. So that's a Rehatnama where it says the kashera should go up to the knees, not over the knees. But it should be long. It shouldn't be really high like shorts, essentially.
Like I said, if someone comes to Amrit Sanchar and the kashera is really small, it's not appropriate.
It's not appropriate. So it should be long, but up to the knees. That's what the Rehats all say.
Is there anything about Bibiyan colours of the kashera?
So I said fikke rang. Fikke rang are those kind of light colours, isn't it? Simple colours. If they want to wear those, but white is usually one. Like I said, it's a rebdar, so it's not like shorts. It's got that choli in the middle when you pull the nala. Rebdar, that's how it's described. If that is separated from your body, you take it at your two legs, even by accident, then that ardas has to be done by 5 Singhs.
Doesn't have to be Panj Piare.
It doesn't have to be Panj Piare, Amrit Sanchar, but 5 Singhs. Again, you're not supposed to eat or drink anything until you've got this ardas done. It's difficult at lockdown because you weren't allowed out, you weren't allowed to find. So if you can get 5 Singhs to do an ardas for you, and then you can get onto your daily practice. And then they usually say 5 Japji Sahibs for Takhat, which is a little bit longer. They do the ardas, you can't do that yourself. So that's the Rehat about the Kakkars.
So just to summarize, so for Kirpan, Kanga and Kara, if you are separate from them, it's 1 Japji Sahib and ardas.
Yourself?
Yeah. If it's kashera, it's Panj Singh doing the ardas for you, and they'll give you potential tankha of Panj Japji Sahib.
Yeah, that's right.
For case, we're going to go into more detail later.
Because it's a Bujjar Kurehit, that's Amrit Sanchar.
Hanji.
That's Amrit Sanchar. And then these have a spiritual meaning as well. So case helps us defeat our ego. It defeats our ego with the case because, you know, a Guru Di Mora, we stand out, we're different, we're unique. You know, people look down and they say, Eki, what's this? That'll just help that ego that we're Guru Wale, hai na? The Kanga, when we comb, we need to reflect on how we're taking out our entanglements of the world and more. So that's about attachment. That helps us defeat attachment because we comb those out, those knots in our case. The Kada is about greed because it reminds us constantly. So we're handcuffed to the Guru, like I was saying. And when we out in the world, we can't be lalachi or deceive people because of our lalat and lobe. So that helps us with greed. Kirpan controls our anger. That's partly why it's in a mian. The mian has that cover, lock position that's accessible, but it needs to come and go. And the kashera is designed to help us against lust. It's a nala. The nala has to be long enough to do a kamar kassa and tied rather than just tied at the front. You can't just pull it down because it's tied in a knot with a nala. It makes you think again if you're going to commit an adulterous sin because you're about to open your kashera, you have to physically open it. So that reminders about lust and not falling to those 5 thieves. So the Kakkar have that sort of spiritual entity as well as the physical aspect. They're designed in a way because we are Santa Sipahi. We need a comb to keep our case intact when we're on the move. We've got Kirpan because we're Shastatari. The kashera is designed in a way if we don't have any bottoms on, we can function with a kashera on its own. We can function with the kashera and it's designed rebdar so we can practice Shastra Vidya movements without tightness or anything like that. And the Kada just reminds us for a high moral character as well as part of that. So it gives us, it makes us real saint soldiers as part of that as well. When we're meditating, let's say you're in a jungle or a place, and you got a kirpan, you're ready, you can protect yourself as well.
And just with the kashera, you just mentioned some really good points in terms of, unfortunately, at shops, if somebody was to get a kashera, a lot of times they're really small, the nala's not long enough to do a kamar kasa. And even another point about the way you wear the kashera, it shouldn't be inside out, I heard once.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't be inside out. So actually, there's Rehat that say if it's inside out, then you still have to get that ardas done. Or some Rehat say that, but you just got to try and get your kashera back on in the right way. It shouldn't be inside out. Because the inside bit is always going to be touching your juta area. And so the outside area, sometimes it's going to touch your chola. The chola is going to go, your hand might touch it. Kashera is deemed to be juta because it touches your private area where we go to the toilet and all of those things. And when we touch the kashera, we should always wash our hands before we touch anything else. when we change the kashera with that towel, we shouldn't use that towel to then clean our face. That should be a separate kashera towel. We should use a face towel is something totally different. These are like rehaats that you learn with sangat.
Yes.
They're not necessarily in the rehat maryada, but they're things that you learn because that's helping you with your jivan as well.
It was only when we went to India recently, about 3-4 years ago, and we only had one towel, and the things are like, so use the same towel for downstairs and upstairs. And then we realized, oh, you actually went to have 2 towels.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
like you said, unless you don't do sangat, you don't learn these things.
You don't learn those things. That's
Hanji.
right. That's right.
Hanji. So that's when it comes to Panj Kakkar. Now the Char Bujjar Kurehit, if we can go to that, Ji, in terms of, before we go through the actual Bujjar Kurehit, can we just talk a bit about Pesh? What does it mean? And vichar on making mistakes, because I feel like this is where a lot of guilt, and you've probably seen it yourself in doing the seva, where people can go into things like depression and guilt when it comes to this stuff.
I mean, if you've made a mistake by accident, you still come Pesh.
Yeah.
If you done it on purpose, you come Pesh. Pesh means, how do we translate Pesh?
Being present?
Or
like,
you it's like coming into a court, isn't it?
Yes.
That's that word Pesh means, isn't it? That you've been summoned to the court.
Yes.
You're not summoned here, you come by yourself. We use the term more of Sudhaaee karoni rather than Pesh hona. Pesh is a word used as well, but Sudhaaee karoni. Sudhaaee means you're coming to, Sudhaaee means to purify. So purify the mistake. Whatever it is, Guruji, I have all talked about the compassion, the sensitivity, no judging the person, but judging the deed. All of those qualities and characteristics are present. So you've got to try and believe that Guruji's there. Guruji's going to save you. They're the savior. And they will save you. So you've got to go in that way, in that mindset. So that's important. That's important to do that. So you've got to hold it in that way. You've got to hold it in that way. If you have a chance to speak to Sangat, I'm sure they'll tell you that as well. We shouldn't have this view that I don't want them to find. Like, another thing that people do to deceive is go to different Amrit Sanchars, hide what they've done, and still be part of like seva that they shouldn't be, but then they'll go to another Amrit Sanchar to sort it but it's one of those things. It's not talked about. I've already mentioned this with the Panj Piare Singhs. They don't talk about it afterwards. They deliberate, they move on. And what I've shared with you about my way of handling it, I share that with the Singhs. They're very similar. They forget about everything. So even if you see somebody afterwards, I don't even remember who's been. And that's the honest truth. I don't even remember who's been. And when you see somebody and say, I came to an Amrit Sanchar, I genuinely can't remember. And you have to remind me of what you're talking about, because it doesn't just naturally be remembered, if that makes sense. Because in that moment, I'm not in that form. I'm not doing that seva, so I clear that out of my system.
Kirpaji, thank you for sharing that. And we answered a lot of these questions earlier about, is Pesh done secretly, openly, in terms of ideally people around the other Abulakis will not hear what is being said generally, or they shouldn't be listening anyway. And the Panj Piare will not share whatever said in the Amrit Sanchar outside the Amrit Sanchar. And we spoke about Takhat not being a punishment. It's more just kind of earning off whatever mistake we've made with the Guru's blessings of Seva, Simran and Sangat. If we move on to the actual Kurehit, should we start with tobacco?
Tobacco, yeah. So again, from Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, Hukka hajamat halalo haram, bari se hena kar duru se hafam. So Hukka is the first Bujjar Kurehit. That's tobacco, literally. So we have 4 Bujjar Kurehits, but we also have other disciplines that come with these. So the first one is, the literal sense is tobacco. And tobacco is known as Jagat Di Joot. And the Jagat Di Joot is what Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji called it. For a Sikh, using it, never mind using it, they don't even want to touch it. Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji's horse didn't go through a tobacco field. Sun Gursikh ki Rehat ko Taje tamaku sang marni mara to atapala jagat joot nahe ang. So it's better to die than even have tobacco that touches your body. So tobacco is 100% no. It's not allowed at all. And if it touches our body, there's a Gursikh that says you go home. So let's say we're walking with bare feet outside Chapalan, stand on a tobacco butt, you go home, you wash those clothes, you do Kesi Shnan before you're able to do Langar Di Seva, Guru Di Seva again, or touch Potiyan. That's what you're supposed to do.
Is that the same with unfortunately we live in the UK where on the streets.
It's not the same for
because
smoke.
passive smoking.
Not the passive. It's not the tuwa.
Yeah.
But although some Singhs do Ishnan before the Guru's Hajuri anyway, so that covers that aspect.
Yeah.
But it's literally if you touch.
Okay.
It's literally that pankti is about touching that red.
And what about other things outside of tobacco specifically? Like obviously if you're talking about cigarettes, or what about things like vapes that have now come in now?
So vapes, Kali Pens vapes. I work in a school, so I know what they're all. I would, and I know a lot of the Singhs that do Panjandi Seva in different spheres will unify them under this Kurehit.
Yes.
Because nasha, different types of nashe are not. Pan supari khatiyan, mukh beediyan laiyan, har kade na chete ho, jam pakad chalaiyan. There's different rahatname out there that I'm going to quote. Kutha hukka charas tamaku, ganja topi, tadi khaku, inki or na kabhu dekha, rahatwant so singh bhi sikh hai. So there are different types of intoxicants in. There's other stuff here that we'll talk about when we come to those kurehits, like meat and kutha and halal and all of that. But in terms of the nashe, ganja, topi, tadi, khaku, charas, hukka, tamaku, pan, all of these things. Then we have this one which some people use to propagate that we can't have these things. So rati afim jo masa pang, in ko khaweh kadi nisang. Now some people use that quote to say we can have afim and we can have pang. Pang is like sukha. So rati and masa are weight. Masa is around 1 gram. And rati is around 1/8 of a gram. So masa is just under a gram. It's about 0.9 something. And then 0.1 something is a rati. So if you think of that in terms of weight, rati is worth maybe 5 staples. And masa is worth maybe paperclip. Yeah. It's that kind of weight. Because it says enko khaweh kadi nisang. So in my translation, in those days, some intoxicants were used for medicinal reasons. So where tobacco is the Bujjar Kurehit,
yes,
some of these other intoxicants we know in medicine now, isn't it? Like you can get high on medicine. So some of these were used for medicinal, and that's why the amount that they're describing is so small, because it's for medicine. Because you're in a jang. In a jang, you need a painkiller. You're going to battle tonight. Tomorrow, they're all over you. You're going to be shaheed. You just need to get through that pain barrier and off you go. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So they were used for medicinal, because the same next pankti after that, the ones that people use to say, like, we can do this. Iste adikna amal vadave.
Yeah.
So don't increase your amal, your addiction to these. Vade amal tao nar dukh pave. So who gets attached to the intoxicants? The amal. So amal basically means addiction, doing it and using it. And you know yourself. Doesn't matter what we quote, different disciplines, different groups, you know. It doesn't matter what you quote. You know when you're hooked. You know in your group of friends you're hooked. Nar dukh pave. So that's important. So where they were used for medicinal reasons, they're now...
It's more recreational.
Much recreational.
Yeah. Addiction and pleasure, I guess.
Yeah, addiction, pleasure. And I think that's wrong. Part of this is also alcohol. Sharab, isn't it? Now, alcohol could be used as an antiseptic.
Yeah.
Isn't it? But in this situation, if it's taken as an intoxicant, then Parthri was a jogi. He offered Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji Sharab. Guru Sahib Ji is a complete shabad on that. Kya mad shush hai pa utare. Amrit ka vapari hova. Hova. Kya mad shush hai pa utare. Mad sharab. I'm a vapari, the trader of Amrit. Of the nectar, the naam of the Lord. Why am I going to touch sharab? Hana? And Sri Guru Amar Das Sahib Ji, Manas Paraya Aanaya, Manas Paraya Aaye, Jit Pite, Mat Dur Hoye, Baral Pave Vich Aaye, Apana Praya Na Pashane, Khasmo Tak Ek Aaye. So when you take sharab, you lose your mat. You know, I know some people use Panjaratni and they use that as an example. A Panjaratni is all right. I'm not having a disrespect with Nihang Singhs. I'm mixed with a lot of Nihang Singhs from different Jathebandis. I've been blessed with the Sangat of different Nihang Singhs from the different Dals over my time when I spent time in Punjab, Buddha Dal Singhs and Jathedars, Tarna Dal Singhs and Jathedars, Bidi Chand Singhs and Jathedars. And even to this day, I still, whoever still, some of them have passed away. They were saintly people. So others I still mix with. So I had opportunity to darshan and sangat of Baba Kirtan Singh, Baba Gurdev Singh, Shidi Baba, they're still around. Obviously Baba Avatar Singh, Baba Daya Singh, and some Buddha Dal Singhs and Jathedars many years ago. Some that have now left. Baba Prem Singh, Hajur Sahib, I used to visit them every year. They used to talk about these things. So in terms of Nihang Singhs, this is not me having a go at Nihang Singhs. I want to make that clear. I've got a lot of prem and I understand their Rehat, but some of that Rehat was for their exclusive dals. Whether you agree with that or not, some Sangat might not even agree with that. This is the reality of it. It was just for that. It was never meant in the mainstream Sangat. And in the mainstream Sangat, some of these things have creeped in and then you get attached and addicted to all of these things. And that's where this is kind of sort of gone astray. So when you've come into these intoxicants, you spoil your life, like Sukha Pang. That's that there's medical science around schizophrenia. Babar actually offered that to Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji. Maharaj, Pao tera pang khaladi mera cheet, main devana beya ateet. Pao, love of Vaheguru is your pang. Not amal of the love. It's not the physical entity. The Siddhs used to take all of this all the time. And because some believe that if you take these intoxicants, it helps you connect. It helps you hallucinate.
Yeah.
I don't know if it helps you connect with Vaheguru. And Naam, which we talked about, you blessing that great Naam Didat. Even if you need tea to connect, that means you're saying tea is bigger than the Naam that you're connecting with. If you can't stay awake, some people drink tea, don't they? But then that means you need tea to do Naam. You need to get to a place where the Naam goes past the threshold. There's this also, look, Madra dehta sabat kul, Pang dahe tan ek, Jagat joot sat kul dahe, Ninda dahe anek. So if you drink Sharab, 7 generations go kharab in your life, in your family. If you take Pang, just you yourself are affected because obviously it gives you that hallucination and schizophrenia type. Jagat joot, which is tobacco, Satakul. Sat here translates to 100. 100 generations if you take tobacco. That's why it is the Bujjar Kurehit, is in the technical sense. But obviously Ninda deha anek, where we shouldn't do Ninda anyway. Ninda the sara kol kharab ho janta hai. So that's another teaching there. So it's important that these things, if they were used, if people use an example of the past, if they were used in the past, they were used primarily for medicinal reasons. They were not used for recreational reasons. And particularly, like I say, you find loads of Rehat. When you start going into the recreation and you're addicted, then it will destroy your jivan and destroy your family. Now, again, I'm not having a go at anybody here. If people are part of a group or part of a dal or a part of a situation and they believe, well, for us it's fine, that's on their head. It's just their karam, isn't it? I'm going to be sharing, like you've asked me today. I said that from the start. I've got to share what I've been told, what we believe. We try not to change any of this, what we were taught, what went all the way back. That's what we're sharing, and this is what we believe is that Khalsa Maryada on discipline. And so tobacco is the Bujjar Kurehit, but any type of intoxicant that we get hooked on, that comes under that banner of a Bujjar Kurehit. You've got to be very careful of that because it can destroy your kul. I've just read that out in different situations, and it can destroy certainly yourself if you get caught up on it. If it's used in medicine, like some of these things are, and now even Western medicine has developed the chemical version of those things. In the original days, it was those things. Now it's the chemical version. So essentially, medicinal to some extent is okay, but you shouldn't do amal on these. It doesn't help your jivan. We're naam ke vapari, aren't we? Har ke naam ke vyapari. That's what we are. We're traders of naam. And this Amrit initiation, although it does make us warriors, don't get me wrong, but we're not only warriors of the world, we're warriors of the mind. And you need to have both. And some of these things won't help. Won't help with that.
Good. Well, thank you, Giani Ji. That's with the first one, tobacco. How that itself specifically is the Kurehit. But again, these other things that we've acknowledged where they've been used in history, but now it's gone too far in terms of addiction.
Yeah, because
Being
these
addicted.
rehatname saw that you've lost your rehat
Yes.
if you take them. So it does come under these karats of nasha, if that makes sense. So if somebody says, well, that's not a bajjar karat, but it does come under that. So you would still, to purify yourself, you would come and do Sudhaaee.
Kirpa. And then another big topic, because one is the whole intoxicants. Another big one is kutha.
Kutha. So we go there, there's a specific, I want to go in the order that hukka hajamat. The next one in the pangati is hajamat,
ठीक है.
which is case. So we've described that it's from the perdi gutti, from the bottom of the toe to the top of the head. There's no disrespect of the case. This is Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji in that Janam Sakhi. Sabat Surat Rab di, panne baiman, dargah hai toi na mila, kafir kutta shaitan. So when Satguru Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji meet Rukamuddin Kaji. Rukamuddin was in Mecca.
Hanji.
They meet Rukamuddin Kaji. Maharaj is उत्थे पे ते इधर चरण हलाए ते काबा उधर को गया ते फिर इधर होए काबा उधर को गया. Rukamuddin Kaji became a Shardalu. Because they call a non-believer kafir, don't they? So that's why that shabad comes in this. The Maharaj goes, a true kafir, kutta shaitan, what they were calling Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji is somebody who doesn't keep a Sabat Surat. Because we have to keep our body intact. We can't pierce, we can't cut pieces off, we can't disrespect case or our Rome. Because Gurmukh Rome harte aave. It's through the Romes that we're going to connect with Vahiguru. Sabat Surat Rabdi. Panne beiman dargah toi na mila kafir kutta shaitan. Sabat Surat Rab banai beiman ne pan gawai. And after that point, Rukamuddin Kaji kept his case. He kept the Karama, and he even put the Karama in the Kaaba. That's what historical sources tell us. And then when he came back to this side, which is now Pakistan, he brought them with him. And incidentally, you know, the Uchde Peer, when Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji became Uchde Peer after Chamakor Sahib, that's his lineage, Uchde Peer, because they kept the case. Because Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji told him to keep that case. So we can't disrespect our case in any way, shape or form. It's a Bujjar Kurehit. If we do, we have to be Pesh in front of the Panj Piare. It's important. That's the Guru Di Mora. We've talked about the importance of it. We talked about Bhai Mardana Ji. But then when they came to travel with Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji gave them 3 teachings. And out of those 3 teachings, one of them was, you know, your mother's kept your case. Now you're coming with me. You're not going to disrespect your case. So case has come from Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji's times. All the Gurus kept their case. The Bhagats even kept their case. Those Bhagats that are in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, उन्होंने भी case, they might not have done originally, but Guru de Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji de darshan करके इन्होंने सारे ने case रख ली सी. Bhagata ने.
Hanji.
And that's important to mention. Not many people say that. The Bhagats in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji did darshan of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji. ते सारे ने case मुड़ के रख ली सी. Is there any follow-up question from the case?
We covered it all a lot earlier to us.
Yeah.
Hanji.
Hana? And then we've got halalo. So halal, we all know what halal is. Halal is kalma pad ke, jadon kutha ko ke maar deya. Kutha is ko ke marna. Halal kar deya. Then they read the columns. In the Jewish faith, they call it kosher.
Yeah.
So oho maas bajjar kareta. Oh maas bajjar kareta. When the time of the jungs, the Gursikhs in the jungles, when the time came when they know tonight we're Shahidi Pauni, Kal nu Shahidi Pauni, they're in the middle of the jungs, there's nothing to eat, they've stayed hungry for many months, they've eaten the patte and all of those things for many months. Then there was a time where they hunted and they did chatka. That's where this term chatka comes from. Where they did chatka, they did ardas, and then they had that meat at that point. At that point in Pant Prakash, he says that it was kacha mas. So they didn't even cook it. Many times they would just have it raw. Now, if you have raw now, we'll get ill. And that was because they know tonight they're ready to go. Tomorrow they're ready to go. When they're ready to go, they're in the middle of a jung. They've been hungry for many months. You know, even in the time of Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji in Anandapur Sahib, we know they stayed hungry for 9 months. They had horses. Because the horses, they went out on horses, did they? But they didn't eat horses then, did they? And so it's important that even though halal is a bajjar karehit for us, that in certain times we don't need meat. Only when it's Jang Jodh da Sama and the Khalsa Panth have done that situation, That's like I've sort of been describing, that's the maryada, the Khalsa maryada, the discipline. In that situation where you hunt, you get a jungli janwar and you do that for yourself and go, that's where the meat entity comes in of Chattaka. And then therefore you can get a little bit of controversy around, can we eat meat, can we not eat meat? That's where that comes from. So historically there was a time. So if there's that time again, and we're all hungry for many months and we're in the Taramajud, it has to be a Taramajud, not worldly war, Taramajud for the Sikhi faith where Sikhi is being eradicated. Utte, at that end time, if you're in the middle of that battle, that's allowed in that purpose at that time for those who decide to do it. Not everybody will, but those who decide to do it. Apart from that, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji doesn't really give us agya to eat meat. There's different examples, different panktiyan. Jerat lagya kapda, jama hoi palit, jorat pive manas aten ki nirmal chita. Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji to Akaal Ji, khoon da shitta got on his clothes. He took it off his jutha. Maharaj gave this bani that what's going to go inside of you, how are you going to cleanse that out. There was two teachings with that. The one, Gariban da khoon vi pinde si, that term. So Maharaj is given double teaching there. Then we've got Bhagat Kabir Ji, Kabir, Khoob Khana Khichari, Jam Amrit Lon, Hera Roti Karne, Gala Katawe Kaun. For roti, why would we Gala Kato Katamange? For some entity, Hana, for food. It's better to have Khichari, Jam Amrit Rupi Loon, because it's one of the Shatti Prakar, 36 types of food. Loon comes in that, those delicacies. Meat doesn't come in that. Egg doesn't come in that, and fish doesn't come in that. Amrit Rupi or Shatti Prakar da Pojan, that's what's given to us as Sikh. But then we're also called as practical in the situation of a Taramajud. Jiye badoho, so Tarmakar Tahapoho, Atarmakaho Katapai, Apas Kau Manevar Kara Thapoho, Ka Kao Kaho Kasai. In the name of a religious action or a religious deed, we slaughtering, we call that Taram. So what would you call Ataram? What would you call, Maharaj is saying that we could be saintly, but then who would you call a butcher? You call yourself a saint, but doing that action, then who would you call a butcher? We know Sadhana, Bhagat Sadhana Ji was a Kasai. He was a butcher. There's a Sakhi of Bhagat Sadhana Ji, his Bani in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, that somebody came to his shop. He was a butcher, and they said, I need meat. He says, shop's closing. He says, just give me a leg. And the animal, the Janwar, was alive. He goes, okay. So he went there just to cut the leg. While the animal goes, you're about to start a new karma here. We've been killing each other back and forth as butcher and animal. So many lives. And now you're about to cut my leg off while I'm alive. That's going to start a new karma. And off we go again into you're going to expand the karma rather than closing it. And he took that teaching. Yes, he stopped doing that. So these are karma that we take on. And we have to, so whatever that karma is of that jeev, we have to take that on if we eat it. So in times of spirituality, in times of where we're not in Taramjud, we don't need to take that extra karma on. Some people talk about, we need to practice for that time. But like I said, in those times, they had kacha mas. Nobody practices eating raw meat here. Everybody goes outside of that. Look, it happens in certain Nihang Singh Dals. That's not for me to answer. That's not for me to answer. I'm talking about our mainstream Gursikhs that are coming on. If you're following a path of Gursikhi, it's best not to. When the Taramjud happens, what the Khalsa say, then we make those decisions at that time. Bhai Gurdas, you talk about Bhagat Sadhana Ji, Je ka sai udreya jiya kai na khaiye panga. Panga translates to panga, it also translates to meat. And they're saying if the kasai, that whole body is about, if Waheguru saved Ganaka, who's a prostitute, why do you become a prostitute? So here is about, but if the butcher was saved, that doesn't mean we become butchers and partake in these kind of things. So we just got to be careful. So for a Gursikh who wants the path of spirituality, it will bring tamogun, it'll bring the karam onto yourself. Bhagat Kabir Sahib Ji talks about Kabir pang mashli sura pan jojo prani khahe tirat bart name kiyete sabe rasatal jahe. Pang is meat. Pang is also pang sukha. Pang mashli machi fish. Sura sharab. Pan, another type of intoxicant. Jojo prani ka hai, anybody who partakes in that. Tirat bart name kiye. So tirat for a Sikh is going to the Gurdwara. Bart, keeping a fast for a Sikh, is keeping your Rehat. Name is doing your Nitnem Simran. They sabe rasatal jai. Rasatal is the name of hell. You be sent to hells and you come in and go into the birth and death lifestyle if you partake in those things. So that's Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And any Rehat Maryada, any historical reference has to be in line with our Guru, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. That's the most important thing here. Now, Guru Khalsa is our Guru, and Guru Khalsa could say, well, we're making the decision. But even the Guru Khalsa is in the Hajuri of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, like we've said, and the Guru Khalsa will be in line of the teaching of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. And only when it's a key situation like a Taramajud, they might make a call. In the normal day-to-day practices, it's about your jivan and development and developing prema bhakti, with Guruji. There's many more panktis against meat, so I'm not going to recite them all, because you can argue with mas karamura chagade. Why are you arguing? That's why I'm not arguing. I'm saying people can answer for themselves in their own way. But in the mainstream, in the Western world, where we're not in a jud, where we're not in a, because I'm speaking in English, so this is for people who understand. I'm supposed in a Western world, understand English. I'm not arguing about what's sag and what's meat. Is that pankti? Guru Di Kirpanal, I know, but this it brings a lot of karam that you don't need to. That you need to. We have to show compassion, and then, like I said, there's more panktiyan against having it because it's going to bring karam onto you where you don't need to have that karam. So that's important, in my opinion. Others may disagree with that. I'm not discriminating against anybody because entities exist in other places, and those entities have reasons for doing what they do, and you can ask them why they do it. From my teachings and my mindset and what I'm sharing, you have to take that karam on. And if you can take the karam on, that's what you will do. I mean, there's also teachings about certain animals that you shouldn't have, but people do them as well. So how far do you expand the teaching? Do you see what I mean? And then egg's another one. So egg, let's say, well, what if the egg's unfertilized? We get so much protein from that. I mean, I might be silly here, but well, you can get so much protein from eating a human, but we're not cannibals. You can take horses, but so where's the distinguishing nature? If you have a murga, like a murgi, they spit and eat that, you're eating all of that negative, you're eating all of that gandagi as well. So where's the sucham gone? Where there's supposed to be sucham in some of this as well, isn't there? Where's all of that gone? Purity. So it's very important just to be aware of those things. Like I said, for a Gursikh on the path of oneness with Waheguru, this will only detract you. When we're in the Jang Jodda Sama, Taramajod, then the Khalsa will decide, and we make our choice at that point. Until we're in that phase, then we're in that phase. And those that are building up to that phase, which is all respect to them, and they live in certain ways, this is not me having to go, like I said, I gave that clarification. I got a lot of brain with a lot of Nihang Singh, so I'm not questioning what they do when they live in the right way. In the Western world, some people have discriminated against even that way of how they live, and they've made it into something different, which wasn't what it was. Certainly in the Sangat I've done with, like I said, these Mahasadhu Gursikhs from the different dals, Baba Prem Singh from Buddha Dal, Baba Kirtan Singh from Tarna Dal, and Baba Avatar Singh, Baba Daya Singh from our Bidhi Chand Dal. They're the three mainstreams, aren't there? And there's others, and there's obviously Baba Nihal Singh. It just came out of my mind. I mean, they recently talk about Sakhi where they talk about that they had darshan of Maharaj, and Maharaj said, even though you hunt chidiya, birds, that you have to fix them and send them back. And when the Adals used to go there, they wouldn't allow it in their place. They said, Maharaj, the hukam nahi hega. So different Dals have different views. This is not to knock Nihang Singh. Nihang Singhs are uche suche in our qawm, but you have to live to the way they lived. In the same way, we all have to live in the way that Guruji is lived. So sometimes I might be guilty of it. We take teachings from the past and we adapt them to how we want to prove ourselves to be right. But let's live to the core way. And if you follow whatever path you follow, live to their core way. Celebrate the core way that they lived. Then that's fine. You doing what you're doing, isn't it? But when you misconstrue that and you put it into something else, that's where sort of intoxicants can be prevalent. That's where then it changes into something different. So it's not knocking any of those jathebandis. It's just being aware of what we're here to do.
And even just moving away from the jathebandiya, just the armed Sikh, like you said, the mainstream Sikh, who may want to eat meat. Like if we're even putting Jatka to one side, your typical going to a supermarket or going to McDonald's or KFC and eating that type of food, like there's no need for that.
No, definitely, because there's no need for that, because ikta, who's prepared it, who's made it. Like I said, that karam is coming on. Look, Baba Deep Singh Sahib Ji, they never had any. Everybody agrees with that from every Jathebandi actually. You know, they never had any mass. And like I said, I've talked about anda. Some people say, what about unfertilized? Waheguru, my view, is Waheguru's hukam for an egg is for procreation. That's what an egg is designed for. Yeah. It's when man, it's their ego, keeps that away from the chicken, then it's not allowing for that process to happen, isn't it? So that's out of hukam of Waheguru. You know, the hukam of Waheguru is to send the egg because it's about, not all of them are going to happen, because it's only with kirpa all those eggs will work and some won't. But if you separate those to say it was unfertilized, or that we pick the ones that weren't on, that's just trying to play with the system just to get what you want. And then they'll say, well, you have milk. Yeah, we do have milk, but milk was designed, it comes out of an animal. So we're not a type of faith that are scared from meat.
Yeah.
You know, with meat, we come from meat. We're not scared of that, but we don't need to partake in it. And we drink milk, it comes out of an animal. There's nothing wrong with that, because that was made for nourishment. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's just about tamogun, rajogun, satogun, and how your mindset and how you're going to fix with naam as well, because part of this is about naam, isn't it? You're taking naam. So you've got to be very careful in what you partake. I'm not here to have debates with people in that sense. I'm happy to speak to people if somebody wants to speak to me separately, and we can have a discussion, and we might agree to disagree, or they might put some arguments, extra arguments for me, and I might be able to help them. That's just the way of life, isn't it? So this isn't about knocking anybody. If anybody has a certain belief set, then they should live ideally in that belief set in the proper way. And there's a lot more that they do or did than what's happening in the Western world now with intoxicants and this meat issue. But live in that way, and it's all respect to you. All respect to you if you will live in that way, but properly live in that way. And then going to the shops, that's neither here nor there, because preparation of food is an important thing as well, because even in Nihang Singhs, in the Dals, they have a group which they call Bibekis, and they keep high level of Rehat, where Suchamata in whatever they do, but they wouldn't eat off anybody from a shop like you just described.
Yeah.
They won't buy it off a shelf.
Which is the mainstream that are probably watching this podcast and take a lot away from it. That's just a clear, like there's not even any conversation around that.
The key here is about the karma, isn't it? If you're happy to take the karma of another jeev janwar, you take it. You might be able to take it from a plant, but there's not much there for you to take compared to what you're going to get, what you take from the else.
And I guess it's the whole but we need our protein to make the muscles and stuff. That's probably the main argument.
Yeah, but Baba Deep Singh didn't need that, did they? They had sholeh. They just had sholeh, didn't they? You can go to Damdama Sahib now, and they used to drop it in the kadith where the pora was. They used to just pick some of those, eat them. That power comes from Gurbani. The Bani of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji of Satguru, and the extra blessings Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji's Bani has given us. That Shakti comes from there.
Right.
We don't need physical, worldly energy for that purpose.
And the last of the
Haram.
Haram.
Haram is about adultery or relationships before or outside of marriage. Dekh paraiyan changiyan, mama, bhena, tiyan jana hai. Elders as mothers and fathers, barabar as brothers and sisters, youngers as sons and daughters. Not to have a relationship. Relationships come from, attraction comes from looking, talking, developing a relationship, then emotional attachment, and then moving on from there. And then we fall into that trap, and then a Bujjar Kurehit can happen where a physical relationship occurs. We've got to be very, very careful that we don't fall into that trap. Nij nari ke saath tum nit badaiya ho, par nari ki sej pur supne ho na jahiyo. So who you're married with, enjoy, develop love daily with them. Don't even have a dream to have a relationship with somebody else. Now, par nari is the term that's used. Par means another. So par nari is another. And what happens is, some people describe par as being, because this was the time of the Mughals, so they will say where it says par nari, par, that means somebody from the Mughal background or a Muslim. That's a par nari. So we can have relationships with our own, because they say outside, how can you see somebody as your sister and then get married to them? But that's an avastha, that's a mindset. even Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji talks about a relationship with Waheguru, a husband and a soul bride. So, if our mindset is on that level, then we'll think on that level about Waheguru like a husband, and he's going to physically come and have a relationship with me and I'm the soul bride. It doesn't work like that. This is a avastha level that everybody is seen and respected like a sister. So you wouldn't commit those sins with your own sister, so you don't do it with anybody else until you're married. How you treat your mother, you treat everybody elder that way. How you treat your father, you treat them in that way, in that positive way. They brought you into this world, so we respect, we do their seva. So you do that with elderly, anybody that's elderly. With Barabar, we treat people like our sister because we wouldn't commit incest with them, so we wouldn't do that. But when we're married, then they're our taram patni. Then or our husband, and we've done ardas, and we move on from that. From youngers, they're like our children. We don't commit those sins for children. So we've got to see everybody like that. We've got to treat them like that. That's an avastha. This view that as long as they're not from a Muslim background, then everything's free. I think that just only brings your jivan down because you'll get caught up in lust, you'll caught up in attachment. It's your ego that's driving that anger, and that's very, very sinful. So it's important that we filter those kind of misconceptions that are coming into the youth in the Western world, certainly, that it's not paraya means anybody else apart from who you are married with. And it's important that is many satpanktis in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji that describe that. Remember, our rehat, our discipline that we've been talking about today, has to be in line with Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji's teachings. If it takes us away from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji's teachings, then that historical reference, that teaching is probably, you need to be careful. Everything has to be in line. Like I was saying at the start, it's like a Venn diagram. And where everything crosses has to be also crossing, centraled by the teaching of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. So it's important to keep that high level moral character. Look, by Ajit Singh Sahibzade, they went and saved many Hindus from the clutch, Hinduania, that's what it was termed, from the clutches of the Mughals, and later on the Gursikhs from the Afghans. And those Hinduania used to say Marias. Now remember, this sort is that those Gursikhs, they either came from, because Sikhi came in that part of the world. So our four families have come from either a Hindu background or Islamic background. So it was very easy for them to marry them. They're still not Muslims, so let's marry them if we're using that logic of Parayas 3. But those Gursikhs had so much of Ucha Sucha Jivan, like really high moral character, really high ethical code. Sahibzade themselves, they said, no, we're going to take you to our houses. You're like our sisters. With respect, we're taking you to the houses. We're not going to marry you. That's the moral code that our Gursikhs had. And it's important to keep that even now.
And separate to the actual physical side of committing Kurehit, what about things like pornography, brothels? People may say, well, we're just looking, we're not actually doing
Obviously, you haven't done a Kurehit, isn't it? But it will take you down the path. Potentially of doing something wrong, isn't it? And then there's the next edge from that is masturbation.
Yes.
So even for that, it's probably right you come to do a Sudhaaee if there's masturbation. But you don't want to do anything that's going to take you down that path.
Tanji.
That's going to take you down that path.
Thank you for sharing that, because I know...
So this Kurehit is a really sensitive thing, isn't it? And there are the key words, like we said, hukka, hajamat, halalo, haram. And then underneath this, it's understanding the limit and the extension of those. It's more than just saying that, isn't it? We've taught even with tobacco, it's more than just consuming it. We don't even go near it. There's extras to each of these 4 Bujjar Kurehits essentially. With tobacco, there was all the other nashe, sharab, alcohol. Panjaratni, I was just going back to that. I think I mentioned it and then I went somewhere else. Panjaratni, in Satyajug, the deities, Rehat the Samandar, and they brought 14 Ratans, jewels came out. The 5th one is used to create alcohol. And the Rakshas, the demons of the time, managed to get Amrit, the immortal nectar of the time. Not this Amrit. It was just a physical immortality nectar. And the deities got worried. If they drink that, they'll defeat us and we'll be lost. So Vishnu took the form of Mohani, a female, and she took this Panj Ratan, the 5th Ratan, and in exchange of, she deceived the dead and got the Amrita back and left them with the Panj Ratan. If the Panj Ratan was a good thing, then why would you give it to the enemy? You've given up the worst thing out of those 14 because you want Amrita back. That became Sharab. So Sharab then is what the Rakshas drink, what the demons drink. Amrit is what the spiritualists take. And that's from the hukka, the hajamat, the hair. So apart from just, it's not just cutting the hair off the top of your head, it's any part of your hair. That's the extension to this teaching. It's further than just, all right, we don't cut at the top, but we can trim, or we can do our eyebrows. Females may say that, males may say that, there's a limit, but there's a technical point, and there's the extension of it. And then halal, we've just discussed about meat. There's halal is the Bujjar Kurehit and kosher and that, but then there's an extension. If you want to make a jivan, you want to avoid these things as well. And when there's a time is right, then we'll see at that point, but the time is not there. And then in haram, we've talked about relationships outside of your marriage, but then there's an extension to that. It brings in masturbation, doesn't it? It brings in those deeds that are going to take you down that line. It brings in anybody that you're not married to, whether they're from our background, Sikh khande vichon, or they're from any other faith. We don't want to spoil our own Sikh and spoil the ijjat, do we? Yeah. So it's very important. This keeps you a Gursikh as a high moral character, because even if you believe taking Amrit is being part of a forge, an army has a real discipline. Yeah. Armies, the best armies, don't break their moral code, and that's why Guruji brought the charitras, and because they're saying that you are, and they use these examples of the world where people have fallen. Say, this army, if you want to be my army, you have to be really high moral character, high moral code. And that's what this is about. That's what Amrit's about. It's about being the best of the best, being the highest of the highest. So any kind of loophole to try and get to do something is about being worldly. It's about coming back in the world, and it's about jivda swad. It's about hallucination. It's about relationship. It's about more, that kasavati that we talked about, that stone that judges gold is really high. For us, that's Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. That bar is really high. It's not low. So let's not dilute ourselves and bring it low. This is not, again, I want to make this hath jod ke. This is not discriminating against any background. I've got praying with all Jathebandis. Even when we talked about Naam and Naam, you asked me that question. I've met Singhs in Punjab that are leaders of those Jathebandiyan. And everybody's yearning for oneness with Waheguru. So we've got to respect their approach. It's where we have changed that approach to suit our means. That's where the argument is against. So if you are in a certain approach, do it properly then. Don't dilute that approach by making it dilla, if you will. That's my approach in these Kurehits. And I've shared the Kurehits in a way where we're trying to develop or help somebody's jivan. Spiritual jivan as well as physical jivan.
Thank you, Giani Ji. And just the last question on the Kurehit is dating. How does that fit into this? Can Sikhs date?
Yeah, so if you see, nobody goes, like, we've already given a lot. Think of this logically. Yeah. If we see the barabar, they're like our sister, not many people go out with their sisters. So we treat everybody else like we would treat our sister until we're married. Yeah? If it was that person. So if there was a person you're going to marry, but you're not married yet, you treat her like your sister. Nobody really goes out on dates with their sister, do they? Or sisters go out with their brothers. If I go, obviously I'm talking from a male sense because I'm a male, but it works both ways, this. Nobody does, do they? So why would you do it with another person? The dating's only going to bring attachment. It's only going to then bring lust. If you fall out with them, it'll bring anger, your ego, because you think you look good, or all of those things. So it's going to take you away from that closeness to Guruji, and it's going to take you into an attachment of a being. You might end up getting married with that person, and you might think, well, there was no issue because I got married with her or him. But there might be a case where you didn't get married with them, and you might end up committing a Kurehit. So why bring your jivan down? It's like a sarbalo bata. A sarbalo bata that we had earlier is made by knocking out iron. It's made from one piece. If it gets a hole in it, you have to put a tanka on it. Soldering, and like that tanka will always be noticed. Why? It's not that pure one piece anymore. So even though everybody's saved, everybody can be blessed, why do you want to be like that? If you're going to get married to somebody, it's not going to be 15, 20 years. It's only going to be round the corner. Refrain and then enjoy all of that time when you're married. That's the high moral character of a Gursikh. You don't need to date. You don't need to date.
So you covered the Panj Kakkar and the Char Kurehit, Bujjar Kurehit. What is next, Giani Ji, that is mentioned in the Maryada?
So like we said, we just discussed the 4 Bujjar Kurehits and then the extensions to those to try and keep a high level in your Rehat and your discipline for our mainstream Sikhi, as it were. The next part is again a Paratan code of what they say, Panja Nal Visani Karna. So you don't trust these people, and they are meene. That's the first one. Now, Sri Guru Ramadas Sahib Ji's eldest was called Prithi Chand, and he did Irkha on his youngest brother, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji. He wanted to become the Guru. He even tried to kill Sri Guru Hargobind Sahib Ji, because then when he got to that stage, when Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji became the Guru, then he wanted his son to be the next Guru. So he tried all sorts of things, but very early, before all of that, Sri Guru Ramadas Sahib Ji, when he hid the letters, when Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji's in Junamandi, Lahore, and they're sending the letters, he's hiding, and Maharaj called him, Sri Guru Ramadas Sahib Ji, Meena, when they passed the Gurta Gaddi to Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji. Meena means Muda Mitha, but andro coat. So false on the inside, duplicity, that kind of stuff. And on the outside, very sweet spoken. And Maharaj said, so Prithi Chand specifically, anybody from the followers of Prithi Chand, we avoid them, and anybody who's the trait of being a Meena. The second is Masand. Masand are those who, now Sri Guru Amardas Sahib Ji made Masands. They were really good. But by the time of Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, and through later times, even Shiha Masand, he fired a goalie, Tirmal made him fire at Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji, Baba Bakala. So the Masands became self-centered. So any kind of donation they collected, they weren't giving it to the Guru Kar, they started using it for themselves. So anybody who's in the Masands, avoid them, don't trust them, and anybody who has those traits. Meene, Masand, Tirmaliya. So Tirmal is Sri Guru Har Rai Sahib Ji's eldest, Baba Gurditta Ji's eldest, so their eldest brother. And Tirmal, when their grandfather, Sri Guru Hargobind Sahib Ji is the 6th Guru, they've already proclaimed themselves as the Guru. They've already proclaimed themselves as the Guru, and he even got beaten up actually. He got beaten up by Makhan Shah Lubana after Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji got Pargat. Makhan Shah Lubana, because he was one of the Bai Manji at the 22 Manjis, he got Shiha Masand to fire at Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji. But then Guruji left him alone. Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji said, leave him alone. And they're called Tirmal. So anybody who professes themselves to be a Guru, or the Guru, or Barabar of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, or Barabar of Sri Guru Khalsa Ji, we are to refrain from them. Now in his lineage, there's somebody called Vadapag. He took Amrit, he became Vadapag Singh, because anybody who takes Amrit, that's excommunicated, or that's out of the Panth, or calls himself the Guru of the Sikhs, or makes their own Panth from within Sikhi, if they take Amrit, they back in. So the Sudhaaee, Pesh, they back in.
Is that where these Gurdwara come from, like the Vadapag Singh?
Yeah, so there is one in Southall actually, Vadapag Singh, it says. So they'll have a Nishan Sahib, there's Gurdwara, and we're not supposed to go there, because I'll tell you what, Vadapag Singh, he took Amrit, so he got known as Vadapag Singh. So there is Sthan where the Tirmal lineage is Tham Sahib, is Kartarpur in Jalandhar, and the Mughals attacked it. He didn't fight back, he didn't give the message to the Khalsa to fight, and he ran into the mountains and he started doing exorcisms. He started playing with ghosts and spirits, and so then he got kicked out of the Panth and he got named Vadapag, so they took the name Singh off him. But in his asthans it still says Singh. So we're not supposed to go to those places. Yes, they might have Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, they may have, but Tirmal had Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. But we just will refrain and stay away from those. So anybody who professes to be the Guru, those are the traits, or takes us away, or sets up a separate Panth within Sikhi, we stay away from them. And Tirmali and his family lineage specifically. Then we have Ram Rai, Sri Guru Har Rai Sahib Ji's eldest called Ram Rai, Sri Guru Har Krishna Sahib Ji's eldest brother. They were given all the blessings and Shaktiyan. They went to Aurangzeb in Delhi and they did some good things first. There's a Gurdwara called Majnu Ka Tilla. It's in Delhi. If you ever do Delhi Yatra, that's where the Guru stayed when they went to Delhi. Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji de charan pe, so that's where Baba Buddha Sahib Ji stayed there when went to Gwalior Killa to see Sri Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji. That's where they stayed. And then obviously Bangla Sahib, Rakawagan Sahib, they all come afterwards, Seeskan Sahib, they come afterwards. And Ram Rai stayed there. But then he changed a pankti. He changed the meaning of a pankti when he's trying to impress Aurangzeb. So in our Sadibar we listen to Mitti Musliman ki, Pede Pei ko Meyar. He changed Musliman to Beiman. So he changed the meaning. He disrespected Gurbani. So anybody with those traits, changing meanings of Gurbani panktiyan to profess their view, that's wrong. They're like Ram Raiye. Anybody who disrespects Gurbani, that's like Ram Raiye. So for instance, Gurbani, the earth come from what they call Samparda. Samparda is an oral lineage. That's where we started from, Damdami Taksal, where we started this podcast from. And Baba Deep Singh spent time in the Sikhi center of Damdama Sahib, Taksri Damdama Sahib. And they shared that Gurbani, and the other Takhts continued in that way as well. Obviously, Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji taught the 48 Singhs. We talked about Shamir Singh being one of those. At Taksri Damdama Sahib, Guru Ki Kansi. So those arths that come down are the arths of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. The Mukh arths, and then the expanding arths, because Gurbani is infinite. But if you profess and change that and misconstrue those, then, you know, and they become disrespectful to our Guru, then that's where you can become onto that sort of. So that's Ram Raiye. And then you have Gangu Shaiye. And Hindali are also mentioned here. So Gangu is the one who complained to the Mughal Empire, and Mata Gujri Ji, the Sote Sabja, they were arrested, they shaheed. So anybody who goes to the police against a Gursikh, these are stuff in Rehat as well, those traits, shikayat to Sarkar against Gursikhs, that's a no, don't trust these, avoid those people. Hindal himself was a Sikh in the time of Guru Amardas Sahib Ji, and he was a really good Gursikh. But his family lineage, after the 10 Gurus' times, tried to change the Janam Sakhi and make Hindal out to be supreme. But we all know that Sabte Vadda Satguru Nanak, Janakala Rakhi Meri. So anybody who changes the Sakhi of the Gurus or tries to make somebody else better, we've got to avoid that as well. So there, Panjanal Visani Karna. Then the next phase is Panjanal Visani Karna te Roti Beti di Sanj ni Karni. Roti Beti di Sanj means roti, Prasada Pani ni Shakna. We can't partake eating together with them. And Beti di Sanj, we shouldn't do rishte nate with these types of people. So who are they? The first one's Nadimar. Nadimar is somebody who smokes. So somebody who smokes themselves, we shouldn't roti beti di Sanj with them. And there's also a teaching, Tanak tamaku sevi hai, dev betarta jajai, pani taake haath ka madra sam ho jaye. If you drink water of somebody who takes tobacco, that water becomes sharab-like. And remember, sharab is an intoxicant. Sharab is in these karats. Sharab stands for shar, shararat ab pani, shararat da pani. So you can't even eat or drink of somebody who smokes.
Yeah.
You can't take water, it becomes like sharab. And that's again what proves sharab is wrong, because that would be fine, isn't it? So we've got to be very careful where we eat from. So if we go to restaurants, where we go to buy food, if we can't make it sucha, so like if it's dal, you can wash the dal. Yeah. That's going to come from somewhere, isn't it? But if it's pre-made food, like in a restaurant or hotel, if it's made by somebody who smokes, in accordance to this, it becomes sharab-like. So you've got to be very careful. So Nadimar, somebody who smokes, and those families where smoke is, roti beti di sanj nahi karni. Then next one is Kudimar. So in the old days, what used to happen was, those who had a daughter, they would bury them alive, actually. It's really sad. You know, they'd put cotton in their mouth or room paake, and they'd bury them alive, and they'd say something like, Murke nai bir peji. So you don't come back. In other words, don't come back as a female. Send your brother instead. They'd bury them alive. It's such a disgusting action and deed, just because they wanted a boy. So they're Kudimar. So if that occurs, and nowadays, the modern version of that is ultrasound and do an abortion, isn't it? Yeah. So again, we avoid those. Then Kudi Vech, selling Kudiya, that still happens now. If you use the term prostitution, that's what that is, isn't it? Isn't it? And people do that in different countries still. It happens. Kidnap girls, sell them. Roti beti di sanj nahi karni. Sirgum is the next one. Sirgum basically means you've got case on the outside, and in the middle you've got no case. They're called Sirgom. Siron Gomma is Khali. Now these people are not Sikh. They're from other faiths, other religious practices. So inna naal roti beti di saanj nahi karni. Monne. Now monna shabd we use now culturally for Punjabis. But monna basically means who sir te muh dono munniya hove. So they're completely bald. Now these are people who Muhammad da Paula farwan wale. They come from that faith. Because when people go, when they're born, they shave them completely. When a baby's born, they do sunnat, they shave them, circumcision and completely. They shave the baby completely, no hair. These are practices what some of these other faiths do. That's a monna. So when they grow up, if they've got a bit of hair, they're still a monna because they've been through that practice. Does that make sense? When they go on pilgrimages, and even not just the Islamic faith, in the Brahmanic faith, they do those kind of activities as well. So Sirgom and Monne are really people from other faiths with these kind of belief sets. So we shouldn't do roti beti di sanj. We've already talked about in the Sanskaar that a Sikh should marry a Sikh, not outside of their faith. If somebody comes from a different faith or belief set and they want to do lava, it's respectful only to do lava of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, not do two ceremonies from a different faith, because then you're questioning your guru and saying, I've promised to you, but we're not going to promise to another entity. So that's why that's important. So roti beti di sanj nahi karni is around that. So those are Panja naal visan nahi karna, Panja naal visan nahi karna, roti beti di sanj nahi karni. Then we have the 5 takhts. So we have Takht Sri Akaal Takht Sahib. Sri Guru Har Gobind Sahib Ji made it higher than the Delhi Takht. Later on, Sardar Baghel Singh and the Khalsa brought the Delhi Takht. Is in Ramgarhia Bunga on the Parkarma of Sri Harmandir Sahib, and it's bent forward slightly to Namaskar to Takht Sri Akaal Takht Sahib. You can go do darshan of it, anybody can go there. It's bent slightly, it was dragged along, and it's on a lower platform, and it's there kind of bowing essentially. That Takht is not balanced, it's bowing towards Takht Sri Akaal Takht Sahib. Baba Buddha Sahib, Bhai Gurdas Sahib Ji, they built it. It was built around. Kotha Sahib's in there where Sachkhand is for Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and that's Takht Sri Akaal Takht Sahib. The second Takht is Takht Sri Harmandir Ji, Patna Sahib, where Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji came to this world. The third Takht is where the Khalsa was born, Takht Sri Kesgarh Sahib, Anandpur Sahib. The fourth Takht is Takht Sri Damdama Sahib, Sabo Ki Talwandi, it's near Bathinda, south of Punjab. Now some people, in some historical texts, they used to talk about 4 Takhts, not this 5th one. But when Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji bought this, it's actually known, it's in the writing, it's known as Takht Sri Damdama Sahib. I can't remember the exact words, but it's in the registry, it's registered as a Takht. And like I said, Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji spent time here. They led the Khalsa from here. And also Baba Deep Singh, the centre of Gursikh, became Damdama Sahib for a period of time, particularly when Harmandir Sahib, Masadangar was there and everybody's. Damdama Sahib was the centre of Sikhi. That was the point where everybody came together from those in the jungles and from the south, Dakhan Desh coming. And Baba Deep Singh led that time there. So that is at the 4th Takht. And the 5th Takht, that's where Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was complete as well. Guru Ki Kansi. And then the 5th Takht is Takht Sachkhand Sri Hajur, Sri Abchal Nagar Sahib. That's the full name. We call it Hajur Sahib or Sachkhand Hajur Sahib. That's the full name. Takht Sachkhand Sri Hajur, Sri Abchal Nagar Sahib. And that's where Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji was given the Gurta Gaddi. Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji left this world. It was made Pargat from Nagina Kaat. Guruji fired an arrow, and that was then became the Takht. They're the 5 Takhts. We have Tams as well. Tams are really essentially, there's 4 that are listed: Nankana Sahib, Taran Sahib, Harmandir Sahib, and Muksar Sahib. But all the Tams are essentially all the places where the first 10 Gurus physically went. And when we go to Hajur Sahib, we hear that long ardas, they're kind of all listed out there, aren't they? So from Nankana Sahib all the way to Hajur Sahib, all the Gurdwara in between are Tams. But specifically the Takhts, there's a Maryada that when we take Amrit, you have to go there to do darshan. Panj Takhtan di Yatra, and you give out of your Daswant, you give a donation in the Golak and do Kadaha Prasad di Deg at the Takhts. So that's important for those. Further, we have the 4 colours of the Khalsa. We have Chitta, we have Kesari, we have Neela, and we have Kala. So white, and I related those to the Nishan Sahibs, didn't I? Yeah. So the first Nishan Sahib was white, the second Nishan Sahib was Kesari, then we've had blue Nishan Sahibs, but we also had black or / Surmai, that dark black colour. Nishan Sahibs have been these historical Nishan Sahibs with those colours. In the Panth Prakash, when Babar questions, when he meets Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, again, it's a historical text, but just to give context about the colours, he questions when he becomes a Shardalu of Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji, the Mughal Emperor Babar. And then he has a dream and he's going to Sachkhand and he meets Muhammad and he's questioning, I'm a Muslim. And he sees Nishan Sahibs and Muhammad says to him, they're the form of God on this earth. And he sees Nishan Sahibs of these different colours as well. So those Nishan Sahibs are the colours then of the Khalsa. And so we should try and use those as our dastara, as our colours. There are Rehatname that say we avoid two colours specifically. One is Suha Rang, it's that crimson deep red. Yeah. That's the rang of the Devi. So we don't use that rang. And the Haidari rang, it's that specific green rang, which is of an Islamic colour, Haidari rang. The Rehatname say we definitely avoid those two colours. And the Rehat Maryada say that. So that's the discipline. So we avoid those two colours. And then in terms of clothes we wear, we keep it simple. We don't want to wear clothes that bring Vishivikar to us, the five thieves, but also to others. So we remain in the need of the Khalsa and the Sikh at the time. And then that's the general teachings of the Rehat Maryada. And then we talk about the Panj Sanskars, but we've talked about them at the start, the rites of passage of a Sikh. But then, after that, we close what we call Nitya Dikiriya. Nitya Dikiriya is our daily practices. And the daily practices, first daily practices, we have to offer 10% of our time. 10% of our time to Guruji. So 24 hours, 10% is around 2.5 hours. So Seva, Simran, we give that time to Guruji daily. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to go to the Gurdwara and do Sangat twice a day. That's the Pratan way. In the Western countries, it's hard. So at least once a day would be beneficial to do Sangat at Guruji. When we Matha Tek, we do a Parkarma. Parkarma comes from the word Pradakshana. And Pradakshana, it's written in Bhai Gurdas Sahib Ji's Vara. And Pradakshana is a circumambulation clockwise around Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Some Gursikhs do it 3 times, as ordained by the Rehatname, the 52 hukams. They're in different Rehatname. What I've been talking about today are all the collection of the Rehats that Gursikhs do. They do 3 Parkarma, Amrit Vela in the morning of Guruji. And it's a clockwise motion. Again, I don't want to knock, but why is it clockwise motion? Why is it Parkarma clockwise? And it comes from the word Pradakshana. Dakshan means south. In the Western world, we look at north, east, south, west. And everything starts off with north, doesn't it? Previously, in those countries where our forefathers are from, east was the key main direction. And it was the main direction because the sun rises from the east. Not the north, the east. So when you face east as your mukh, as your primary place, then what's on your right-hand side? South. Dakshan. So when you keep the entity you believe in on your south, so i.e. your right hand side, and you circumambulate in that way, that is when you are paying reverence and obeisance to the entity, the supreme being entity that you are prostrating to. That's why you parkarma on the clockwise, because pradakshana on our south side, when you face east, is the side you keep that being, that entity. I'm using an English word, essentially Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib. That's why you circumambulate 3 times. Where it comes about the left hand side, so that came into being when there was Jang Juds and Guru Sahib Ji wanted to do darshan of the Shastras, Tyar par Tyar, Shastra Tari Hoke Aaya, and the Singhs would wear Kamar Kasse. And this comes from Sri Guru Hargobind Sahib Ji, the Miri Piri Karpana. They used to wear the Karpana on both sides. But there's no agya for a Sikh to wear Karpana on both sides. There's no agya. Everything has to be worn on this side. That's another little red that it's not necessarily, it's a red it comes through. So only the Guru is allowed to wear Karpana on both sides. Miri Piri. Gursikhs wear everything from this side and it comes on this side. So Guruji would see when the Singhs come in their army parade. It's like in any army, there's a parade and the king and queen, you have a parade day. People watch, don't they? They parade in front of their ruler. So the King of Kings, Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji, and those Singhs would show their Shastra on the left. But those Shastra have to be shown and visible. So a question of that Maryada now is, so then there's a question, so do we go left or do we go right? if you're in that order, you may go to the left, but it's important then to have your shastra there. Because if you're saying, if you've got a coat on over, or your kamar kasas underneath, and your shastra are hidden, you're not showing your shastra. So you're paying disrespect to what you're doing. So you might as well go that way. But if you, because then if they can see it through your clothes, well, then they can see it on the other side this way, then can't they? If you go down that, and if you go down that mentality. But if you're going to be fully tayar par tayar, no coat on, everything tayar par tayar, and you specifically come to show your shastra, then that's the way they used to go. But in terms of prostrating and like a devotion, it's always parkarma that way around, clockwise way around. So we're supposed to do sangat 2 times a day, at least once, parkarma, clockwise motion, because of that, where that comes from, pradakshina. And like I said, if you want to show your shastra, that's fine. If you want to show your shastra, but then be tayar par tayar with your shastra. It shouldn't be covered up then, because then that defeats the purpose of going that way. So that's that. And then the swand is not only time, it's about money as well. Jo babe ke damna de hai, tin te geh hai, babar ke le hai. So what that means is, if you your earnings, if you do take 10% and donate that to the Khalsa, to Gursikhs, then it can be taken in another way through extra taxes, through losing money somewhere in a fine or something. So it's important to take 10% out of your earnings, donate it to the Khalsa, donate it to Gursikhs that are needy or that are not needy. Guru di Golak is your choice, but it's always good to go in a place where something's going to develop. And in that way, that expands where you're giving it. They're happy. You're happy, because Maya then just keeps coming 10 times more to you because you keep donating it out. Some people have the question, well, what if I gave it to a charity? Let's say, animal charity, whatever. The hadayat from our Guru is it has to go to Gursikhs and the Khalsa. In that Khalsa member that we were talking about, in Hiko Palo, it's pala to give it dan to the Khalsa, to the Gursikhs. That's where you should give the dan. Any extra is just charity in your purpose, but the swand is to Gursikhs and the Gursikh Khalsa. Everything is reminded about if Gursikhs want to be renamed because their name wasn't from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji's Hukamnama. Because remember, if they've already done the Gurti properly, they've taken their name from a Hukamnama, they don't have to rename. They can rename. They don't have to. And then when you do the final ardas, and then that Hukamnama is from the Hukamnama that everybody's name. And then in that ardas, everybody's ardas that have taken Amrit, that are there, their ardas is done at that point. If anybody wants specific ardasa done, they can be done there at that point as well. Sometimes other sangat come back in. I think we talked about something, isn't it? That they want ardas done because they're not ready to take Amrit, or their wife wasn't, or their husband wasn't, and they say, look, I'll wait another month. Please do our ardas. Usually the doors are open for the Rehat, because that allows everybody to listen. And the day is given to everybody. That allows everybody to get a bit of this blessing. The Amrit Khandi Pahal is only for the Abalakis, but this allows other people to be invited in, and then they can listen to the Rehat, what they're building up to. Their ardas can be done, and then after that ardas, Bhog lagda on the deg, and then that deg is distributed. From that Hukamnama, if anybody wants to rename, because their name isn't from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, then that's when they get named. If it's a new birth, then the name, and the most respectful way is the Panj Piare name. Because it's the parents that would name, isn't it? Their child. So you wouldn't come up with your own name. Then the Panj Piare name the child.
Certain other groups may change the name anyway.
Yeah, they might change every time they go to an Amritdhar. They say it was a new birth each time. Each Sudhaaee, they might go constantly and they just change their name. That's fine. That's the Utte Guru di Agya de vich Panj Piare ne karta, that's fine. But the minimum is that what I'm just saying is that if your name is with Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, you've done it anyway. So you may not, because Guru Ji ne fir bhi na hi rakhya. But if you want to, that's the way to go. And then it's your call if you want to keep changing it. But actually then, you could argue that you got multiple names, because oh bhi Panj Piare si jinna ne pehla name kita, dusri bari, teesri bari. So really, technically, you're going to. Do you see what I mean? It can become. You should keep all of them, then, isn't it? And then the Panj Piare will do benti. That's it. You put your clothes on, your hands. You got Amrit on your hands. So out of respect, wash your hands before you touch your shoes or your socks. The deg always has pavitrata on it, because Bhog lagda. We should always wash our hands. You can rub your face with deg, or you shouldn't do that anywhere else. Don't touch socks. They're going to put their trousers back on, pajame, put their socks on when they go outside, because you can't take Amrit with your socks as well. That was another key point. You take your socks off. So wash your hands. We tell everybody, wash your hands. Don't touch anything juta. You got Amrit on your face. So if you're going to go out in the town, juthi jagah, people smoke out in the towns, wash your face. It's in your case as well, in your head. Maybe in a day or two, if you don't do Kesi Shanaan every day, then do Kesi Shanaan to replace, to wash it out. That's the respect, so it doesn't go to a negative sort of situation. And then the Singhs will do Beinti. Their Ardas is done. The starting Ardas to the end of Ardas, now they've coming out of that form, they want to quickly take off the chola. Because we don't want to make ourselves look like, we're the Panj Piare, you all bow to us, we are the leaders here. We have a mindset that we want to quickly take that chola off. So we always do Beinti, please, let us take our chola. If you want any follow-up questions, let us take the chola off, because Ardas has happened for us as well, that it's over. We don't remain in that elevated position, if you will. Now we want to take it off. We'll talk afterwards if you want any clarification of the Rehat or further guidance and all of those kinds of things. So this Rehat Maryada, like I shared, it's the seva is done by Damdama Kaal. It's not a Damdama Kaal Maryada. We believe it's the Maryada of Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji. And like I said, when I gave that Venn diagram a couple of times example, it centers around the key teachings. And over time, as Khalsa is practical, in different situations, they might have found different rehats, but the key teachings, the core values have remained the same. And that's what we share with examples and pramans from there. For further deeper, I mean, I've just gone over it quite summarized for the basics, but for deeper quotes and references, you can find this online in English and Punjabi, and you can go even deeper in terms of why we do what we do. And that's it really, essentially. That's the end of it. Everybody who's partaken is in the Khalsa Panth. The Panth is a qaum, it's a nation. The Panth is a pathway, because Panth means a way. The Panth is a way of life. I don't call it a religion, because it's not like that type of religions of do's and don'ts, rules and regulations. It's a way of life, but it's a qaum, it's a brother and sisterhood, because we've got a father and mother. That's why it's a qaum, it's a family, it's a community. And a true Khalsa Maharaj, we just remind everybody, Jagat Jot Japer Nisabasur Ek Bina Man Nek Na Anna. Apart from the one Almighty Lord, we don't serve anybody else. That Jagdi Jot Wahiguru. Puran Prem Pratit Sajai Brat Gor Madi Mat Pool Na Man. The devotional worship with love is to Wahiguru. And Wahiguru's form, Gurbani, our Guru. But we don't do Butta Puja, idol worship. We don't go to a muddy gravestones, those jagas that we talked about. We don't worship any deity, any prophet, any other guide, any other false guru, apart from the perfect Guru, Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Tirath Dan, Daya, Tap Sanjam, Ek Bina Neh, Ek Pashan. We don't practice ritualistic rituals. In the old days, if you go to a certain river, you touch a certain stone, all paap are wiped away, but then tomorrow you go back into it. It's about a way of life. It's about our discipline. That's every day, not just go one day, do it, wipe it off, come back, do it. It's about living your life out. So, Tirath Dana Daya Tap Sanjam. Daya sounds like compassion. So, charitable stuff, which is not for the Gursikh and development of humanity. No, Tap Sanjam. Sanjam is refraining. So, fasting. We don't fast. We don't believe in those kinds of things. Ek binan hai, ek pashan hai. Without that one Wahiguru, we don't recognize anyone else or anybody else's way, even anybody else's practice. Purana jot jagah kat mein, tab khalis tahe na khalis janna. And then, if we follow this discipline, because we've said already those examples that Sikh is not pyara, the Rehat is pyari, and a Sikh Rehat is this initiation, and that then that Puran jot inside the inner core shines brightly. They realize Wahiguru, and then tab khalis tahe, then they're known as a Khalsa. Na khalis janne. Otherwise, they're not a Khalsa. Khalsa means pure. So Khalsa is the army. We're all part of the army. Khalsa means completely pure, one with Wahiguru, and we're also a Sikh because we're disciples. And so therefore, we're a Gursikh because we're the disciple of Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, the perfect Guru. That's the Rehat Maryada essentially, and everybody sent away. We tell everybody to stay in Sangat, because after Math, you need to stay in Sangat. You need to stay with others that help you along, because anybody can make a mistake. And some mistakes are not Bujjar Kurehits, and they just need understanding to how to navigate through. Like you said, families not about Amritdhari, what happens here, what happens there, what if this happened? And help them through so they don't get into that place of negativity and depression. So they continue doing their nitname, they continue keeping the Kakkars and they refrain from the Bujjar Kurehit and the other wider Rehat as well.
Thank you, Giani Ji. And that brings us to the end of section 3, which is actually speaking about the Amrit Sanchar. There's just a few questions on this section. I think you already answered them in terms of within the actual ceremony, as you said that, of course, the Panj Piare want to get out of that attire that they're wearing at that time. But throughout the Amrit Sanchar, are there opportunities for the Ablakis to ask questions, or is that kind of
not during the Amrit Sanchar? Because during the Amrit Sanchar, it's a hukam, isn't it? Guru is commanding, this is what you have to do. So it's after the Amrit Sanchar where you ask the questions. It's important. I think maybe I missed one thing as well. It's important that when anybody, a Singh sees a Singh, the Singhani sees a Singhani, you have to say Fateh. That's important. That gets taught as well. Aage avat Singh jo paave, Waheguru ki Fateh bulawe. So you have to say Fateh to each other when you say. That's part of that teaching that we move on from. But in terms of questions, the Singhs take the chole off and then clarifications are given. Because that maryada, that discipline, that teaching is not going to change. So it can't be, what if I do this? Can I do this? That's not for the Panj Piare to say, what if that's because the Panj Piare have to give the message of the teaching of Sri Guru Gobind Singh Ji that they gave. Adaptions and how we navigate through life, that's as a Sangat we decide that. Because we can't change the discipline, if that makes sense. If we said, I'm just trying to think of a silly example. Let's say somebody says, I need to tie my beard for health and safety reasons. The Panj Piare might say, but the Rehatnama says you got to keep the Siddha Dada. Afterwards, we could have a discussion and say, look, that's health and safety. Okay. Sometimes some Sangat do ask for clarification, but when they're talking with the Panj Piare, when they do, when they like doing the Pesh, if you will. But when the Rehat Marada has been asked, one or two have asked, but most people just take the teachings and they'll ask for clarifications afterwards in terms of how do I implement this in my life? And that's the Sangat support that.
And
in other words, it's like Kirpan, for instance. I know it's one of your questions. So that's another one, isn't it? Well, what if you go on a plane? So as a Panj Piare, you can't say you can take your Kirpan off for going on a plane. So therefore, you take your Kirpan off for everything. They have to say that's the Rehat.
Yes.
How we navigate through what situation we're in the Gulami, or that's why I sometimes think if we do have an army, they should break us from the shackles, because we're not allowed to wear a Kirpan freely in this world. We're not allowed to practice our Sikhi freely. So we need people to break our shackles for us if there is an army for us out there. But in terms of that, you can't say that as the discipline. The discipline is Maris and you keep it. So the adaptability is, okay, so if you took it off, we say if it falls off, then you can't eat anything. You do a Japji Sahib, you do smaller Rada. So if it comes off, if you purposely take it off, then at least you're going to have to do that for the very least. You might need to go Pesh. That's up to you if you do that. I mean, some Singhs and Singhaniya use airports where they allow a smaller Kirpan to go through. So there's different ways around it. But essentially, the adaptions are not adapting the Rehat, it's adapting how we can implement this into our lives. So it's always done afterwards.
And just one other topic was caste in Sikhi, the whole I'm this caste and that caste.
Oh, we said that, haven't we? That this breaks all barriers, doesn't exist. Doesn't it breaks? I think I mentioned, didn't I say Khalsa meri jaat ar pat? And the Panj Piare came from different backgrounds, different social classes, castes. That's essentially what it is. It's not going to be, everybody takes this, everybody's part of this.
And the final question, G, before we move on to the last section is, it's more of a personal question. Can you describe a change that you may have seen in somebody's eyes, or somebody that they leave the Amrit Sanchar? That kind of transformation from walking in to walking out. What have you seen as any examples you'd like to share with the Sangat?
Those kind of examples are miracle type examples. Guru Di Kirpanal, there's been multiple experiences. If I say them now, that's kind of like highlighting, the seva we do, and this is what's occurred in those sevama. And I don't want to sort of put us on a pedestal like this, what happens here. Others may do that. We've always kept everything within like that. But there has been some transformational blessings by Guruji in multiple ways throughout the 26 years that I've been, and even in the recent years. Some transformational things. The way to get that out of me is probably not here now, is in another sort of thing, and I can kind of put it in an answer which doesn't highlight this, because it becomes very self-promoting of the. So I don't really want to go there, if that's all right. But I can say with faith, there's been some things that we as Singhs have experienced, and there's been things that Sangat have experienced and told us about. But it's not for here. It's not for here.
Certainly. We'll ask offline. And just the final section, after Amrit Sanchar, most of the times this section is neglected in terms of the importance of actually living the life of Amritdharis. More just take Amrit, and then, sometimes they kind of left to it. And, when thinking about this, we try to approach for a practical side of, maybe what's your 1 year plan, your 5 year plan, your 10-year plan, 20-year plan. Like, if you do Gurbani Santhya, you've got like a nice little curriculum there. Yeah. Going through your Sunnah Gutka, Panj Granthi, Bhaivara, and so on. And then
Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji themselves, isn't it?
Hanji, then the different Granths that can come from there and so on. So, but especially when somebody takes Amrit, a lot of times they may be on a high. I'm just generalizing here. Maybe you go to a Sikhi camp and they want to take Amrit, and then afterwards, the next day, they're expecting to be this new person, but they're the same person.
Yeah.
You get the camp blues, you get the ras of wanting to take Amrit, and then afterwards it kind of goes back to normal. So, what are your thoughts? What are your practical steps or advice that you give to Sangat?
Everybody's building every day, aren't we? We never stop. Even now, you keep saying 26 years, isn't it, earlier, and everybody's still learning. We're all disciples. The disciples constantly learning. Disciples constantly moving forward. They set personal goals. They set goals that look, do more nitnem, more seva, how I do my nitnem, what I'm focusing on, how my meditation, I use that word, but my devotional worship is going. Santhya is a good starting point. Learning Gurban, learning to speak to your Guru. I think that's a starting point for everybody. If you then take Amrit Sahaj part, if you've done all of those things before you've taken Amrit, then you're really blessed, aren't you? Because you can already speak to your Guru. You've already been speaking to your Guru. But most people are not like that. And so I think that's the best starting point, is learn Gurbani, learn to speak to your Guru, set those personal goals. Nobody improves like this today. It's not linear. There's ups and downs. There'll be days where the red didn't work out. There'll be days where you're so tired and you just slept in.
Yeah.
And people, when we talk with people, and it might be you woke about 11 o'clock. Look, you woke about 11 o'clock. You might have woke about 3 o'clock all week and you just couldn't do it on the Saturday, and you woke about 11 o'clock. Get up, do Ishnan, do your nitnem. You might not do the full Amrit Vela practice because you've lost all of that. Just get back into the habits. Up and down, you gotta try your best, set personal goals, do Sangat, go to the Gurdwara. Sangat is a big thing that can help, even at your local Gurdwara, listening to Kirtan and Katha in the morning and in the evening, wherever that works. If it doesn't happen every day, find a place at least once or twice a week to do it, because not all Gurdwara in all the towns have Katha Kirtan going on all the time. Some people are blessed, like in London area, Midlands area, but in other towns it doesn't happen every day. So at least once a week, get into that habit, and then do your personal stuff at home as well.
And what about the high or the ras of Sikhi, in terms of, I think sometimes people chase the ras, and if they're not getting it, then
I think, well, it's still the same as before. You got to capture that blessing and you got to jump on it straight away. Sometimes you go and you take Amrit and you're on that so high, then you don't do nothing. And then it'll just come back down and say nothing happened. Well, that yearning that you went through to get to there, and then now you're there, you just don't do nothing and just expect something to happen. No, because we said it's a rebirth. You got to keep going and utilize that. You just take an Amrit and utilize that to really go forward. And
is it okay to not have ras in the respect?
Yeah, because it's a start, isn't it? It's a start. You might not have it straight away. That's what something you're gonna build on.
Yeah.
Hariya na himmat, visariya na naam. That's a blessed Gursikh said that to me once. That we should don't lose faith, don't lose strength in remembering Waheguru all the time, because it won't happen straight away. And when it's right for each individual for it to happen, if we man the hukam, it'll happen when it's meant to happen. We just follow the process. It'll happen when it happens. That's the faith we need to develop.
I like the Shabad, Karahe Jay Guru Firmaya, Sila Jog, Aluni Chatti, because I see a lot today that people think that, well, I didn't enjoy the simran, I didn't get the ras, so I must be doing something wrong. So sometimes the Guru's hukum can feel like a luni chatti, that could feel like tasteless.
That's right.
But that's normal.
That's normal. 100%. 100%.
Kirpa. And then Panj Kakkar, you already spoke about them. You spoke about travel earlier and workplaces.
There's adaptations you might have to do, like I said, health
Yeah.
and safety. You might have to tie your beard, but it might be easier. We might say that tuck it under. So It's not like tying it with that fix or really tight to your. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Do it in a different way, respectful way to your case, so the case are not coming out, but also manage the height. So it's that kind of scenario that we talk about. Adaptations with work.
And how do you handle old friends or family members who might invite you to parties or environments that no longer align with what we've been speaking of for the past 6 hours?
Yeah, I suppose in the when you're preparing, I think you got to prepare them as well. That I'm going to go on this path. I'm not going to be able to do this kind of stuff. I don't. It's not that it's a do and don't that I'm being stopped. I just don't want to do it myself. So you can't say, Guruji, don't let me do it, but really I want to do it. It's about you should have got to a place where you don't want to do it anyway, and you say, this is what I'm going to become. They've got to respect you for who you are, and you respect them for who they are. That's it. And you just have to be loving with everybody. And if they don't respect what your choice is, they don't really love you. They're using you, really.
Like moving away from the whole meat, alcohol, just general babaic conscious living, and how to manage eating at work on non-Sikh weddings and so on. Having to interact in the world and stuff.
Yeah, you have to. That babaic is from Bay means two, ek means one, so it's from 2 to 1. Babaic comes from our 5 senses. We have to have babaic of the eyes, so we control what we're looking at. Babaic of the ears, we control what we listen to. Babaic of the nose, so we don't get attracted by different fragrances and smells. Babaic of the hands, so we don't go inappropriate places, or our feet taking us to kusangat, negative sangat. And babaic of the tongue, what we say and then what we eat. So babaic is multiple, but the eating aspect, eating simply, living simply, helps with the Amrit Vela. It helps with the blessings, but it also, you just have to manage yourself. You might have to stay hungry a few times, longer than what you might normally have done, or you have your own food that you take with you. You just have to manage that. And the way to help is, look, the Singh stayed hungry for 9 months. It might be a few hours.
Right.
These days everybody's on these different kind of diets, aren't they, where they don't eat, or they only drink water for a few hours, and then they eat. And so if they're in that mindset, the ketone diets, as they call them, isn't it? It just starts all that process off. It's better for you anyway.
And raising a family, how does being an Amritdhari change the way you may parent and look for a partner as well?
So an Amritdhari should only marry an Amritdhari. We've talked about that. If you're Amritdhari but not married, then you should only marry an Amritdhari. It's not as if you're trying to persuade somebody they should be Amritdhari. Otherwise, like I said, newly wedding is gonna your Rehat is gonna go diluted. In terms of raising children, you would hope you want to use those rites of passage, and you want to develop them into being good Gursikhs. And develop the Qaum, isn't it? Guru Gobind Singh Ji said that it's about furthering the Qaum, the nation, the Khalsa. So having, more than one child, certainly having multiple children, and bringing them a strong Gursikh, it just furthers the nation of the Khalsa.
Kirpaji. And facing past demons. So people that have been blessed with Amrit Didat, they've been walking the path, but some difficult times come in their life, and just memories of or urges of past addictions, whether that's to drugs, alcohol, pornography, where things get hard. Any advice there to those Sangat that may be going through this right now?
Sangat is the key to develop. Don't fight this in isolation. Sangat is the key. Sangat is the protector for all of those things. Seva is the protector for all of those things. Go to the Gurdwara, even if there's no program. Utte seva karo, Sangat karo, mix with others, but not Sangat that are going to take you away. Sangat that's going to join you further with the Guruji.
Good, Paji. Thank you, Giani Ji. And another one is about Dukh and Sukh. Because I know it's mentioned when somebody is blessed with Amrit, they say that your
previous karma, that's nice,
are washed away and so on. So, even though we are told this, people still experience Dukh, and they're saying, well, I've come to the Guru, so why have I not got Sukh now? What would you say to those people?
What Sukh? Worldly Sukh? Worldly Sukh and worldly Dukh is going to happen regardless, because we're in the world. We can't run from that. It's about accepting that, living within that. The worldly pain and suffering is going to happen. That's what's going to happen is going to happen. We have to accept that hukam and navigate through that.
Right.
There's no running away from that. But that worldly sukh and dukh, is only worldly Sukh and Dukh because of our mindset believing it's worldly Sukh and Dukh. If we've accepted it, we acknowledge it, we move on from it, then we don't feel the Dukh or the Sukh of it. Does that make sense?
Hanji.
So that all is dependent on our mindset and our faith.
Right, Guru. Fantastic. And the last question on this section, then we move just to all the questions from the Sangat Giani Ji, is just practical tools for, for somebody who's taken Amrit and Guru Kirpa Rakhe for till their last breath, they'll be Amritdhari. Any other practical tools besides Gurbani Santhya that you'd recommend just for somebody to increase their Jivan and keep walking the path?
If you speak with your Guru, Satguru Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, so physical discipline comes from the Guru Khalsa, spiritual discipline comes from Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. They intertwine because there's crossovers with those as well. If you keep reading, speak to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, they'll be with you at every part of your life, and those shabds that you read will mean those things at those parts of your life. If you keep the discipline of the Panj Piare give you all the way, every bit of discipline, then you're always on a path of greatness.
Thank you.
That it's a simple answer, but in reality, that is the answer. It's not anything extra. Keep the Rehat that they've told you, and keep speaking to Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Everything will fall into place. Obstacles will be removed. There might be multiple obstacles to remove, so therefore you feel it's Dukh. But there's obstacles. It's in your karam, there was multiple to remove. Therefore, it doesn't seem like happiness straight away. Once they've gone, then it's eternal bliss.
Well, moving on, Giani Ji, to the final section of the podcast, which is the Q&A section. Thank you to the Sangat for sending in your questions. Apologies, we won't go through all of them because Giani Ji pretty much answered majority of them.
So we do these like quick fire maybe?
Yes.
And just jumping through, and the ones, I think some of them are answered, aren't they?
Haji, I'll pick out the ones that weren't.
Yeah.
The first one is it's actually an interesting question about this idea of, can you actually break Amrit with that terminology? Or is it, like you said,
you break your Rehat, don't you?
Hanji.
And then you go back, you've fallen off the path, and then you come back to go on the path. Amrit, once you've been given it, Gur pura charni laya har sang sahai paya. If you have to go somewhere else, they'll find you and save you. Once you join that charan, Sri Guru Gobind Singh Sahib Ji won't leave you. They'll find you and save you. You might have to go through negativity because you left it or you've broken it. But that Amrit is there. It's gone in. It goes in once, the kirpa is there. Right. They'll find you and save you. You might have to go through a different June. They'll come and find you. Like Mullah Khatri went through Junes. They found them, pulled them out. Hanji. Like Ujira Sikh si of Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji rich banaya si. And the Singhs in the forge are laughing. And he said, that's your father. And he did this. And he said, but Oda Sri Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji da sevadar si. He says, but one deg, oh hankar, one deg nahi sikai. Oh rich ban ke hun tappadaya because utte tappan lag gaya si. But I'm here to save him.
Right.
You saved him. So if we run, we'll have to face that negativity. But they'll still find us and save us. Right. That's how great the Guru is. They will still find us and save us.
There's a few on Amrit Vela, so I'll just kind of chuck them all into one. I think the first question is about where they can't do Amrit Vela, if they work night shifts or if it's during an emergency or rare situation, is it okay to...
Then they'll just have to work around that, isn't it? For that period of time. And maybe in the night shift, they say Vaheguru, Vaheguru, or Mool Mantar, or read Gurbani as much as they can if they're not in that talkative job. That would help.
Good part. And you've already answered the questions about practicalities of doing Amrit Vela in terms of changes in diet, similar in the day. Anything you'd like to add to that? Otherwise, I think we covered it.
I think we covered it, isn't it? I think we've covered it. And I suppose on the back of this podcast, if the Sangat might ask more questions, you could, if you wanted my answers, you could reach out to me and we don't have to do another podcast essentially, or we could just fire out some answers from that, isn't it?
100% G. How can you maintain your Amritdhari Jivan whilst not being surrounded by people who keep a Gursikhi lifestyle? So people that live in maybe remote areas where there's no Gurdwara Sahib, there's no Gursikh Sangat. What advice would you give to those people?
You got to seek it out. So I told you at the start, didn't I? I don't think I mentioned it in my last podcast because, like I say, you went off and I gave that example. I went to Cambridge University to do my teacher training, and there's no Gurdwara there. The closest Gurdwara in that time that I've managed to work out was either Bedford or Kettering. I went to Bedford. I used to just drive, transport, go to Bedford, go to Kettering. I set up in Kettering, my school, then was placements were there, and I searched it out, and then I was part of that Sangat in Kettering Gurudwara, and I learned how to do the early Sevama of Guruji at that point. I'm thankful to that family who's the Granthi Giani Mohan Singh, and then his family who taught me different ways of the Gurukara, how to do Sangat, how to wash dishes. That's a simple thing. I used to have the dishes, and I used to kind of just say it's dirty here, so rub that bit. And this is, you have to wash the whole dish, if that makes sense. That's somebody who comes from a non-background, isn't it?
Anji.
So it's things like that. You learn, that's Sangat is what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. If you're in a remote, wherever, all those issues, you have to find Sangat. That Sangat in Kettering helped me. It helped me. It brought me closer to Guruji. I did different types of seva. Nobody knew me there, so it was easy to just intermingle with Jode, with Pande, with Chaur Sahib, with learning how Amrit Vela, going in when Maharaj's Prakash is happening, what happens. All of those things, came from there. So if you're in a remote town, you've got to seek out the Sangat. You'll have times by yourself. When I was there, where you focus on Guruji yourself. There's Gurbani that says Naam is our Sangat, then focus on Naam. But then later on, you seek it out, so you physically get to that. And then the Sangat there will help you and grow you.
Thank you, Giani Ji. And the next one, there's a few questions around this one. My parents don't agree with me on taking Amrit. How can I convince them to allow me to take Amrit?
Yeah, you got to tell them about why you're doing it and what your aim is from that, what you want to find from there, what their negativity is around that, and have just a mature discussion around that, and offer those examples of, if I was going out every night, would you like that? You wouldn't like that. So what do you want me to do? So what do you want me to do? They'll explain that. They will have worries. That their worry will generally be, you're going to stop talking to us because you go so religious that you might stop talking to us because we're not on that path. You got to alleviate those fears, and it's all about love. That's the key way to do it. It can get argumentative, but it generally gets like that because a parent starts with argumentative style first, don't they? Some parents are like, they'll use that hard discipline, but you got to go past that to sort of break it down and not fight fire with fire by answering back and all those things.
Good, Baji. And we did speak about this a lot at the start of the podcast as well. And how to stay consistent in doing Nityanim.
Oh, you just got to do it. You just got to do it. So like I said, if you're one of those that wake up at 11, 12, 1 o'clock, you still do it. Because if you're waking up late anyway, then the next thing you lose the Nityanim, then it's all gone, isn't it? So if at least you keep the Nityanim might bring you back from 11 to 10 to 8 to 7 to 6 to 4 to 3. But if the Nityanim goes, then everything's gone. You've got to do it.
The next one's a bit of a sensitive one. If an Amritdhari woman person is assaulted, does she or they require correction, Sudhaaee, Pesh, or should they wait to recover and then go to the Amrit Sanchar?
So obviously there's a reason about should they wait to recover. What does that mean? I can't answer that, but the holistic question, if anything breaks our Rehat, whether it's on purpose or by accident or not our fault, we should always go for Pesh. It just cleanses whatever happened, even if it's not your fault. Because remember, I'm re-emphasizing this. There's no judgment. You never judge the person. You judge the deed. The deed might not be your fault. So your tanakah will be in accordance to the deed that you shared. So you got to go, Guru is compassionate. Guru is all loving. Guru blesses. Guru protects. And whatever our karma, we might have gone into that negative, something negative might happen to us, but Guruji will be there. And it was just something we had to go through. You can't blame Guruji for that, but they'll always protect us after that. And it might have been something we had to go through due to something in a previous life. But if we just got to try and go beyond that.
And just to link to this question in terms of, like you said, certain things that are out of our control, for people that are having surgery, where Adabi could happen, like someone's having a child and there's complications.
So that's not their fault, is it?
Yeah.
But they still have to
come to
they still have to come, Adabi operation, those kinds of things, they still have to come.
Hanji. And I think we've already answered this one.
Something might be, so this is a question. So Adabi, they said that, so you're cooking in the langar, some of your hand gets burnt. Now, you might think that that's not extreme because it's oh seva karde si. It's a little bit. Sometimes kange karde case nikal gaya. Kesi shnan karde case nikal jande ya. That's not necessarily biadri. That's your daily routines. But an operation is outside of that, isn't it?
Hanji.
So that's different. So that's why you have to come for an operation, even though it's not your fault, and not necessarily for, let's say, you know, kesi shnan karde case nikal aaye.
Hanji.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it's there's a clear distinction between the two.
Yeah.
Hanji. Anything else to add to travel of Kirpans? We covered a lot of it.
We've covered all of that, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just have to be practical. So these questions are about freedom and gulami, isn't it? And if we're free, then we should be able to live freely across all of the world. Because sagali tarti sadki. This is all creation, is the Khalsa's creation. So is the Gursikhs, the Khalsa have to be able to live freely. We're not free there. So we're fighting to break those shackles, the shackles of the 5 thieves within, but whatever shackles are in the world. Now, how we do that? Through diplomacy, trying to get laws changed. That's obviously the first way to do it. But if then we're getting oppressed, killed, that's when the Khalsa stand up to do that. But if there are responsible people in our qawm that say we're the responsible people, they should be the leaders of all of this for us.
Right. And 2 questions which are very similar about Bibia and when it comes to being blessed with Amrit. Is there any difference in the Kakkar for Bibia? We mentioned Kashera potentially in certain cases.
It's just a colour, isn't it? I didn't say the Kashera is not different.
Yeah.
It's just a colour. They might, a Sikh could wear that colour as well.
Hanji.
It doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, that like a Fikka Rang, a Sikh could wear that as well.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that's just for Bibia. There's no difference in the Kakkar. The Kakkar are the same. We talked about the difference of the stars and chunnis and patkas. That's a difference.
Hanji.
You know, some have a belief that Bibiyan should all wear the stara.
Hanji.
But there are Gursikhs out there that for Bibiyan that didn't. So that's where there's that kind of, if you will, you might call it a grey area. Some might do that. In terms of Rehat, the discipline taking Amrit, we've covered that, isn't it? This khajana, this naam is for everybody. There's no difference. We gave the example of the Guruji's family taking Amrit. The name Kaur added to females, the name Singh added to males. Singh translates to Sher. Kaur translates to prince. It's actually a masculine word. Kaur is. So that the difference. So there's equality in terms of the naam, but there's difference in terms of duties, seva. So 5 Singhs are males. Panj Piare are males only. They bring people into the spiritual world, spiritual rebirth. A woman has been given the seva of physical rebirth. A male hasn't been given that seva. Both sevas are needed. So we've got distinct sevas. Our qualities are described by Kaur and Singh, the outlook of a Singh and the outlook of a Kaur. So although the khajana, the access to that khajana is the same, certain duties, deeds, there are differences. We have to accept that.
We spoke about this pretty much at the start of the podcast. The question here is about this person, he or she often hears people say that once you become Amritdhari, you then become the Sikh of the Guru, and Guru says he takes care of you as their own. What does this mean for those people that are not Amritdhari then?
So I also said that they're Sikh, they're on a journey, aren't they?
Hanji.
The term used nowadays is Sahajdhari.
Hanji.
They're born in Sikh homes. So in their family lineages, they've come from Sikh families. So their forefathers would be Sikh, Amritdhari Sikh. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in a Sikh family. There'd be a different religious family. An analogy is like shares in jungles, lions in jungles can go to sleep. They can be described as being lazy, can't they?
Yeah.
But if somebody gives them a knock, Phiro sher gaj bhi lenda. So there'll come a time when those people may be blessed when the time is right for them, as long as they keep that faith. Bhi phiro gajuga, wo amrit chakuga, kuch karuga. Sometimes in the past, Guruji has sent Gursikhs to this world for certain shahadat sevama, shahidiyan seva, and they didn't get the chance to take Amrit in this life, but they'd already done so. But Guruji sent them to do that, and then they became shaheed, but they'll be always in and amongst. We don't use that as an excuse not to take Amrit, but we follow and aspire. I think I talked about we're collecting, and it's like a trust fund, and we can access the trust fund when we get initiated. So, and if we don't ever end up taking Amrit, We hope that you get another chance to take Amrit, and then that still will come with us. But we want to do it now because we don't want to risk that fact and fall backwards.
Anji. Perfect. How does someone know that they're truly ready to take Amrit?
I think you know, and sometimes you never know, and sometimes you just need to do it. If you're living the Rehat, you just need to do it.
Anji.
If you're already living the Rehat, you just need to do it. Because that can delay you. Oh, I'm not ready, I'm not perfect, I did this. But Amritdharis do those things. So you just need to do it if you live in the Rehat. Some people just need to know that I have to just take it because maybe life is spiraling out of control. And some point you need a bit of a nudge from your Sangat, and Guruji gives you certain messages. You know, when you go to the Gurudwara, something happens, and you say, is that a message? And then it's just time to and then you just know it's time to go.
I'm going to alter the next question. I could be shooting myself in the foot by saying this as well. When the person is about, is it a lot of pressure to take Amrit, like in terms of following Rehat? And I feel like this is a big question that people ask in terms of the biggest fear that a lot of people have, in my experience of being blessed with Amrit, is they're thinking about how can I keep the Rehat? How can I keep the Rehat? In your experience, is keeping the Rehat the hardest thing, or is it like, to me, my personal experience, once you've got over the Rehat thing in the first year, it's the normal. You're doing it every single day. It's more the conquering your mind and your thoughts.
So the Rehat can, like I said, it can become ritual, then habitual.
Yeah.
But then it has to be lovingly done.
Hanji.
Has to be lovingly done. You don't want it, so it can become routine.
Hanji.
And the Nitnem can become routine. So then you're doing it as a ritual, routine, rather than devotional.
Hanji.
Ritual, habitual, devotional. They're the steps for any Rehat. Whether that's reading Bani, whether that's the Kakkar. Like the Kakkar, the ritual is I've got it with me.
Hanji.
Habitual, I tie it on my head when I do Kesi Shanaan. The devotional might be, I don't want it to touch the floor. मैं तेरा खना है गुरु दा शास्त्रा, ये हमारे पीर, इन्हों भी मैं मत्था टेकना है. So you might develop devotional with even the physical parts of the Rehat. Ritual, I don't take tobacco, I don't cut my hair, I don't take halal, and I don't do Bir-Asan. That could be ritual. Habitual, I'm fine, I don't go to Sangat. Devotional might mean what we talked about, those extra layers. Actually, we've developed compassion. Jeev Hatya is not good. I say, I don't want to, I'm not into that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you see what I mean? So those qualities and characteristics, Sat, Santokh, Daya, Taram, Tiraj, Vichar, all of those things come, compassion, contentment, respect, all of these characteristics and qualities come. So the Rehat is routine, but it's got to move from ritual to habitual to devotional.
Right.
That's with all of it. Even reading the Nitnem. Play a tape, kar liya. I'm late for work, play a tape, make breakfast, eat it. Tape's going on. Part of it's in the car as well. We're working. That's like a ritual. I did it because I had to do it. Habitual, main baith ke path karna. It's my habit. I'm not going to listen to it like that. Devotional, main dhyan la ke ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਆਨੰਦ ਵੀ ਲੈਣਾ. I want to understand what they're saying to me. So there's those three phases that you have to go through. And you have to do that with the physical Rehat, but also the spiritual Rehat.
Next question, Ji, is do you have to wear your dastar all day? So if you're at home, for example...
You wear shorty dastar.
Hanji.
The dastar has to be worn. You can't wear bandanas.
Hanji.
You have to wear a dastar. You can make it smaller and take the outer one off and keep the smaller one on.
And when you're sleeping, same thing?
Yeah, head has to shorty the star, head has to be covered. I mean, some people shorty the star come off when they're sleeping, so they still wear two. When I took Amrit, so just a bit of, my shorty one used to start coming off. And the first early days, Kanga was, I got, when you're new and you got no one who's just Sangat, like these questions. I've been through a lot of these things in my personal life. Who do you speak to? You're scared to tell anyone because you don't want them to feel that you failed as well.
Yeah.
That's another thing, isn't it? Who do you speak to? Because you don't want to tell your friends because they'll think that you failed. So then I just started wearing two dastara to sleep. Two small ones. Never came off after that ever again. Guru di Kripa naal. So you got to try and little things to go through that. But you do need the dastar when you sleep.
And the next...
Head is only uncovered when you do Kanga.
Hanji.
When you do Kesi Shanaan. then you tie it back up, like we said. When you do kanga, tie it back up. You don't do any of the deeds while your head is uncovered. You might do hare. That's the term we use when you might stand in the sun. If you do it like that, then you can't put any chappal on. You're supposed to stand in the sun, but don't do it where there's tuwa or mitti coming into your case. If you use a hairdryer, be careful it doesn't burn. Or just put a towel to soak, and then it's like that. That's when it's nanga. And then the other time is when the amrit's going in. Every other action deed that we do, head is covered.
Even at going to the toilet and stuff as well, right?
Yeah, that's right. We can't go uncovered too. The rest of the ishnan has to be head covered as well. The pinde ishnan has to be head covered.
Hanji. This question is about, the main essence of the question is that, what if I feel I can't sambal the Amrit? When someone says, okay, I want to take Amrit, but I don't feel like, I'm scared I can't keep it. What would you say to that person?
So if you're able to keep the Rehat, that's keeping it. So if you can practice keeping the Rehat, then you can keep it. Guru di kirpa naal. We'll all be tested and we'll all go through ups and downs. Everybody does. But Guruji is always there. Like I said, in those scenarios, you need good sangat to keep positive talk with you. A flower can be replanted. A flower can be re-watered. They don't all shoot and blossom with the first watering.
Hanji. Kirpa. And this one's talking about medicines. Can we take homeopathic medicines, those that may have, a very small percentage of alcohol in them?
Yeah, so what we said, isn't it? Different. Some things don't. Who are bibeki, they have their own, like that bibeki of not eating out, and everybody has their own threshold for that. That's a personal thing, and everybody builds to that. But for medicinal purposes, we don't know what's in half the medicines we have. There might be more alcohol than that homeopathic medicine in a different medicine. So medicinal, that's generally what was allowed in the old days. And those things that we've shared some Rehat quotes were for medicinal purposes.
Hanji. Kirpa. We've answered a lot of these questions. I only mentioned this one. It doesn't link, but people keep asking it. Anything to do with Sikhi and prophecies, like Abrahamic religions mentioned. Is the Sikhi speak about prophecies? Do we spend a lot of time on that? Or
so we know that Sri Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji Raj Karega Khalsa Aki Rahna Koi. That you could say is a prophecy. Because it's what's happening in the future. We don't call it a prophecy. We call it Vaheguru da Bachan. For us, that's what we call it. We don't call these, because prophecies could be just made up. I think they could be predictions. So for us, there's no prophecy. There's fact. There's bachans that are fact. And that's a bachan, that's fact. Then in Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji, there are a few places where it talks about Avan Athattara Jan Satanava Horpi Ut Si Mard Ka Chela. I might have not said that right. I hope I have. That talks about future years, what happened, how the Khalsa came and took the Mughal Raj away, when the Mughal Raj was going to come, and then how the Mughal Raj was taken away. And those years, each cycle of 100 years, there's happenings in that sense that happen on those years. Those dates are Bikrami, by the way, not AD, not Gregorian, that Guruji's used. So that needs to be taken into account. So you could say, and then Gursikhs, Sadhu, saints, Mahapurushes, they can talk about sometimes what they've seen through their divine wisdom. This will happen, that will happen. But apart from that, there's not prophecy in that way. It's fact, it's button.
Perfect, Ji. Thank you. And we talk about Pesh a lot, but I don't think we touched upon this one specifically. What happens if you don't go for Pesh?
Then that comes on your head. Then you're going in the 8-point form, birth and death life cycle. You'll still be saved. I have the faith Guruji will still save you. But you'll have to go through some of this first, because you become Vemuk. That's what Mullah Khatri was. He became Vemuk. He turned his back on the Guru, didn't he? He lied. His wife said, Sutta Paya, Maharaj Guru, if he's asleep, he'll sleep forever now. He lost that life, didn't he? Then Maharaj, he went through a few cycles before Maharaj in the 10th form went and saved him. Isn't it? So if you're Vemuk, you have to go through some cycles. Guruji still comes and saves you at some point, depending on what you did and how bad it was.
And thank you, Ji. And it links to an earlier question about parents. What happens if, what to do if Amritdhari parents become toxic or controlling of our journey or abusive? Is this a test on Guru Sahib Ji?
Yeah, I'm sure everything's a test, isn't it? Everything's part of. We have to navigate through that, and it's a test of. You might have this ego, or I might have this ego that I keep saying, do everything with love, do everything with love, and you're doing loving, and Guruji said, right, I'll see how far love you've got with your parents, and it could be that, but you have to stay steadfast and strong in that.
Thank you, Ji. And how can we keep going strong if Sangat rejects us for our past mistakes?
We just keep doing seva. There's examples in Sakya that Sangat is rejected, and Guruji brings that Vadiyai back on that Gursikh, and they come back out. They come back out. You just have to keep doing seva, and there's plenty of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji's Bani that says that people, your enemies become your friends. So those that reject you will, in fact, exalt you.
Right, Guru. And do you have to know everything about the Punjabi language, Sikh history, Gurbani, something before taking Amrit? What if someone doesn't know how to fully speak Punjabi or read Gurmukhi?
No, there's people that take Amrit that don't speak Punjabi, you can't read Mukhi. You can listen to the Bani, but you got to be willing to learn, because if you're serious, you want to do everything in the way of the Guru, don't you?
Hanji.
So you have to be willing to learn and develop, and develop in that way.
Hanji. Perfect. And another sensitive question, what if we have masturbated before in our life most days? Can we still stop and take Amrit?
Yeah, definitely you can stop. Anybody can change. Anybody can change. The only thing is, if you're addicted to something, whether that's alcohol, whether it's drugs, tobacco, masturbation, any of these kind of vices, they're in our system.
Hanji.
So you have to work hard to stop them. Does that make sense?
Hanji.
Because again, in that cycle, that 3-word phrase I'm using, they've been ritual, habitual, and we've become devotional to us. So you have to undo the devotion, if that makes sense. You might have stopped the ritual and the habit, but you might have to still undo the devotion to it.
Hanji.
So that can take time. It can happen. So you have to replace that devotion with a different devotion. And you have to really fight it. You have to really fight. And with Guru Di Kirpa, you can fight and defeat anybody can change.
Thank you, Ji.
The worst sinners were blessed. They did worse than these things.
Hanji. Why is there so much controversy on whether Bibia should be allowed to sit on tabia during their menstrual cycle? If you could share any vichar on this.
I suppose that's not really an Amrit Sanchar question.
Hanji.
But look, anybody who does Guruji's seva, so let's step away from that specific question, has to be hygienically in a good place. Clothes, body, everything, whether they're male or female. And hygiene is about fluids coming out of our body, whichever organ, private organ they come out, or even mouth, you know, constantly sneezing. I know it's a silly example of vomiting. Hygienically, we have to be all in a good place. That's the theory behind why people say that Bibi on that time shouldn't be in Marriage Hijuri because of hygienically being able, because remember, we have to do a shnan before we go there. The clothes have got to be pure. Yes, it might not be visible or whatever it is, might not be visible to the Sangat, but it's our bodily situation. So I hope that's the respectful way of saying that. I don't want to be disrespectful for Bibiya. That's just part of life, and it shouldn't stop them from doing other seva, because you don't always have to do Guruji seva to get Guruji's blessings. There's other seva that can be done as well. When you wipe shoes, you're actually, if you go in the mindset that you're wiping Guruji's shoes, when you're washing dishes, each dish you wash, you should have the mindset that's Guruji's dish. That's still Guruji's seva. You don't have to be in the hajuri, you don't have to be doing Jor Sahib. Does that make sense? So it's not about discriminating, it's just about hygiene and cleanliness. And I don't mean that action is unhygiene. You see what I mean? People can take this the wrong way when they listen to this. I'm not saying that that's unhygienical, if that's a word.
Or impure.
Impure. You know? I'm just saying we've just got to be sarir karke, mind karke, because at the same time, we don't want to sit in Marriage Hijuri and looking at people in a lustful way, do we? So in all aspects, whether it's in the mind, whether it's of the body, we have to be hygienically, cleanly, and as pure as possible.
And just to clarify, when you say Guru Sahib is Hazur, you're speaking about tabia, you're not speaking about...
Sorry. I mean tabia. Because your question you asked was about tabia, so I meant hajuri. obviously in the Sangat, we all go in the Sangat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my terms are Sangat coming into the Gurdwara,
Yeah.
into the hall. Hajuri is being the Tabiya.
Yeah, no, you mentioned it earlier, Ji, in the Amrit Sanchar, you referred to them, the Granthi Singh being in Guru Sahib Ji Hazuri, so I understood. But just in case the Sangat didn't understand the terminology you're using there, but thank you, I think that clarifies that a lot, Ji. The next question is from somebody who is not from a Sikh background. They want to come into Sikhi, but they haven't told their parents yet, but they're afraid that they're going to lose their family if they tell them that they've got this connection to Sikhi. And because they're a Bibi also, due to those pressures or cultural pressures as well, they don't want to marry somebody of their previous faith.
Yeah, because they want to come into Sikhi.
So they don't know what to do.
So sometimes the hardest thing is the people of a different faith. If they want to take Amrit and they're ready to give up, I'm not telling them to leave their family, but sometimes some people have to make that choice. And it's probably those people from different faiths, because if they won't accept them, then they're going to have to come into the Gursikh Sangat who will accept them, and you have to make that choice, because you might end up marrying somebody in that faith and it might all go wrong. It might end up it just spoils your life, their life, so it's not genuine anyway, is it? So you want to sort of move into this path, and then whatever comes, but Guruji will always protect you.
Okay, the last question that we have that's coming from the Sangat is I was Mona in the past, and now in 2024 I've got my case. They're coming into Sikhi now, Guru Kirpa. Their question is that, but before this, in 2020 they were in a relationship with somebody, and she's not on the path, and she doesn't want to take Amrit basically. So his question is that, can I take Amrit? I'm with her, and then later on, she may take Amrit basically. What's the vichar there?
Is she married with her, or is he?
No, he's not married. He's in a relationship, but he's saying that can.
So we've kind of covered this, haven't we? In the sense that if you're an Amritdhari, you can only marry an Amritdhari, and you shouldn't be having a relationship physically anyway.
Yeah.
So if he takes Amrit, then he's going to probably, if she's not willing, he's probably going to have to break up with her. It's either the Amrit and Guru or her. And if he wants her, then he needs to bring her along, or he's going to break his Rehat and his discipline. And so it's going to be worse off. So he needs to, he needs to try and bring her along.
So thank you, Giani Ji. That's all the questions that the Sangat sent in. Thank you for sending them in, and thank you so much for taking out, your very precious time to sit with us for literally 8 hours and go through the whole Amrit Sanchar 101, if we're going to call it that, from just giving the context.
I don't know if anybody's going to really listen. 8 hours? That's a long time.
They will. You'd be surprised. Well, Guru Kirpa, a lot of people watch the other one, and this is filled with so many gems, and hopefully Guru Kirpa, people just feel so much more aware when they go into Amrit Sanchar beforehand, how to prepare. Hopefully not make the same mistakes that maybe a lot of us made before, and even simple things like the Kanga, just the Kakkar, there's so much in that. And then what happens on the day of the Amrit Sanchar, and just practical tools to do afterwards, and things to focus, and things to probably not put too much dhyan on, which are not as important or as big as you make them out to be. Any final message? Or
my final message is, look, it's not my message, but Guruji says, Pehla maran kabul, Jeevan ki shad aas, ho sabna ki rehne ka ta aao hamare paas. We're going to all leave this world. This opportunity, especially if you're listening to this, that means you're connected into Sikhi in some way, shape or form. This is an opportunity. Accept that death is coming. Realize, give all up hope of living in the material world. Come to the sanctuary of the Guru. They'll forever be our savior, forever be our protector. Whether we can read Gurbani, speak Punjabi, yes or no, whatever level we're at. Jo prani gobind te aave, padya anpadya paramgat paave. Anybody can find that supreme status of oneness with the Almighty, male or female, young or old, whatever social class, caste, background, other faith, other country. This is the way. This is the perfect Guru, the coming of the Almighty themselves to this world to be the savior of all their creation, to be the savior of all their creation. This is the only way that you can be saved in this life. Other religious faiths, practices, deeds, ritualistic ways, transactional places of worship, they may be positive, they may bring certain peace, but they won't find is that eternal peace, that eternal bliss. We'll have to come and go. This is the opportunity. Don't lose this opportunity. ਆਪਾਂ ਹੱਥ ਜੋੜ ਕੇ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ to the Sangat that you can try this out. But at the same time, ਆਪਾਂ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਵੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ that we're all saved, all the listeners, the two of us sat here, everybody else that watching, the sevadars who are recording, that we are all saved. Ardas vi hai, that we can all be saved and blessed by Guruji. But benti are those that are not initiated. Get yourself initiated, then you're saved for eternity.
Right.
Guru di kirpa naal.
Just to plug this stuff as well, that although Giani Ji does this seva, there's other seva that Giani Ji does do as well in terms of Prachar di seva. You can find a lot of their videos online on Sikh to inspire, Sikh inspiration. Even now, how far are you into the English? The first ever time, I think, full English katha of Sri Guru Granth Sahib Ji is happening. How far have you gone?
You asked me that last time. I'm around between 450 and 500 angs. I took a pause actually for a long period since the last podcast. I spent time reading the whole, doing a Sahaj part of some steaks. Farid Koti ka, essentially I did a Sahaj part of Farid Koti ka Sahaj part. And I did that with reflection. Obviously, I listened to some of the Sampradai Katha of Sant Guru Bachan Singh, which has been passed down, just to get a further understanding. And then I've repicked it up again. And so I'm around that sort of area with that katha. But that's obviously that's beneficial to me and anybody else that wants to make the first step in English before they make the direct step in Gurumukhi, the language that the Guru brought for us.
So we'll put those links in the description so you can learn more, especially for those who may not understand Punjabi or Guru Kirpa, they can relate and they resonate with the vichara that Giani Ji has given to the Sangat. And just a big thank you again, Giani Ji, for taking that time and blessing us with all your experiences and all the Sikhya when it comes to the Amrit Sanchar, and to the Sangat for watching it. If you've made it to the end of the podcast, thank you so much. And leave your comments, leave your questions, and in the future, Guru Kirpa, I said to Karavi Singh, if we can catch Giani Ji once a year for a podcast.
I don't know what we'll do next time. This is going to give you a lot of...
I'll drop you a message about these suggestions, but there's always so much you can do. But then we can ask those questions then to Giani Ji. And if there's anything we missed out, apologies, any mistakes that I've made on my behalf, I apologize.
Yeah, and I want to apologize. Anything that I've said today, I'm not saying this to discriminate against any individual, any Jathebandi, any other organization. Like I try to say at the start, this is the way we've been taught, and we just try and stick to that way all the way through. These are the beliefs for the mainstream that are coming into Sikhi. If you then want to go into different paths, you'll learn, you'll develop. Ultimately, where our karma, we'll end up there. Where our karma, that's where we'll end up. We'll have choices to make on this path due to our deeds and our karam, but we'll end up somewhere in that situation. We've just got to make the right choice, so we end up in a positive place. So it's not to discriminate against anyone. If I have or said anything against any, like I say, organization, Jathebandi, I beg for forgiveness. Genuinely, I'm begging for forgiveness. The point of my answers were not to go in that way. I've tried not to discriminate against anybody, but because of the questions that the Sangat, obviously I was following here, and I know what the Sangat want to answer. So I have, even sometimes without you asking, I've gone into that topic because that's what they want. That's what they want to talk about. So it's what the Sangat wanted. We've picked up those questions. Not everybody's going to be happy, but that's the way it is. I just hope you can bless us all. Like I said, Ardas to Guruji for all of us to be on the right path of Guru Granth Sahib Ji, because we'll all are the Sikh of Guruji, and we all want to be blessed in that way. But this is the opportunity, this is the way to do it, and then from there everybody grows. So I just want to ask for maafi as well, and blessings and a sisaf on the Sangat as well, as you are doing.
Good, Paji. Well, thank you, Giani Ji. We'll finish off there, and thank you to the Sangat.
Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.